Okay, now I can make you co-host. Okay.
Thank you, ma. Shima.
Mi gan lọ́lọ́pẹ́ fìdí mo dúpẹ́ o ṣé gan ni o. Okay. À ń dúró káwọn èèyàn pọ̀ díẹ̀ ní o. Imam.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín máa tó wá ti yá náà mo ti wà ń bèrè lọ́wọ́ aṣọ wọn.
Okay, a ti wà lórí YouTube. Amòye Bánkọ́lé ẹ káàbọ̀ o.
Ẹ káàsán o, ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta o.
Ó jàre ẹ kú rògbòdìyàn o.
Tàbí fara kú etí gbọ́ o.
Ó jàre.
Ọdún á jìnnà síra wọn o.
Àtọjọ́ náà kí gbogbo ò sá jìnnà.
Ó wá fẹ́ tàbí àlélù.
Àbí bàbá àjálù kọ́lọ̀ ń ṣàánú wa o.
Kọ́lọ̀ ń ṣàánú wa o.
Àmín àmín. Bàbá ti lọ bá àwọn aráàlẹ̀ o.
Bàbá wọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n o. Wọ́n kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n. Àdúpẹ́ Ọlọ́run fún ọjọ́ ayé wọn, ìgbé ayé wọn.
Bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́rin ní ìsìn. A máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó bá ti di 3:10.
Ọjọ́
So mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa nílé lóko lódò lẹ́yìn odi ní gbogbo ibikíbi tí ẹ bá ti ń mo kí yín tẹ̀ṣọ́ tẹ̀ṣọ́, mo kí yín tológun tológun, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin mùsùlùmí òdodo, mo kí yín pé ẹ kú ìgbádùn àsìkò yìí, gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá mo kí yín ẹ kú etígbọ̀ bàbá Aláàfin tí wọ́n papòdà, kùrìsíù méje kí ó máa bá wọn. Mo kí yín tó gbogbo àwọn èèyàn pàtàkì pàtàkì tí à ń retí wọ́n ti ń dé. Mo ti rí bàbá Amòye, bàbá Adéníran Adébóyè, bákan náà mo ti rí Amòye Thomas Bankole, wọ́n ti wà pẹ̀lú wa. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti máa ń ṣe nínú oṣù Abíyì ni a fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò pàtàkì wa tí ìjọ NMCNMO, Nigerian Muslim Council in United States, àwọn ni wọ́n ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ ètò oṣù Abíyì. Oṣù Abíyì náà ni a fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí ètò tòní. Òní náà ni ìkẹyìn tí a ṣe, Ọlọ́run ní ṣe ní àìní lè ṣe míì. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ oṣù Abíyì nígbà tí oṣù Ramadan ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Bí àwọn ìjọ NMCNMO bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ wa lọ́dọọdún, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n tún ṣe. A dúpẹ́ wípé a ti fẹ́ sọ̀kalẹ̀ àṣekínní, èkejì, ẹ̀kẹta, ẹ̀kẹrin. Tòní àrà ọ̀tọ̀ ni. Inú mi sì dùn pé gbogbo àwọn olólùfẹ́ Yorùbá Gbòde pátá ni wọ́n máa ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò oṣù Abíyì. Ohun tí túmọ̀ sí ni wípé àsìkò wa yóò wá di lọ́ngéèjì bí èbó ìyá mi, àní yóò di lọ́ngéèjì. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn ń fara mọ́. Òní náà ni àṣekágbá oṣù Abíyì. Torí náà mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wípé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yín oṣù Abíyì. Àlejò wa pàtàkì lónìí wọ́n ti wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Àwọn náà ni bàbá wa nínú àdínì, bàbá wa Ustaz Abdulrahman Agunbíadé. Wọ́n ti wà níkàlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú wa kó tó di pé wọ́n ó gbé wọn sáyé. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan tí wọ́n ó bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. Ohun tí àwọn bàbá wa máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí lónìí, ohun tó ṣe pàtàkì ni. A máa kọrin nígbà tí a wà ní kékeré. Àṣàmú lọ, àwẹ̀ tẹ̀lé, ìbẹ̀rù Olúwa mi, kò gbọ́dọ̀ rebì kan. Ìbẹ̀rù Olúwa mi kò gbọ́dọ̀ rebì kan. Ohun tá à ń sọ ni pé àṣàmú lọ, oṣù Ramadan yóò tẹ̀lé. Ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo ohun tí a kọ́, gbogbo ohun tá à ń torí rẹ̀ gbààwẹ̀, níbo ni ó yẹ kí ó wà? Ìdí rèé tí ìjọ Nàìjíríà, ẹ dákun ẹ túra yín sílẹ̀. Bàbá wa Ustaz, mo ń gbìyànjú láti tú yín sílẹ̀. Fídíò yín náà ẹ jẹ́ kí ó ṣeé ṣe ká lè bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ lórí, ká lè àwọn èèyàn lè rí yín. Èmi rí yín, mo rí orúkọ yín ṣùgbọ́n wò rójú. Ẹ ṣeun o.
Yes, ma.
So mo dúpẹ́. So àmọ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀, n ò lè pa yín pọ̀ kí n gbé yín sí ojú ayé bí mo ṣe fẹ́ ṣe. Ó dáa. So adúpẹ́, alhamdulillah, adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba. So gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ti wí, Ustaz wọ́n ti wà ní ojú ọpọ́n. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn tí ẹ bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń wọlé, oṣù Abíyì la fi bẹ̀rẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn oṣù Abíyì ni a máa ṣe political talk, which is going to be in English, and we are expecting Professor Mojuba Olu from University in New York. He's a professor of political science, but that is not until we finish the Oshu Abíyì, which is a Ramadan lecture, which we are going to do in Yoruba. So, Ustaz, ẹ ṣeun. Mo kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí. Ẹ kò ń gbẹ, ẹ kú àìsùn bó ló ṣe rí ní ìsìn tó jẹ́ pé kinní ọ̀hún ń tán lọ gbogbo àìsùn ká jí lóru ká ṣe àtíkìrí gbogbo ẹ̀ bó ló ṣe rí lára yín.
Adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run kọ́lọ́run kó gbogbo eléyìí tá a ti ṣe síwájú kọ́lọ́run kó gbà ní ìbàdàn kó má dàlú wà láyà ni kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ kí gbogbo àbámi tó lérè ni.
Àmín. Àwa tí ẹ̀ mo máa ń rò ní pé a máa kọ́ ni pé àlejò ńlá tó bá fẹ́ wọlé bíi kó má wọlé tó bá tún wọlé bíi kó má jáde ni Màríà bá bí kùn já Ramadan. Àfẹ́ nígbà tó bá ti wá dé tán
àfẹ́ kó lọ.
Àfẹ́ ó lọ torí a máa gbádùn mọ́ wa lára. So kí n mọ̀ ṣe awẹ́wà kọjá ibi tí à ń lọ. Ustaz, ẹ bá mi sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wa ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ibi tí ẹ ti ń bọ̀ tẹ́ fi wá dé ibi tẹ́ ẹ dé tẹ́ fi di ẹni tó ń wá ṣe wáàsí fún gbogbo àgbáyé torí káàkiri orílẹ̀ àgbáyé ni wọ́n ti ń wò yìí níbo lẹ ti ń bọ̀ gangan. Ẹ bá wa sọ ìtàn ìrìn àjò yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ bá wa sọ ìtàn ìrìn àjò díẹ̀ ní ṣókí.
Ṣé kí a tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ wáàsí àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyẹn la kọ́kọ́ máa fi.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run púpọ̀, adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run, tọrọ ìkẹ́ àti ìgẹ̀ fún aṣíwájú ẹ̀dá Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Àwọn ará ilé àwọn sàhábẹ̀ àti gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tó ń gbìyànjú láti tẹ̀lé ìlànà ẹ̀sìn Ọlọ́run kó wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa. A kí gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa ìyá wa tó wà lórí ìkàlẹ̀ nígbà táwọn alájà wa tí wọ́n fẹ́ dá ọkọ̀ mi lédè wọn ní bàbá wa ọmọ ni mo jẹ́ kọ́lọ́run jọ kó jẹ́ ká rí wọn pẹ́ kọ́lọ́run kó wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa gbogbo gbìyànjú oníkálukú wa kọ́lọ́run kó bá dàlú wa láyà kó má níta ló wọ́n wá ń ṣẹ́ kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ ká bá ń bi tó lérè ọlá agbára àtògbò ẹ̀. Àwọn nǹkan báyìí máa ń dẹ́rìn pa mí pé ká sọ ìtàn nípa ara wa náà ọmọ kékeré lèmi àkọ́kọ́ nìyẹn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni wọ́n bí mi sí, mo dàgbà díẹ̀ l'Ékòó, but bọ́lọ́run ṣe fẹ́ àwọn òbí mi wọ́n ti wà ń bì tipẹ́tipẹ́. So nígbà tí mo wà lọ́mọdún 10 sí 11 ni wọ́n mú mi wá láti Nàìjíríà tí mo wá darapọ̀ pẹ̀lú wọn ní ìlú Amẹ́ríkà, specifically ní ìlú New York. So
ní Yorùbá yín sì tún dán báyìí.
Àánú Ọlọ́run ni mà. So mo ti wà ń lu ìṣá bóyá 27-28 years. So nínú àánú Ọlọ́run bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni New York ni mo ti ṣe junior high school mi, mo ti ṣe high school, mo ti ṣe college bí I guess ọdún bíi 9 àbí 8 sẹ́yìn ni mo relocate, ni mo migrate, ni mo wá sí ìlú Houston, Texas báyìí ni mo ti wà. So nínú àánú Ọlọ́run nítorí àánú lèmi mo máa ń kà pé mo rí gbà gbogbo pé èèyàn ń kéwú èèyàn ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ìlú New York náà dẹ̀ ni mo ti ṣe, ibẹ̀ ni mo ti kọ́ kéwú, ibẹ̀ ni mo ti Ọlọ́run fa àwọn èèyàn kan ṣe sábàbí rere fún mi, inú àwọn ọ̀rẹ́, inú àwọn àfáà àtọ́lọ́run kọ́ ni Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́ kí jí ayé kó gbé wa lọ nítorí pé níbi tí a dàgbà sí ẹni tó bá mọ New York dáadáa ní Bronx, South Bronx to be specific, gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ó lè sọmọ nù tọmọ máa dìdàkudà òun ló wà ní àkàtà gbogbo wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Igbó ni, ṣé drugs ni, ṣé ìwà, gbogbo nǹkan pátápátá àwọn ọmọ tó ń gbébọn ni, àwọn tó wà nínú ẹgbẹ́ ni. So nínú àánú Ọlọ́run tọ́lọ́run àmọ́ nǹkan táwọn òbí wa ṣe síwájú Ọlọ́run tọ́lọ́run tó fi ṣe lúwẹ̀ léyìí fún wọn àbáwọn àwọn òbí wọn dẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe, ṣùgbọ́n adúpẹ́ bíbí adúpẹ́ títọ́ kó bá wà pẹ̀lú àwọn òbí kó dẹ̀ bá wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n tọ́ wa tí wọ́n rè wá, àwọn tí kò jẹ́ gbogbo ẹni tó bí ni náà ni nìkan ló ń tọ́ ni ló ń re ni. Àwọn èèyàn pọ̀ tí Ọlọ́run ní kí wọ́n contribute nínú nǹkan tá a dà lẹ́ni àmọ́ lóore take it for granted wa, ṣùgbọ́n like I said níbẹ̀ àánú la rí gbà, ìyẹn ni mo lè sọ ṣókí.
Adúpẹ́ inú mi dùn, ohun tó dùn mọ́ mi nú jù ni pé ọmọ ọdún 10 lẹ ti débí, Yorùbá yín òun ló sì tún rí bó ṣe rí, ẹ̀kọ́ lélẹ̀ fún gbogbo àwọn òbí, kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ kí wọ́n ó gbọ́. So Ustaz, àwa ń wò ó láti mo ti rántí pé ẹ sọ pé ọmọ lẹ́jẹ̀ bàbá lẹ́jẹ̀ ń tẹ̀ wọ́n ilé ọmọ.
Ìyá wa àdúrà yín náà ló gbà lórí wa mọ́.
Àdúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Ọgbọ́n orí kò ṣeé tú Kùránì, ìmọ̀ ní kéwú. Ọgbọ́n orí òtù. Èèyàn bá dàgbà jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọkọ̀ mọ́nù torí kò ní mọ̀. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí mọ̀ yín ó jọba.
Àmín,
lọ síwájú sí ni.
Àmín, Ọlọ́run.
A ti wá gbààwẹ̀ tán o, gbogbo nǹkan tá a pamọ́ra oríṣiríṣi ní ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan. Nígbà tí aṣáájú lọ tí àwẹ̀ ti tẹ̀lé, irú ìgbé ayé wo ló yẹ ká gbé gẹ́gẹ́ bí Mùsùlùmí? Mo wá fẹ́ kí ẹ bá mi mú mọ́ iṣẹ́ ilé tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ àmì ni. Wọ́n ní ilé ń jó ní Sókótó, olè ń jà ní Ṣàfàrà. Nǹkan ń ṣẹlẹ̀, gbogbo tí a rí rí láyé la ti ń rí ní ìsìn. Kí wọ́n máa bá orí èèyàn lọ́wọ́ ọmọ 20 ọdún, kí wọ́n máa bá nǹkan ọkùnrin lọ́wọ́ obìnrin ọmọ ọdún 14. Ẹ bá wa mú mọ́, ṣé òpin ìparí ayé lélẹ̀? Are these the signs of the end of our time? Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi mú mọ́ pẹ̀lú irú ìgbé ayé wo ló yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn ààwẹ̀. Bismillah.
Mina shaitani rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim.
Ẹ dákun Imam, ẹ má pè mọ́, a máa fi the first part ẹ fún wa ní lecture, so the last part a máa fi ṣe question and answer.
Ọlọ́run àṣírà. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Innal hamdalillahi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruhu wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. ما يهدي الله فهو المهتدي ومن يضلل فلا هادي له واشهد ان لا اله الا الله وحده لا شريك له واشهد ان محمدا عبده ورسوله رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run Ọba, adúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run Ọba. Ẹ ká dúpẹ́ wa ládé ń pè alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí adúpẹ́ fún ọba wo la dúpẹ́ fún? Ọba tó dé mi tó dẹ̀yìn, ọba tó pa wá lánàá tó wá jí wa lénìí, ọba alágbára lórí gbogbo nǹkan, ọba tó mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ nínú àánú ẹ̀ tó ṣẹ́kù èmi àti ẹ. Kò ń ṣe iṣẹ́ dáadáa tá mọ̀, kò ń ṣe agbára wa, kò ń ṣe ìsìlámù ṣe ju àwọn tí ó pa lánàá. Ọba kò wá dúró lórí ìyẹn, ó wá ṣẹ́ mi wá, ó ṣe mi àti ẹ, ó ṣe wá ní mùsùlùmí. Inú oore tọ́lọ́run lè ṣe fún yàn, pàápín oore tọ́lọ́run lè ṣe fẹ́ dà, òun ni kó ṣe ní mùsùlùmí, kò ń ṣe mímọ̀ ṣe wa. Àánú la rí gbà, Ọlọ́run ló ṣàwá lẹ́ṣà. Adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run lórí yẹn, adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run pé oṣù Ramadan táwa yìí, àwọn bàbá máa kọ́ wá ní àkọ́kọ́ Ramadan ìkẹ́ ìgẹ̀ ní, àárín Ramadan àforíjì ní, ìgbẹ̀yìn Ramadan àsọ̀rúdọmọ. Now, so àwẹ̀ ló wá ń lọ yìí, àbí káráwẹ̀ ló ti fẹ́ parí, òun là ń wò wájú yìí, ọdún là ń wò yìí. Mo bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ọlá, ọba alágbára lórí gbogbo nǹkan, olùdarí gbogbo àlámọ̀rí wa, mo bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú agbára ẹ̀, pẹ̀lú àìpé méjì ẹ̀, pẹ̀lú kò sí nǹkan tá a lè fi wé, ní pé Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kó ṣe lẹ́yìn wa. Ọlọ́run má ṣe eléyìí tó kù tá a máa fi dágbére fáyé. Kọ́lọ́run kó wà pẹ̀lú wa, kọ́lọ́run kó dúró tì wá. Tọ́pìkì tí àwọn màmá ní ká sọ̀rọ̀ gba tọ́pìkì tó dá ní oṣù Ramadan. Ká kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀yẹn, ká wá wọn pé gbésí ayé òun lè ká gbé lẹ́yìn oṣù Ramadan. Oṣù abíyí ní, oṣù tí ò sí rẹ̀ ní, oṣù 12 la ní nínú ọdún. Ọlọ́run wá ṣá àwọn oṣù kan, ó ṣá àwọn lẹ́ṣà. Nínú ẹ̀ṣà tó ṣá àwọn kò sóṣù tí Ọlọ́run ṣá tó ṣàlẹ́ṣà tó oṣù Ramadan. Oṣù yẹ́ṣẹ̀ ni, oṣù àforíjì ni, oṣù Kùránì ni, oṣù páyà Ọlọ́run bá ní. Ọlọ́run sọ níbẹ̀rẹ̀ nígbà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pa àwẹ̀, ká wá fi bọ́ sínú ọ̀rọ̀. Olúwa ní a'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Ó ní ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba alal ladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Olúwa ní ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu, ó ní mo pe gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ ju pátẹ́jú sẹ́lẹ̀ fún mi, mo pe gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ ní ìmánì, mo pe gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ gbèmí Ọlọ́run ọba gbọ́. Kutiba alaykum siyam, a ṣe ọ̀ranyàn lọ́rọ̀, a ṣe àwẹ̀ lọ́ranyàn léyìn lórí, kama kutiba alal ladhina min qablihim, gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe ṣe lé ọ̀ranyàn láwọn tó ti ṣíwájú yín lórí. la'alakum tattaqun. Nítorí pé kẹ́ bá lè páyà Ọlọ́run Ọba, kẹ́ bá lè respect àwọn Ọlọ́run Ọba, kẹ́ bá lè wà cognizant of àwọn Ọlọ́run Ọba, kẹ́ bá lè wà conscious of àwọn Ọlọ́run Ọba. Oṣù Ramadan ó dàbí kí on lọ sí intensive vocational school ni tí on wá gba training. Wípé 1 month crash course nílùú tàwa yẹn a fẹ́ ṣe crash course oṣù kan. Nǹkan tó yẹ kẹ́ lè kọ́ ní oṣù mẹ́fà àbóṣù méje wọ́n wá jam pack ẹ̀ sí oṣù kan. Stress yẹn pọ̀, gbogbo nǹkan tá máa ń ṣe, gbogbo gbìyànjú tá máa ṣe ń bẹ̀ ó pọ̀ ju pàtàkì pé nǹkan tẹ́ lè kọ́ ní for whole semester lápèjúwe lóṣù mẹ́ta oṣù mẹ́rin ó wá ní kẹ́ kọ́ ní oṣù kan. Nǹkan tí Ramadan jẹ́ nìyẹn, ó dàbí training school. Kí ni Ramadan fẹ́ kọ́ wa? Òun la máa fi lọ sí ìgbésí ayé tó yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn Ramadan. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa ní pé ká láàánú. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa pé ká páyọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa ká lámojú kúrò. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa ká láforíjì. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa ní sùúrù. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa kí ká máa ṣe dáadáa sọ́mọlàkejì. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa ká má máa parọ́. Ramadan wá kọ́ wa ká jìnnà sẹ́ṣẹ̀. Ramadan kọ́ wa ká jìnnà sí ṣìnà. Ramadan kọ́ wa ká jìnnà sí ká máa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn lẹ́yìn. Ẹ̀kọ́ tí Ramadan kọ́ wa ó pọ̀ púpọ̀. Oṣù Àbí yìí nínú àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ tá kọ́ ni ká máa ka Quran, ká máa ṣe iṣẹ́ ọrẹ, ká máa ṣe sàárà. Gbogbo àwọn kinní yìí tí à ń ṣe lóṣù Ramadan, ìgbésí ayé tó fẹ́ ká gbé lẹ́yìn oṣù Ramadan náà ni ká ní continuity. Ẹ gbọ́, ká ní continuity, ká ní àwọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yẹn ká má dá dúró, ká má parí ẹ̀ pé Ramadan ti lọ sí yìí o. Èyí tí mò ń kí lákòókò máa padà sí bí ṣe ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀. Ìgbà tó bá wù mí máa kí ọ̀hún. Ojú mi tí mò ń ṣọ́ láti wò tẹ́lẹ̀ nínú Ramadan tí Ramadan bá ti lọ sí máa padà máa wò. Ẹnu mi tí mò ń ṣọ́ láti sọsọkúsọ nínú Ramadan, mo discipline ara mi, mo ní mo ní sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò dá, mo ní sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ làkejì lẹ́yìn, mo ní fẹ́nu mi bà ọmọlúwàbí ọmọ làkejì jẹ́. Mo ṣọ́ ní oṣù Ramadan. Tó bá dé ẹ̀yìn Ramadan ló yẹ kó continue ẹ̀ ní. Quran ni mò ń kà. Oṣù Ramadan oṣù Quran ni mo wá ń ka Quran, mò ń kà láàárọ̀, mò ń kà lọ́sàn, mò ń kà lálẹ́. Mo wá busy pẹ̀lú kí n máa bọ́ lọ́hùn sọ̀rọ̀. Mo ń ṣe askar ni, mo ń ṣe la ilaha illallah, mo ń ṣe astaghfirullah ni. Gbogbo àwọn ìbádà, gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ olóore, òun ni mo mú lókùdùn tí mò ń ṣe, tí mò ń ṣe láàárọ̀, tí mò ń ṣe lọ́sàn, tí mò ń ṣe lálẹ́. Tí Ramadan bá lọ, consistency ló fẹ́ ká lò. Ìgbésí ayé tó fẹ́ ká gbé, ìgbésí ayé kí láǹfààní kí o lọ sí school, o lọ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn wà lápá lára rẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tá kọ́ ní Ramadan, tí Ramadan bá lọ, tá bá máa ṣe wọ́n, ẹ̀kọ́ tá kọ́ Ramadan yẹn kò lápá lára wa nìyẹn. Bí ọ̀rọ̀ àfáà kan ó ní limaza ta'allamna wa ma fadlu ilmina idha lam yufiduna kullu ma nata'allamu idha lam yufiduna kullu ma nata'allamu. Àfáà yẹn ń ṣe wáàsí fún gbogbo àwọn àfáà àtàwọn ọmọ kéwú. Ó ní limaza ta'allamna, ó ní kí láǹfààní mímọ̀ tó kọ́, ìwọ tó jẹ́ doctor, ìwọ tó jẹ́ lawyer, ìwọ tó jẹ́ engineer, ìwọ tó jẹ́ accountant, ìwọ tó jẹ́ professor, ìwọ tó jẹ́ ẹni àbí, gbogbo nǹkan tó bá dà láyé àfáà ní limaza ta'allamna. What is the essence? Kí ni objective ìmọ̀ tó kọ́? Wa ma fadlu ilmina. Nígbà tí mo yẹn ò ṣe láǹfààní. What's the point? What's the essence? Limaza ta'allamna wa ma fadlu ilmina idha lam yufidina kullu ma nata'allamu. Ìmọ̀ tó kọ́ yẹn kò lápá lára ẹ̀. Àrí bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run lára ẹ̀. Àríwá ẹni tó jẹ́ Mùsùlùmí òdodo lára ẹ̀. Ó dẹ̀ ló kọ́. Ó ní Islam kọ́ yín pé kẹ́ máa sọ òdodo, òun ṣe olódodo. Islam kọ́ yín pé kẹ́ níwà pẹ̀lẹ́, òun ṣe oníwà pẹ̀lẹ́. Islam kọ́ yín ní pé kẹ́ jẹ́ ẹni tó ní tẹríba, onígírímọ́ńkà ìyẹn. Islam kọ́ yín pé kẹ́ máa tọrẹ àwọn yẹn. Islam kọ́ yín pé kíyàn ní sùúrù, ìkánjú ló fi ń ṣègbésí ayé. Islam kọ́ yín pé kíyàn láàánú, ọ̀dájú nìyẹn. Limaza ta'allamna wa ma fadlu ilmina idha lam yufiduna kullu ma nata'allamu. Kí wá láǹfààní nǹkan tó wá kọ́? Kí láǹfààní degree tó gbà? Kí láǹfààní certificate tó gbà? Kí láǹfààní ebi tó fi panú? kí láǹfààní ojú ẹ tó deprive láti sùn, kí láǹfààní gbogbo sacrifice tó ṣe nígbà tí ò wá lápalá rẹ̀. Ramadan kọ́ wa ní sùúrù. Àwọn àfáà rẹ̀ pín sùúrù sọ́nà mẹ́ta. Wọ́n ní sùúrù àkọ́kọ́ láti ṣe iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run, láti tẹ̀lé àṣẹ Ọlọ́run ló gbọ́dọ̀ ní sùúrù. Láti jìnnà sẹ́ṣẹ̀ ló gbọ́dọ̀ ní sùúrù. Ìkẹta náà ni sùúrù tí àdánwò bá dé. Sùúrù jẹ́ máa fi ń succeed níbi àdánwò, ìyẹn máa fi ń yege. Lolúwa ṣe ní ayọ́ alladhina amanu, ó sọ níbi kan ó ní isbiru wasabiru warabitu wattaqullaha la'allakum tuflihun. Olúwa ní ayọ́ alladhina amanu, Olúwa ní mo pe gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbàgbọ́ sí mi Ọlọ́run ọba. Isbiru, ẹ ṣe sùúrù. Isbiru, ẹni farada. Isbiru, ẹ wà patient. Wà sọ́bìrú, ẹ jẹ́yàn tó máa gbé àwọn èèyàn níyànjú kó máa ní sùúrù, kó máa ní farada. Wà rọ́bìtù, ẹ wà consistent, ẹ dúró ṣinṣin lórí nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe. Òun ṣe ń gbé ńgbà Ramadan, òun lẹ máa ṣe dáadáa. Tí Ramadan bá ti wá lọ tán, ẹ padà sí wà tí ò dá. Ṣé Mùsùlùmí Ramadan ni ẹni àbí Mùsùlùmí ló fẹ́ jẹ́ gangan? Má ṣe Mùsùlùmí Ramadan yẹn ló pọ̀ jù láyé ń sin ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ Mùsùlùmí. Ramadan Muslims ni wọ́n. Nígbà Ramadan ni ẹni yìí nígbà yẹn ló máa lọ gbé jàlábíà jáde, nígbà yẹn ló máa gbé tẹ̀sùbá jáde, nígbà yẹn ló máa gbé Quran ẹ̀ jáde tó ti wà lórí shelf tó ti bu, nígbà yẹn ló máa lóhun ka Quran, nígbà yẹn lóhun gbọ́ wáàsí, nígbà yẹn lóhun ṣàṣàlátù. Tí Ramadan bá ti lọ báyìí, a lọ gbé Quran ẹ̀, a lọ gbé pamọ́ síbì kan ni, a gbé tẹ̀sùbá a lọ gbé pamọ́ síbì kan ni, jàlábíà ẹ̀ a gbé pamọ́ síbì kan ni. Gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ kò dá apàṣàlátù tì àti gbogbo iṣẹ́ dáadáa tó ṣe. Ọlọ́run ní warabitu wattaqullah, ẹ páyè mi Ọlọ́run ọba, ẹ bẹ̀rù mi níbẹ̀rù pàápàá, níbẹ̀rù tó yẹ tó tọ́. Ó wá ní la'allakum tuflihun, kẹ́bà lè jẹ́ ẹni tó jèrè. Ọlọ́run kó jẹ́ kémi àti ẹ̀ka jèrè láyé àti lálìkẹ́ àwọn. Nínú àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ tí Ramadan kọ́ wa tó yẹ ká múlò lẹ́yìn Ramadan, òun ni kí ó máa ṣe sàárà. Àfáàní Karimun Habibullahi, law kana jahilan bakhilun aduwullahi law kana aliman. Àfáàní Karimun, orí ẹni tó máa ń tọrẹ, ó gbọ́, ẹni tó máa ń tọrẹ, ẹni tó máa ń náwó, tó máa ń ṣe sàárà. Habibullah, àyọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run ni, walau kana jahilan, even kò jẹ́ aláìmọ̀kan. Ó wá ní bakhilun, orí àwọn ọba ní ọwọ́ brọ́dà yẹn ó ní glue lọ́wọ́. Ìtumọ̀ náà ni pé kò lè fi owó ẹ̀ báyọ̀ ṣeré. Aduwullahi, ọ̀tá Ọlọ́run ni o, walau kana aliman, even kò jẹ́ onímímọ̀. Sàárà ṣíṣe, sàárà tèmi bá mọ, tó ní kálukú wa tá bá mọ ipa tí sàárà ń gbé ìgbésí ayé yẹn ni wallahi a máa tẹra bọ̀. Yorùbá dẹ̀ máa ń sọ wá ní òkè ní ọwọ́ afúnigbé. Kò sẹ́ni tó máa jẹ́yàn tó ń tọrẹ láyé, wallahi kò ní lack. Tó bá kù díẹ̀ báyìí kò ní lack. Ẹni tó máa ń tọrẹ, wọ́n máa ẹni yìí ó ṣáà máa ń tọrẹ gbogbo ìgbà. Kò sí nǹkan tí ó lè má ní púpọ̀ díẹ̀ tó ní ẹ̀ ó máa ń tọrẹ. La ilaha illallah, wallahi oore ńlá ni. Máa sọ díẹ̀ náà àwọn àǹfààní tó wà ní kí ó máa tọrẹ fún alẹ́ ni. Àkọ́kọ́, Ànábì ló kọ́ wa sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ànábì ní tọrẹ ogun kí ni? Ogun longevity ni, kẹ́mi yan léegun. Ogun kí ó má tètè kú ni ẹni tó bá ń tọrẹ. One of the things. Èkejì, ẹni tó bá ń tọrẹ, Ọlọ́run máa yọ́nú sí, kò ní rí ìbínú Ọlọ́run. Aburú tó bá ń bọ̀ lọ́tùn lósì, Ọlọ́run máa guide ẹ̀ fún ni. Ọlọ́run máa protect ẹ̀ from èyí tí ó mọ̀ kẹ́ni ẹ má jẹ́yàn tó ń ṣẹ̀sìn, téèyàn bá jẹ́yàn tó ń tọrẹ. Kọ́ máa ṣàṣì ni, kọ́ máa bóyá èèyàn ni, bóyá àlùjọ̀nnú ni, kọ́ máa ṣe gbogbo ìrìṣù tẹ́ni náà bá jẹ́ tọrẹ kò ní bá. Inú àwọn àǹfààní tó wà ń bẹ nìyí. So tẹ́lẹ̀ ìtọ́lẹ̀ làwọn àfáà máa ṣe ní tí wọ́n bá ń ṣàdúrà, ọ̀fun aládùúrà kankan ṣe. Ó fẹ́ ṣàdúrà ọjọ́ 7 ni, ó fẹ́ ṣe 20 ọjọ́ ni, ó fẹ́ ṣe 41 days àdúrà ni, whatever tó bá yàn fún ẹ pé kò ṣe ládùúrà. Tó bá ṣe wọ́n á ní kò ṣe kíni, tó bá ti ṣàdúrà náà kò ṣe kíni, kò ṣe sàárà ẹ̀. Sàárà máa ń jẹ́ ká àdúrà tètè gbà ni. èèyàn lè ní àdúrà èèyàn lè jẹ́ aládùúrà púpọ̀ tí ò bá ń ṣe sàárà kádùúrà yẹn tó lè débi tó yẹ kó dé máa pẹ́ but téèyàn bá wà ó lè má kírun déédéé ó lè má gbàwẹ̀ déédéé ó lè má ṣe dáadáa déédéé but sàárà tó ń ṣe yẹn ó máa tètè rìn èyí tó wá dájú náà ni kí wọn má dùà kí wọn mú pẹ̀lú sàárà inú àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ tí Ramadan ní kọ́ wa òun ni ká máa lámojú kúrò òun ni ká máa foríjìra wa kí wọn máa ṣàmójú kúrò ayé tó yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn Ramadan nìyẹn má máa dìyàn sínú kò dáa má máa dìyàn sínú ìwà burúkú ni Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam Ànábì ní ọjọ́ mẹ́ta péré ni mùsùlùmí àti mùsùlùmí ló lè báyàn yóò di ọjọ́ mẹ́ta lẹ́yìn ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ó ní kíkan nú wọn kó sálámọ̀ sẹ́ni kejì ìtumọ̀ náà ni pé kíkan nú wọn kí ẹni kejì wo mùsùlùmí wo ló jẹ́ ó dẹ̀ ló gbààwẹ̀ èèyàn kan ṣe ẹ̀ látijọ́ ìní tó bá jí àmì gan ọ̀la mi ò ní gbà mo ò ní gbẹ̀bẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ jí bàbá mi mo ò ní gbọ́ mo ò ní gbà mo ò lè bá sọ láíláí o nǹkan tó ṣe fún mi dùn ṣe bí wọn náà ń ṣe Ọlọ́run ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan tí wọn náà ṣe fọ́lọ́run Ọlọ́run yá fi ẹ̀nà ó foríjì ẹ̀ ẹni tó bá ń wá foríjì Ọlọ́run ó gbọ́dọ̀ foríjì ọmọlàkejì ẹ̀ tó bá ti foríjì ọmọlàkejì ẹ̀ wọn náà lè wá foríjì Ọlọ́run simple ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kàn wa mọ́ àwọn àfáà kọ́ wa wọ́n láwọn àmì mẹ́rin kan la fi mọ olórí burúkú èèyàn Ọlọ́run má ṣe mi àti ẹni wọn Ọlọ́run má kà wọ́n kún àwọn àfáà ní àkọ́kọ́ kó ta fi mọ olórí burúkú léèyàn wọ́n ní jùmúdùl àìn wọ́n ní kéèyàn dájú àkọ́kọ́ ẹ̀kejì kọ́síwátùl kọ́líbì kọ́kàn yàn lé bí òkúta mo ò ní gbọ́ mo ò ní gbà láíláí kò sí nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ fún mi o ẹ̀kẹta kíyàn ní aspiration tó ti pọ̀ jù fáyé kíyàn ní ìfẹ́ ayé nífẹ̀ẹ́ àfẹ́jù àwọn tí ìkẹrin máa sọ tó àwọn wáyé mùsùlùmí ò gbọdọ̀ jọ dájú mùsùlùmí ò gbọdọ̀ jẹ́ ẹni tó kún ẹ lè tí ẹ bá dé wo àwọn kinní yìí ó tẹ̀léra wọn ẹni tó bá dájú chances nǹkan kún ẹ máa lè ó high ẹni tó kún ẹ bá lè kò sí nǹkan tí ò lè ṣe láti lè fi wáyé ẹ gbọ́ ọ̀dájú ọkàn líle ìwáyé gbogbo kinní yẹn ó tẹ̀léra wọn Olúwa ó ń bèmí àti ẹ sọ nínú àyà kan láìláìlá kúrò àdúgbò púpọ̀ ọlọ́kùn máa fi yé wa Olúwa ni wa sari'u ila magfiratin min rabbikum wa jannatin 'arduha as-samawati wal ardi u'iddat lil muttaqin alladhina yunfikuna fis sarra'i wad dharra'i wal kadhimina al-ghayza wal 'afina 'anin nasi wallahu yuhibbul muhsinin Olúwa ni ẹ sáré lọ síbi àforíjì mi Ọlọ́run ọba wà sáré ila magfiratin ẹ sáré ẹ rush lọ síbi àforíjì Ọlọ́run ọba tó ṣe pé wọ́n sáré ila magfiratin min rabbikum jannati 'arduha as-samawati wal ardi àforíjì Ọlọ́run ọba tó ṣe pé ó tóbi ju sánmọ̀ méjèèjì àti ilẹ̀ méjèèjì lọ ó wà ní u'iddat lil muttaqin eléyìí la palẹ́sẹ̀ eléyìí la pípẹ́lẹ̀ fún àwọn olùpáyọ̀ Ọlọ́run ìpáyà Ọlọ́run tọ́lọ́run fẹ́ ká kọ́ Ramadan yẹn nìyẹn o ìpáyà yẹn ó yẹ kó wà continuous ká máa ṣe lọ Ọlọ́run wá ní àwọn wo lólùpáyà Ọlọ́run àmásọ takwa kí ni túmọ̀ takwa ẹ kí n kọ́kọ́ fún yín ní túmọ̀ tí Sayyidina Ali karamallahu wajhahu tó kọ́kọ́ ṣàlàyé pé nǹkan táwọn ń pè ní takwa àkọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀ ni pé ó ní al-khawfu min jalili ridha bi qalil istidad yawmul rahil ó ní nǹkan tá à ń pè ní takwa ìpáyà Ọlọ́run òun ni pé kíyàn páyà Ọlọ́run ọba tó gbọngbọ́n kíyàn fún lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kíyàn respect ẹ̀ ìkejì òun ni ridha bi qalil òun ni pé kíyàn yọ́nú sí díẹ̀ tó ní kò ní ayọ̀ ọkàn ara mi kò páyà Ọlọ́run nìyẹn àwọn ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dẹ̀ kọ́ wa wọ́n ní al-qana'atu kanzul la yafna ọdún orí nǹkan tá à ń pè ní ayọ̀ ọkàn kí wọ́n yí ọkàn kí wọ́n wá contentment kí wọ́n wá content wọ́n ní kanzun la yafna wọ́n ní pẹpẹ ọ̀rọ̀ kan ní tí ò ń tọ́ láíláí to be content to be pleased with what Allah has blessed you with It is a treasure that has no ending.
Inshallah.
Kí wọ́n ní ayọ̀ ọkàn láìláìlọ́lá. Wọ́n ní pẹpẹ ọkàn ní tí wọ́n pé kò ní treasure kan ní tí ò ní òpin tí ò ní tán. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta, òun ní istidad yawmul wahil. Tọ́ba ní ọ̀pá ayọ̀ Ọlọ́run, òun ní kíyàn pèsè lẹ̀ fún ìrìn àjò tí yàn máa rìn tí ò ní dé mọ́, òun náà ní kú. Kó máa ní gbogbo gbà, kó máa prepare, kó máa ṣe preparation lẹ̀ pé ikú lè dé anytime, ikú lè dé lẹ́yìn, ó lè dé lọ́la. Iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe kó máa tọ́ka síbẹ̀. Aya yìí wọ́n ń ṣàlàyé pé takwa tó yẹ ká ní lẹ́yìn tí Ramadan bá lọ. Ọlọ́run ní àwọn wo ló lò páyọ̀ Ọlọ́run, àwọn wo ni olùbẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run ní alladhina yunfikuna fi sarra'i wa dharra'i wal kazimina al-ghayza wal 'afina 'anin nas wallahu yuhibbul muhsinin. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí n júwe àwọn tí wọ́n páyọ̀ Ọlọ́run, jẹ́ kí n júwe fún ẹ àwọn ìgbésí ayé tó yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn Ramadan ti lọ àbí ìgbésí ayé tó yẹ ká gbé. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí n júwe ìwà tó yẹ káwọn èèyàn máa wù tí Ramadan bá tán. Wọ́n ṣe Ramadan nìkan ló yẹ kó máa wù arú ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ní àwọn wo ní kọ́lọ́ kó kèmí àtẹmọ́ wọn. Ó ní alladhina yunfikuna fi sarra'i. Àwọn ètò ṣe pé yunfikuna fi sarra'i nínú nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún wọn, àwọn máa ń ná nígbà tó pọ̀ lápọ̀jù àti ìgbà tí ò sí rárá. Ẹ gbọ́. Tábàdẹ̀ ní kí èèyàn ná nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún yàn, kò ń ṣe owó nìkan nìyàn ná. Ẹlòmíì sùúrù lọ́lọ́run fún, ìwọ náà ná. Ẹlòmíì làákàyè lọ́lọ́run fún, ìwọ náà ná. Ẹlòmíì ìmọ̀ lọ́lọ́run fún, ìwọ náà ná. Ẹlòmíì ọmọlúwàbí lọ́lọ́run fún, ìwọ náà máa ná. Nígbà míì ẹlòmíì agídí lọ́lọ́run fún, agídí máa ń wúlò ńgbà míì, ìwọ náà ná sọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Ẹlòmíì ìfarabalẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run fún, kóun náà ná. Ẹlòmíì nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún nínú ẹ̀bùn ẹ̀ ní pé ó mètò tò. Kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè ní organization, kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè wà nínú ìjọ tí ò bá ti sí níbẹ̀ kí ni ò ní tò. Ẹ̀bùn ni Ọlọ́run ló máa ń ṣàràn lẹ́ṣà bẹ́ẹ̀ pé Tálájà Wàṣọlá Yusuf tí wọ́n bá ti sí ní ibi program báyìí ní rí program yẹn ṣe àmọ́ bó ṣe máa ń ṣe tó bá ti dín pé kọ́tù nǹkan tí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó lọ in order. Ọlọ́run fi ràn wọ́n lọ́rùn. Ọlọ́run ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ní alladhina yunfikuna fi sarra'i. Àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń ná nígbà prosperity, tí wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń ná nígbà adversity. Lẹ́lẹ́kọ̀ọ́kan ṣe sọ fún wa, ó ní ta'rifu ilallahi fi rakha'i wa ya'rifuka fi shidda. Ó ní mọ Ọlọ́run nígbà ìdẹ̀kùn kọ́lọ́run bá lè mọ̀ nígbà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́. Ẹ gbọ́. Know Allah in the time of prosperity, so Allah will know you in the time of adversity. Àwọn olùpáyọ̀ Ọlọ́run, àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń ná nǹkan tó Ọlọ́run fún wọn, wọ́n ń ná nítorí kárí ni, wọ́n ń ná nítorí pé káwọn lè bá lè yìn wọ́n, wọ́n ń ná nítorí recognition, wọ́n ń ná nítorí Ọlọ́run àtànábì ẹni, wọ́n ń ná nítorí pé wọ́n wò pé àlejò lówó. Kò sígbà tó yìí lè kúrò lọ́dọ̀ èyí. Bí wọ́n bá nǹkan tí ẹ máa fi owó yẹn dè mọ́lẹ̀, òun ló máa jẹ́ àtúbọ̀tán yẹn. So àwọn tó Ọlọ́run fún lówó, Ọlọ́run fún wọn ní mímọ́, gbogbo nǹkan tó Ọlọ́run fún wọn tó jẹ́ àrẹ́sìkì. Yunfikuna fi sarra'i wa dharra'i. Wọ́n ná nígbà dẹ̀kùn, wọ́n dẹ̀ ná nígbà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́. Ọlọ́run ní àwọn olùpáyọ̀ Ọlọ́run wọn ti tán síbẹ̀ o. Inú kan nú àwọn ìwà wọn nìyẹn. Yunfikuna fi sarra'i wa dharra'i wal kazimina al-ghayza. Àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń gbé ìbínú mì. Allahu akbar. Àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń gbé ìbínú mì. Ibi tó yẹ kán ti bínú, kọ́ yẹ kán ti faraya, wọn làwọn yá fi ẹ̀fọ́ lọ́hùn. Bí àyà kan pàtó Ọlọ́run ròyìn àwọn ẹni ẹ̀ kọ́lọ́kú kẹ̀mí àti kó kà wá mọ́ wọn. Ọlọ́run ní wa ibadu rahman alladhina yamshuna ala al-ardi hawna wa idha khatabahumul jahiluna qalu salama. Ọlọ́run ní àwọn ẹrú sí mi, Ọlọ́run ọba àánú, Ọlọ́run ọba tó máa ń kẹ́ni tí ń gẹni. Ọlọ́run ní wa ibadu rahman, Ọlọ́run ní alladhina yamshuna ala al-ardi hawna. Wọ́n máa ń rìn lórí ilẹ̀ pẹ̀lú pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀lẹ́ ni. Wọ́n rìn lórí ilẹ̀ pé táǹkù, ìfarabalẹ̀, ìṣejẹ́jẹ́. Wa idha khatabahumul jahiluna qalu salama. Táwọn aláìmọ̀ kan, àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n mọ̀ pé wọn ò tó wọn lọ́jọ́ orí, wọn ò tó wọn ní mímọ̀, wọn ò tó wọn nípò, wọn ò tó wọn lọ́lá, wọn ò tó wọn lágbára ní gbogbo nǹkan, wọn ò súnmọ́ wọn. Tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ òdì sí wọn, tó bá bú wọn, wọ́n bú ìyàwó wọn, wọ́n bọ́mọ wọn, wọ́n bú bàbá wọn, wọ́n bú ìyá wọn. Wọn ò ní bú wọn padà. Wọ́n tún ṣàdúrà fún wọn ni. Pé àìmọ̀kan yìí ló ń bẹ ní ìjà. Ká ló dẹ̀ mọ̀ bẹ́tà ni. Ọlọ́run bá mi tọ́ sọ́nà. Ọlọ́run bá mi ṣàánú ẹ̀. Ṣé mi àti ẹ̀ ṣàlè ṣe wẹ̀? Ó dẹ̀ ló páyà Ọlọ́run, páyà wo ló ní? Èèyàn tí sọ ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú sí ẹ, kó wá gbé ìbínú yẹn mì. Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ànábì ní ẹ má pè lálágbára. Ẹni tí wọ́n bú yẹ, wọ́n bú bàbẹ́, wọ́n sòdì ọ̀rọ̀ sí, ó wá mẹ́ni náà, ó fọ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ lójú, ojú ẹ̀ yọ síta, àbó fọ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ lẹ́nu, gbogbo ẹnu ẹ̀ yọ, gbogbo yín ẹ̀ bọ́ síta, àbó là nǹkan ọmọ lórí, ó ní nǹkan lálágbára. Ó lálágbára ni ẹni tó ní kápá ìbínú ẹ̀ nígbà tó yẹ kó bínú. Ẹ gbọ́, ẹni tó ní kápá ìbínú ẹ̀ nígbà tó yẹ kó bínú, nígbà tó yẹ kó fa wà ní ọ̀tẹ́ ni ìsọdún mi, ṣùgbọ́n mo yá fi ẹ̀fọ́ lọ. Ọlọ́run bá mi tọ́ sọ́nà. Ó wá ní wal afina anin nas. Àwọn tó máa ń ṣàmójúkúrò fún yàn. Mo ń ṣàlàyé fáwọn èèyàn kan láìpẹ́ yìí ni pé ọ̀tọ̀ ní kíyàn foríjì yàn, ọ̀tọ̀ ní kíyàn ṣàmójúkúrò fún yàn. Èèyàn lè foríjì yàn kí ẹ má ṣàmójúkúrò. Tó bá lo lápèjúwe mo ní ẹnìkan ṣe nǹkan tí ò dá sí mi. Ó sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò dá sí mi, ó hùwà àìlẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ó hùwà àgọ̀ sí mi. Kíni ẹ wá dùn mí gan. Àwọn ni àṣé mo ti foríjì, mo ti foríjì. Ṣùgbọ́n tí máa ń sọ̀rọ̀, tí wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi sọ̀rọ̀, máa rí fàásì pé bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni yìí ṣe kìíní. Ó tí mójú kúrò nìyẹn. Kí ẹ̀ mójú kúrò níbì kan, ó supersede pé kí ẹ̀ forgive me. Tẹ́ bá wo inú àdúrà tó ní ká máa ṣe nígbẹ̀yìn Ramadan tá fi ń wálé láti olùkọ́dí. Òun náà ni Allahumma innaka afuwun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anni. Allahumma innaka afuwun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna. Ìtumọ̀ àdúrà yìí ni ìyá ńlá wa Aisha ọlọ́mọba yọ́nú sí. Òun ló béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam pé táwọn bá ti kú mẹ́wàá tábà ti ń wálé láti olùkọ́dí. Àdúrà wo ló yẹ ká máa ṣe? Ó wá ní kó máa ní Allahumma ìrọ̀lọ́wọ́ ọba innaka afuwun, dájúdájú àfọwún, ọba tó máa ń ṣàmójúkúrò ní ẹ, tuhibbul afwa, ó dẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí kó máa ṣàmójúkúrò, fa'fu anni, ṣàmójúkúrò fún mi, kọ́nà kó ṣàmójúkúrò fún gbogbo wa ní gbogbo kùdìẹ̀kùdìẹ̀ wa o, ibi tọ́rọ̀ wá kù sí. Ibi tá ti yà náà ni pé à ń ṣàlàyé fún wa ìpáyọ̀ Ọlọ́run tó yẹ ká ní lẹ́yìn Ramadan. Ọlọ́run kò tán sí kò káyà ẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Ọlọ́run wá ní wallahu yuhibbul muhsinin, la ilaha illallah. Ọlọ́run kó ṣe mi àti ẹni muhsin. Ọlọ́run ní gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tó bá lè ṣe gbogbo àwọn tá ti kálẹ̀ yìí. Wọ́n wá Ọlọ́run lálá foríjì. Wọ́n gbé bínú wọn mì. Wọ́n ná nínú eléyìí tọ́lọ́run fún wọn. Wọ́n ná sójú ọ̀nà tọ́lọ́run. Wọ́n fi ń dùn yán nú. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣàmójúkò fáwọn èèyàn. Ọlọ́run ní àwọn eléyìí ni àwọn ni muhsinin, àwọn olùṣe dáadáa, àwọn olùṣe kọ́lọ̀kú kàmì àtẹ̀mọ́ wọn. Inú àwọn nǹkan tá a ti fẹ́ bá wa sọ pẹ̀lú ìgbésẹ̀ tó yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn Ramadan. Ọlọ́run sọ níbì kan, ó ní inna Allaha la yughayyiru ma bi qawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Àwọn bàbá wa àtẹ̀yìn wa lórí ètò, Ọlọ́run ò ní change condition èèyàn kan àfi tóun náà bá change condition rẹ̀. Eléyìí dẹ̀ ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ìlú wa Nàìjíríà. Afẹ́ kí ìlú wa da, afẹ́ kó da. Àwọn èèyàn gangan ṣáwa gan da. Ṣé wàá wá da? Àbí? Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá tí ì change the condition ara ẹni tó fẹ́ jẹ́ èèyàn dáadáa, òun gan gbọ́dọ̀ gbìyànjú láti máa ṣe dáadáa ni o. Kò ń ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu lásán. Ìwọ tó fẹ́ jẹ́ kí ìwà tí o kọ́ ní oṣù Ramadan kó lápá lára ẹ lẹ́yìn Ramadan, ó gbọ́dọ̀ máa put it to practice nígbà. Ó gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣe níṣẹ́ ni. Wọ́n tó fẹ́ máa sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ, wọ́n náà máa dé ẹnu ẹ. Wọ́n tó fẹ́ máa wò ó kú, wọ́n náà rojú ẹ ńlẹ̀. Wọ́n tó fẹ́ máa fọwọ́ ẹ̀ ṣe kankan, wọ́n náà ní ká pa olórí ọwọ́ ẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kí n máa ṣe gbogbo, Ọlọ́run ní dájúdájú mi Ọlọ́run, mo ò ní yí hal àbí mo ò ní yí situation àwọn èèyàn padà, àyàfi táwọn náà bá ti gbìyànjú, táwọn náà bá ní determination ní pé àwọn náà fẹ́ yí situation àwọn padà. Ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ni pé ìlú tó bá fẹ́ da, a fẹ́ kí ìlú wa kó tòrò, a fẹ́ ká lálàáfíà, a fẹ́ ká nífọ̀kànbalẹ̀, ìfàyàbalẹ̀. Kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tí wọn náà gbé? Ìwọ tó jẹ́ ìwọ as an individual, ká má ṣe wá sọ ìjọba. Gbogbo wa gbọ́dọ̀ gbá àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ yẹn tó máa lead towards pé a fẹ́ change. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ change máa begin látọ̀dọ̀ àtàdọ̀ ara ẹ̀ ni. fún ẹni tó fẹ́ gbé ìgbésí ayé dáadáa ìgbésí ayé àlàáfíà lẹ́yìn Ramadan tó ẹgbẹ́ làwọn èèyàn máa ní àwọn pé Ramadan nìkan ni ẹni yìí máa ń ṣe dáadáa ni àwọn oṣù Ramadan nìkan ló máa ń páyà Ọlọ́run àwọn oṣù Ramadan nìkan ló máa ń ṣọ́ ẹnu ẹni àwọn oṣù Ramadan nìkan ló máa ń ṣọ́ ojú ẹni àwọn oṣù Ramadan nìkan ló máa ń wo àwọn ìwà tí tó wà ìwà dáadáa ni ẹni yìí Ramadan ti kọjá ó ti tóṣù mẹ́fà ẹni yìí ń sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa ó ń ṣe dáadáa fún nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ ló yẹ kó máa sọ pé mi àti ẹ̀kọ́ máa ní nígbà tí Ramadan ti lọ a máa padà sí club nìyẹn nígbà tí Ramadan ti lọ a máa padà sí strip club nìyẹn nígbà tí Ramadan ti lọ a máa padà sí ilé ijó a máa ṣe gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó lóun ò fẹ́ ni Ramadan ó yẹ kó wá transform life wa ni tá a bá dẹ̀ ti change àwa gbọ́ngàn ọ̀dọ̀ wa ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹnìkan wá bá ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó ní ìrẹ́ ànábì mo fẹ́ béèrè kọ́ mi ní nǹkan kan nínú Islam tó yẹ pé tó bá ti sọ fún mi mo ò ní bùkátà láti béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹlòmíì ànábì ní nígbàgbọ́ nínú Ọlọ́run kò dẹ̀ dúró ṣinṣin have faith in Allah and be steadfast have faith in Allah and be consistent have faith in Allah and be upright ìtumọ̀ náà ni pé tá bá fẹ́ kí inú àwọn àlámà inú àwọn sign tí táwọn afájẹ́ kó yé wa ń pé èèyàn máa mọ̀ pé àwẹ̀ tí mo gbà fún 29 or 30 days Ọlọ́run ṣe ní ìtẹ́wọ́gbà òun ní ìwà wo ló ń wù lẹ́yìn Ramadan ó gbọ́ ìwà wo ló ń wù ṣé ó padà sáwọn ìwà tí ò dáa tó máa ń wù yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ ni àbí ó ti dọmọ tuntun so tí Ramadan bá tán tó bá yìn ṣe àwọn dáadáa tó ń ṣe ìtumọ̀ náà ni pé àwẹ̀ ó ṣe àtẹ́wọ́gbà tó bá dẹ̀ ń ṣe òdì kejì àti ọmọ abẹ lọ́hùn Ọlọ́run kó gbà Ànábì wa sọ fẹ́ nìyẹn pé nígbàgbọ́ nínú Ọlọ́run kó dẹ̀ dúró ṣinṣin kó wà steadfast ìyẹn la need Ọlọ́run Ramadan òun náà ni Ọlọ́run gbogbo oṣù yòókù gbogbo ẹ̀san tọ́lọ́run lè san fún ní kó wá nínú Ramadan nínú Ramadan tó bá ṣe sàárà nínú Ramadan tó bá bọ́ aláwẹ̀ nínú Ramadan tó bá kírun tó bá ṣe tahajjud tó bá ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tó bá Ọlọ́run àdìpẹ̀lẹ́ lọ́lọ́run máa ṣe fún ẹ Ọlọ́run ó lè ṣe tó jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ fún ẹ nínú oṣù tí ó ṣe Ramadan Ọlọ́run ló ní pẹ́ẹ́nì òun dẹ̀ ló ní ìrẹsà ìwọ̀n tó bá òun dẹ̀ ló lè ṣe kò sí bá ń lẹ́yìn ọ̀kan tó lè bèèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé báwo ló ṣe ṣe kí ló ti ṣe ìbóhùn lọ́lọ́run alágbára lórí gbogbo nǹkan ni àfọ̀níwákà ṣe ní ohun gbogbo ló lè ṣe ohun gbogbo ló lè ṣe Olúwa ohun gbogbo ló lè ṣe Allahu ohun gbogbo ló lè ṣe Ọlọ́run tá ò gbọ́dọ̀ máa sìn ohun gbogbo ló lè ṣe ohun gbogbo ló lè ṣe kí ẹ̀ wá Ọlọ́run ṣe limit ọba mi kò ṣe limit pé àwọn ẹ̀san tọ́lọ́run lè fúnyàn lóṣù Ramadan kò lè fúnyàn bómi ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ẹ Ọlọ́run pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àló lè ṣe tó tún pọ̀ ju eléyìí tó lè gbà ní Ramadan a máa ń sọ ní Ramadan ni pé tí wọ́n bá dìde lóru tọ́lọ́run bá fihàn ṣe kòńgẹ́lẹ́ látúlù kọ́dì òru kan wà ń bẹ̀ ó ìkọlù ẹgbẹ̀rún oṣù 1000 months 83 years equivalent of worship bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àkòsí wọn bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run lè ṣe tó tún jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ fún yàn nínú oṣù mi gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kẹ́dà máa bèrè náà ni pé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí n rí àánú gbà àánú ẹ̀ kó lé wa bá tó bá lé wa bá tán kó jókòó sọ́dọ̀ wa kó fọ̀dọ̀ wa kó fi ṣe ibùgbé táànù Ọlọ́run bá ti léyàn bá tó bá ti wáyàn rí tó bá dẹ̀ ti fi ibùgbé yàn tó bá ti fi ọ̀dọ̀ yàn ṣe ibùgbé ó ti tán nìyẹn náà kò sí nǹkan tọ́lọ́run ò lè ṣe so ìgbésí ayé tó yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn Ramadan òun náà ni ká dúró ṣinṣin ká wà upright ẹni tó ń kírun ní Ramadan tó ń kírun wákàtí márùn-ún ìwọ náà máa kírun ìbọ̀dá ẹ kírun ìrun òṣè yín ẹ kí bọ̀dá alágídí àfọ̀níwákà kan ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ẹ kírun ìrun òṣè yín náà ìrun tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń kí àǹtí ẹ kírun ìrun òṣè yín àǹtí alágídí ìrun ó ṣe pàtàkì nǹkan tó fi ń differentiate mùsùlùmí àtẹ̀tí ò ṣe mùsùlùmí ni tí gbogbo wa bá dẹ̀ kú nǹkan tó máa fi gbé wa dìde nìyẹn tí wọn bá ti da gbogbo nǹkan yòókù máa dà ní wọn kí òun Ramadan torí pé ó fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn máa rí ẹ oníkárí ni Ramadan wọn lọ tó wọn lò kí òun mọ̀ pé Ramadan ti lọ ó ń ṣe mùsùlùmí tòótọ́ nínú Ọlọ́run sọ ń bì kan nínú alladhina qalu rabbuna Allah thumma istaqamu tatanazzalu alayhim al-malaika la takhafu wa la tahzanu wabshiru bil jannati allati kuntum tu'adun. Ọlọ́run ní innal ladhina dájúdájú àwọn tó ṣe pé qalu rabbuna Allah tí wọ́n ní Ọlọ́run wa, òun lolùtọ́ wa, òun lolùre wa, òun ni provider wa, òun ni sustainer wa, òun ni cherisher wa. Ọlọ́run wá ní thumma istaqamu, wọ́n wá dúró ṣinṣin, wọ́n wá consistent pẹ̀lú wọn. Islam kọ́ wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kan tí mo fẹ́ràn wa gbogbo alẹ́ lẹ́nu. It's not how far, it's how well. Tó bá jẹ́ Ọlọ́run yọ̀ǹda fún ẹ pé rákà méjì nọ́fìlà ló máa ń kí lójoojúmọ́. O ò báyọ̀ kankan compete. Méjì yẹn lọ́run fún Ọlọ́run bó ṣáà máa ṣe lọ. Consistency lọ́lọ́run need. Ànábì ló sọ fún wa sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ó ti iṣẹ́ tó dáa jù ní iṣẹ́ tí yàn ń ṣe. Wàhálà kind of even kó kéré but tó wà consistent. Rákà méjì ni mo ń ṣe, ó rọ̀ mí lọ́rùn, ṣáà máa ṣe lọ. Ó báyọ̀ kan ẹni tó bá compete náà ni rẹ̀. Kò ń ṣe race, kò ń ṣe competition, kò ń ṣe díje. Ìwọ náà nǹkan tó bá ti lè ṣe ló ṣàdúró lórí ẹ̀. Sàárà ni máa ń ṣe o, àwẹ̀ ni máa ń gbà o, táwẹ̀ bá ti lọ tán sìn 13, 14, 15 máa ń gbà wẹ̀ o, Monday, Thursday máa ń gbà wẹ̀. Mò ń gbà nítorí pé mo fi ń wújú rẹ Ọlọ́run. Máa ṣe lọ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Àwọn àfáà kọ́ wa ń pé àwọn èèyàn ọ̀nà pọ̀ tí wọ́n lè fi jẹ́ ní Ọlọ́run, tí wọ́n lè fi máa wá ojú rẹ Ọlọ́run. Nínú ẹ̀ kí wọ́n máa ṣe sàárà, nínú ẹ̀ kí wọ́n máa ka Quran, nínú ẹ̀ kí wọ́n máa ṣe àzíkìrì, nínú ẹ̀ kí wọ́n máa kírun lóru, kí wọ́n máa ṣe tahajjud, kí wọ́n máa dáhùn mọ́jú. So ìwọ náà mú kan ní gbogbo ẹ̀. Tó bá lè ṣe sàárà, wà á lè kírun. Tó bá lè kírun, wà á lè ka Quran. Tó bá lè ṣe Quran, wà á lè ṣe àzíkìrì. Ṣáà mú kan bẹ̀ kó wá dún ní mọ́. Nǹkan tí Islam fẹ́ kọ́ wa nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run wá ní àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ tó dúró ṣinṣin. Ọlọ́run ní àwọn màláíkà máa sọ̀kalẹ̀ tó bá di àsìkò náà. Alla takhafu, ẹ má páyà o, ẹ má fòyà o. Ẹ gbà ó dùnú. Òun náà làlùjọ náà tọ́lọ́run bá ti pàlésè fún yín, tọ́lọ́run bá ti promise yín, tó ti ṣàdéhùn tó máa ṣe fún yín. Nínú àwọn tá a tún fẹ́ mẹ́nu bà rí àkókò. Ànábì Muhammad, Ànábì kọ́ wa nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kan ní kóníkálukú wa ká páyà Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ibi tá a bá wà ká páyà Ọlọ́run, ní kọ̀kọ̀ àti ní gbangba. Ó ní tá a bá ti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ tí ò dáa, ká fi iṣẹ́ tó dáa ká fi tẹ̀lé sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Tẹ́ bá ti ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa, ìwọ náà mọ̀ gbogbo alámọ̀ nǹkan tó dáa àti nǹkan tí ò dáa, a ní láti ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kéwù yẹn fún wa. Ẹni tó ṣe dáadáa, Ànábì wá fún wa ní àpèjúwe tó perfect. Ànábì ní nǹkan tá à ń pè níṣẹ́ dáadáa. Òun ni iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe. Tó yẹ pé téèyàn bá bá ẹ lẹ́nu ẹ̀, wọ́n ṣílẹ̀kùn wọlé ẹgbẹ́ lójijì. Iṣẹ́ dáadáa nìyẹn. Bó iṣẹ́ tó bá ń ṣe, tó bá tilẹ̀kùn lẹ́yìn, tí ò fẹ́ kí èèyàn kankan wọlé, iṣẹ́ tí ò dáa ló ń ṣe. Ìwọ nìkan ló wá dá wà. Ó wá ń ṣe iṣẹ́ kan, ó wá fẹ́ kí èèyàn kan bá ẹ ń bẹ̀, àbáwọn aléèyàn ń bọ̀ wá sáré dìde. Iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe yẹn ó ti ní fùwádọ́ ní sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ànábì ní tó bá ṣiṣẹ́ tí ò dáa kó tẹ̀lé pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ dáadáa. Ó nítorí pé iṣẹ́ dáadáa yẹn ó máa ń pa iṣẹ́ aburú yẹn rẹ́. Ó wá ní eléyìí nínú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí a fẹ́ mẹ́nu mọ́ jù, a fẹ́ tẹnu mọ́. Ó wá ní kó bá àwọn èèyàn lò pẹ̀lú wà tó dáa. Aláṣà kan tá máa ń sábà sọ àwa Yorùbá, àbá ní ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ̀sìn, ọ̀tọ̀ ni ìwà. Àṣà yẹn ò dáa tó, ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kò pé. Kí ni ìtumọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ̀sìn, ọ̀tọ̀ ni ìwà? Ẹni tó bá lẹ́sìn ó gbọ́dọ̀ níwà. Ẹ gbọ́, ìwà lẹ̀sìn, ẹ̀sìn níwà. Ó wà inseparable. Ó dàbí white rice ni. White àti rice ni a lè separate àbí wọ́n jọ lẹ̀pọ̀ ni. Bí mi máa ń sọ ní gbogbo ìgbà, bí èèyàn bá ṣe níwà sí, òun la ṣèjúwe bí bó ṣe lessons. Ẹ gbọ́, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bá ṣe ẹni yìí dẹ̀ èèyàn dáadáa ni o. Ẹni yìí ọmọlúwàbí ni o. Ẹni yìí o ó láàánú, ẹni yìí o ó lápọ́nlé lára o. Bí àwọn alẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dẹ̀ máa ń sọ, alápọ́nlé èèyàn òun ló máa ń pọ́nyàn lé. Alábùkù èèyàn ló máa ń pọ́nyàn lábùkù. Tẹ́ bá ti rí èèyàn kó bá ní máa pẹ́ ní lábùkù, máa pọ́n ẹ̀ lábùkù. Tẹ́ bá padà wò ó, tẹ́ bá lọ study ènìyàn, ẹ ti rí pa lábùkù lòun gan náà. Ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ bá rí èèyàn tó yẹ pé ẹni tí ò tó àtẹni tó jù lọ, wọ́n máa pọ́n wọn lé, tẹ́ bá padà lọ wo dáadáa, alápọ́nlé èèyàn nìyẹn. Kọ́lọ́n kó ṣe mi àti alápọ́nlé, kó má ṣe wà lẹ́ni àbùkù. Now, ẹ̀sìn àti ìwà gbogbo nǹkan tí Ramadan fẹ́ kọ́ wa yìí náà nípa ìwà ni náà àkábàlẹ̀ láàánú ọmọlàkejì pé àwọn tí wọn ní báwo ló ṣe ń fi èmi ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń jẹ nǹkan tó ń wù àwọn èèyàn wà tẹ́ pé nǹkan tó bá rí ló ń jẹ nínú ayé tó wà yìí ká má sọ Nàìjíríà báwọn ìlú tó wà less privileged l'Amẹ́ríkà táwa yìí àwọn nǹkan wà àwọn homeless yà wà nílùú táwa yìí tẹ́ pé inú garbage can ni wọ́n ti rí nǹkan jẹ èmi àti ẹ tó bá wà ráìsì sú mi jọ mo jẹ ráìsì lẹ́nu àìmọye bá ṣe ń waste nǹkan kọ́nà fún foríjì wa nílùú yìí ni o ẹlẹ́mi àfọwọ́gún ráìsì lórí báyìí pé ráìsì yóò tiẹ̀ dùn ẹlẹ́dàánú jọ káwọn kò dẹ̀ rí nǹkan kan jẹ pé mo jẹ ráìsì lẹ́nu iṣu àtẹyin lóhùn mi jẹ mo jẹ lẹ́nu ṣàwámà lóhùn mi jẹ mo tiẹ̀ ní pé ẹ bá mi ṣe alásèpọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀bà má máa dá oko oúnjẹ kí má máa pa àwọn èèyàn àwọn yìí wá ń ta bẹ́ẹ̀ lémi máa ń tẹnumọ́ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà ní pé ẹ̀rí wà tẹ̀sìn àpèjúwe tí làákàyè mi bó ṣe kéré mọ́ tí mo máa ń fún àwọn èèyàn ní pé relationship wà tẹ̀sìn mo dẹ̀ ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan bí èèyàn bá ṣe níwà sí òun ló ń túmọ̀ bó ṣe lessons ẹ gbọ́ bí èèyàn bá ṣe níwà sí òun ni indication pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣe lessons àpèjúwe tèmi máa ń mú wá lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà ní pé ẹ̀sìn òun ni òdi aṣọ ìwà òun ni ta aṣọ ẹ gbọ́ mi yé ẹ̀sìn òun ni òdi aṣọ táwọ̀ yìí ìwà òun ni ta ẹ̀ ìwà ẹ ló máa júwe ẹ̀sìn ẹ fáwọn èèyàn wọn gba ẹni yìí ṣe wá ní ìtẹríba báyìí ẹni yìí ṣe wá lápọ́nlé lára báyìí ẹni yìí ṣe wá láàánú báyìí ẹni yìí ṣe wá lọ́yàyà báyìí ẹ̀sìn mi ló kọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ so ẹ̀sìn yẹn ní nǹkan òun ló wà nínú ìwà ẹ̀sìn yẹn ní input ìwà yẹn ní output so tó bá lọ gba àwẹ̀ Ramadan fún 30 days àríwá dáadáa lára ẹ̀ Ramadan ni ò lápá lára ẹ̀ nìyẹn o ṣé ń gbádùn mi náà nínú àwọn ìwà tó yẹ ká máa gbèsè tó yẹ ká máa gbé lóṣù Ramadan ká máa pé àdéhùn kò dáa kí mùsùlùmí máa pàdé wọn ayé ti bàjẹ́ to the point pé mùsùlùmí gan fẹ́ bá mùsùlùmí ẹgbẹ́ ṣe business tó yẹ pé kò láfọkàntán kò wà trustworthy kò lámọ̀nà Ànábì wa Muhammad Ànábì ní nǹkan mẹ́ta la fi mọ mùnáfìkì nítumọ̀ mùnáfìkì onígàbàǹgebè ṣèyí ṣọ̀hún olójú méjì bí ọ̀bẹ ọlọ́ngbè ní múná àti fìkì Ànábì ní àkọ́kọ́ tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ ó máa parọ́ ẹ̀kejì tó bá trust ẹ pẹ̀lú nǹkan ó máa betray tó bá dẹ̀ ṣàdéhùn kò ń ṣíkà àdéhùn ó máa ń betray kò ń fulfill promise ẹ̀ so wù mùsùlùmí wo ló jẹ́ wù àwòrán ló gbà tó yẹ pé ìwọ ló ń bá tó bá ti sọ báyìí wá ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ní aláàjì rí aláàjì ẹnu yín ó ti wá mọ́wọ́ mọ́ ẹ aláàjì dẹ̀ ní ẹ aláàjà ní ẹ sọ pé aláàjà tó bá ti ń sàyàn ní Yorùbá lè bá ti ń sàyàn ní méje mẹ́fà méje bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tí mo pé aláàjà bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ń rí irọ́ ni gbogbo ẹ̀ so irọ́ ti wá pọ̀ tó yẹ pé ẹ̀yin ò tẹ̀lé distinguish pé nígbà tó ń sọ òdodo àti tó ń purọ́ kò dáa ìwà tí ò dáa ni kò wá máa pé àdéhùn kò dáa mùsùlùmí máa ń pé àdéhùn ni àwọn ìwà tó yẹ kó máa wù lẹ́yìn Ramadan ni mo ṣàlàyé àwọn àti ẹgbẹ́ mi náà máa wù tí wọ́n pé náà máa wù ní ọ̀ Ànábì wa Muhammad Ànábì fi yé wa nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ kan ó ní eléyìí ń bá gbogbo wa wí àwọn tó jẹ́ àfáà àtàwọn àtàjọ́ ọmọ kí ó àti gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá àti tàjọ́ ń gbọ́ àwa yìí tó bá fi ọ̀rọ̀ àṣírí síyàn lọ́dọ̀ àṣírí ọ̀rọ̀ ni owó ni bóyá lọ́kọláya ni wọ́n ní gbọ́n mi sí omi òtó ní wọ́n wá ní aláàjì o nǹkan báyìí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ o ìwọ àtẹni ẹ wá ní èdè àìyedè wá dọ̀là wá ń sọ káàkiri lásàlátù àbí ní mọ́ṣáláṣí àbí ní kíní pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ mọ ìyá alágbájá àti bàbá tamẹ́dù nǹkan báyìí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílé wọn tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ nǹkan àṣírí tó mọ pé tó bá gbọ́ inú wọn ò ní dùn sí ìwà burúkú nìyẹn ìwà tí ò dáa ni ìwà yẹn òun ṣó ọmọlúwàbí rárá ìwọ náà tó jẹ́ àfáà ó gbọ́dọ̀ ní ọkàn ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ dàbí sponge ni láti lè absorb oríṣiríṣi kò sí bí ìyàwó ẹ̀ ṣe lè tẹnu tó ó gbọ́dọ̀ ṣàṣírí àwọn èèyàn fún yàn ó ti wùwà burúkú nìyẹn Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ máa bi oníkálukú wa Ànábì ibi tí mo ti yà nígbà Ànábì ni man satara musliman satara Allahu fi dunya wal akhirah ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá bo àṣírí ọmọ ìyá ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ mùsùlùmí ó bò láṣìírí bóyá aṣọ ló fi bò láṣìírí ni bóyá ọ̀rọ̀ ni bóyá mọ́tò ni bóyá òwe ìgbélu ni gbogbo nǹkan tí ó lè fi bòyàn láṣìírí ó bò láṣìírí Ọlọ́run ní Ànábì ní Ọlọ́run á bò láṣìírí láyé àti lálìkíyàmá Ọlọ́run kó gbogbo aláṣẹ láyé àti lálìkíyàmá nítorí àkókò kóníkálukú wa ka nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ dúró lé lórí láti fi dá dúró níbi náà ni pé ìgbésí ayé tó yẹ ká gbé lẹ́yìn Ramadan kóníkálukú wa máa wò ó pé ikú àwọn tí wọn tó yàn ń kú o ikú òjijì dẹ̀ ló máa ń dé àlejò kan ni tó máa ń wá unexpected àfáà kan ṣe sọ nínú orin náà ni máa fi parí kìíní ó ní wàmọ́lé mọ́tò ìlà sáré kú dákọ̀ ṣàfàṣòho yàṣírí lóbìlà káfíń mọ̀yásí àbìlà rìjìlẹ̀ àyájámi àdùnìyà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ríbalẹ̀ ìgbà tó lè máa tajimá òdùnìyà wà á ń tàtàmú àfáà ní ó ní mo ní description ó ní nǹkan kan mo lápèjúwe kan tí mo fẹ́ fi describe ikú àyàfi olè tó wá jí nǹkan tí yàn nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí jù ó wá ní yàsí lúbìlà káfíń wàyásí àbìlà rìjìlẹ̀ ó wá wọnú ilé nígbà tí gbogbo èèyàn ń sùn ó wọnú ilé ó wá jí nǹkan tí yàn nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí kò fi fingerprint sílẹ̀ kò dẹ̀ fi footprint sílẹ̀ tá a máa ti mọ̀ pé ta ló wá síbi tó wá gbé gold mi ta ló wá síbi tó wá gbé owó mi àfàwọn ẹni tó bá pé ó ní nǹkan tó ń lè fi describe ikú nìyẹn ó lè tó jí nǹkan tí yàn nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí jù tí ò wá fi chase sílẹ̀ tí yàn lè fi mọ̀ pé ẹni tó wá gbé yìí máa fẹjọ́ ẹ̀sùn ọlọ́pàá máa lọ wá ń bí báyìí kó filẹ̀ ó wá ní àyájámi àdúnyá mo kọ́ tó ń kó ayé jọ wọ́tá ayé tó yẹ pé òun ló bàbára ju gbogbo nǹkan lọ òórí tọ́lọ́run o bí gẹ́rì bàlígà tún ayé tó ń kójọ ìtumọ̀ ayé òun náà nìkan tí ò yéèyàn ìtumọ̀ ayé òun nìkan tí yóò lè yé ayé ó gbé àwọn kan ga lánàá ó padà gbé wọn lẹ̀ náà ni ayé òun dùn nínú kó má padà pààyàn lẹ́kún ayé òun kò ń pààyàn lẹ́rìn kó má padà pààyàn lẹ́kún ayé òun fún ní nǹkan kó má padà gbà ìtumọ̀ ayé náà ni ayé tí yóò lè ayé tó ò lè dógóńgó ẹ̀ àwọn kan wàá fílẹ̀ náà ni ó ní àyájámi àdúnyá bẹ̀gẹ́rì bàlígà tún ayé tó ń lé yìí ó lè dé pìkẹ́ lè má tàjìmọ́ òdúnyá kí ló tó ṣe wá fẹ́ ó fẹ́ kó ayé sáyà ó fẹ́ kó sáyà ó gbé sáyà wà á ń tàtàmú ìwọ tó ń gbọ́ mi mẹ́ta ń sọ ikú ni gbogbo wa ó ní kálukú lọ bẹ̀rù àtúbọ̀tán ká bá bẹ̀rù àtúbọ̀tán ìgbésí ayé tó yẹ ká gbé àgbè ní ìgbésí ayé dáadáa ìbéèrè tí àwọn màmá wa sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan nípa gbogbo à ń pààyàn à ń rórí èèyàn lọ́wọ́ yàn àti gbogbo eléyìí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń lù wá wàláì inú àwọn àpèjúwe àbí inú àwọn àmì pé ìyà yẹn ó ń lọ sópin nìyẹn tó gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ò ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ òun ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ní láti bọ́ sínú kí ó tún yẹn ó obvious gan pé ẹ wò láìpẹ́ náà ìyẹn rẹ ọmọ ọdún 10 ọmọ ọdún 13 tó ń ṣèrànù tí wọ́n ń gbé sórí kínní gbogbo àwọn ìwà bàjẹ́ àwọn Lárúbáwá máa ń pè kan ní fahish Yorùbá náà máa ń pè ní ibẹ̀ ni Yorùbá ti borrow language yẹn máa ní aṣálẹ̀ nìkan tó bá pèèyàn láṣà ìwà tí yàn ń wù tí ò ní tìjú ni tẹ́ àṣà ni obìnrin yẹn ó mìíràn ní ò ní tìjú Lárúbáwá ni ìwà fahish an act of indecency òun ló wá spread ní gbogbo ayé báyìí Nàìjíríà tá máa tó pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa wò pé wọ́n mọ́ mu lọ Nàìjíríà ọmọ yẹn á lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ animals anikini ní ọmọ Nàìjíríà lọ láti ọmọ lọ Amẹ́ríkà láti Amẹ́ríkà lọ sí Nàìjíríà ọmọ á tún yàwó ju wọ́ọ̀sì bó ṣe wà l'Amẹ́ríkà lọ bí kọ́lọ̀ kó ṣàánú wa gbogbo eléyìí tá bá sọ tó bá da tó bá ṣe déédéé àtọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ni èyí tó bá kù díẹ̀ káàtó èṣù àtàìmọ̀ kan wá ní kọ́lọ̀ kó ṣàforíjì fún gbogbo wa subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
ẹ ṣeun ìwà lẹ̀sìn o bó o bá múra síwà rẹ òfo ló já sí o níwájú Olúwa mi ìyà rẹpẹtẹ orin irú àwọn orin tí èmi jí bá láyé nu màmá mi Alájà Ahunmu Ani Adékúnbi Yusuf Ọlọ́runjọ́. Wọ́n fẹ́ràn orin púpọ̀. Irú orin tí wọ́n fi máa jí wa nù.
Màá wá kọrin lọ́dọ̀ yín mà, mo ní ìdíwákà.
Ohun tèmi ò wá dùn tó ti gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ̀ ń yọ sí láàrin gbogbo àwọn tó Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí ìmọ̀ yín ó jọba. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín, mo sì dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run tí ó fi ìmọ̀ náà tó fi rọ̀ yín lọ́rùn. Ọlọ́run ọba yóò jẹ́ kí ẹ bá níbi tó lérè. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tí ẹ bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń wọlé, ètò oṣù Àbíyì èyí tí ìjọ Nigerian Muslim Council NMCNMO tí wọ́n ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀, ó ní ẹ ti ń gbọ́ àwọn ustaz wa tí Ọlọ́run jogún ìmọ̀ fún. Ustaz Abdulrahman Agunbíadé, àwọn ni wọ́n fún wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ohun tí ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn dá lé lórí ni irú ìgbé ayé wo ló yẹ kí a máa gbé, kí ló yẹ kí oṣù Ramadan oṣù kan kí ló yẹ kó ṣe fún wa. Wọ́n ní ó yẹ kó sọ wá di àtúnbí. Wọ́n ní kò sí ìgbà tí Ọlọ́run ní ṣoore fún wa ká mọ̀ pé kinní kan ló yẹ ká gbà nínú Ramadan, ká máa hùwà dáadáa lọ even lẹ́yìn Ramadan kí a lè bá gba oore tó pọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run tí Ọlọ́run máa ṣe fún wa. Wọ́n sì tún sọ, wọ́n ní ilé ayé ti dàrú, àfi kí kálukú kó mójútó ẹbí ẹ̀, kó mójútó ara ẹ̀, pàápàá ká sì máa fi àdúrà ran orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́ níbi tí ó ti bàjẹ́ dé, kí Ọlọ́run bá wa tún ṣe. Níbi tí a dé dúró yìí, á fi àyè sílẹ̀ fún ìbéèrè. Ṣùgbọ́n kó tó di pé mo lọ síbi ìbéèrè fún ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú tí à ń sọ lórí Yorùbá Gbòde, ní kété tí a bá ti parí oṣù Àbíyì ni ẹ máa láǹfààní láti gbọ́ àlejò wa pàtàkì, Professor Mojuba Olú Okunme láti ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yunifásítì kan ní New York. Màá dárúkọ ẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n bá dé. Ohun tí wọ́n bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí is going to be in English language. We are going to be looking at the implications of Ukrainian war to all people all over the world and to Yoruba as it is, especially as people agitate for Yoruba nation. So please note and let other people know to join us for that period. Mo wá ní àwọn ìbéèrè díẹ̀ tí àwọn èèyàn fi ránṣẹ́, bọ̀ tẹ́ni tó bá tún ní ìbéèrè náà ẹ láǹfààní láti nawọ́ sókè. Àìrẹ́fọ̀n àtàlẹ́ méjì. Wọ́n ní ìbéèrè lè wá látọ̀dọ̀ wọ́n ní ọ̀gbẹ́ni Mohammed. Wọ́n ní Zakat Fitiri àti Zakat. Wọ́n ní kí ni yàtọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n ní ṣé èló ni ó yẹ kí a máa san, kí sì ni ó wà fún.
Naam, ní ṣókí Zakatul Fitri àti Zakatul Mal ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni wọ́n. Zakatul Mal ni owó tí wọ́n bá ní pamọ́ lápèjúwe Ramadan tó kọjá títí di Ramadan ọdún tá wà yìí. A ní nǹkan tá à ń pè ní nisab, tówó yẹn bá tí wọ́n bá ní savings 5,300 ní owó yẹn lọ́dún yìí. Tó bá ní láti Ramadan 2021 tí Ramadan ọdún yìí, ó ní 5,300 àbí jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ nínú savings ẹ̀. Ó ti di ọ̀ranyàn fún ẹ kó yọ Zakatul Mal. 2.5% owó yẹn òun ló máa yọ.
Aláyọ̀ fún ní torí tí ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ń gbowó orí lọ́wọ́ wọn kú sáàbù. Kò yọ, ó yàtọ̀ sí àwọn oníkankan ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. So Zakatul Mal nǹkan tá fẹ́ fi ṣe òun náà ni ẹ mọ̀ Islam fẹ́ kọ́ wa pé kálá níyàn lójú. Àkọ́kọ́ náà inú iṣẹ́ méjì ló ń ṣe. Iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe zakat as well ni pé ó fẹ́ fọ owó wa mọ́, tó pé gbogbo ọ̀nà tó ní kálukú wá fi gbowó kò sẹ́ni tó mọ ibi àwọn bàbá ní pé èèyàn lè rìn kí orí má mì. So bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo means of tí gbogbo wa fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ kò sẹ́yìn tó lè ṣọ́ àgbà gbogbo ọ̀nà tí mo fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀nà ẹ̀tọ́ ní pátápátá, kò sí ojú kankan ńbẹ̀, kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀ yẹn. So ó wá fẹ́ fọwọ́ wa mọ́ àkọ́kọ́. Ẹ̀kejì náà ni pé àwọn tí wọn ní kán má bànújẹ́. Káláwa mùsùlùmí àgbáyé kò ń ṣe Amẹ́ríkà nìkan, tí owó wa wà zakatable, tí zaka wo owó wa kálá yọ zaka, wallahi mo fọlọ́run bá tó dá mi búra, a ní opportunity láti eradicate poverty. But àwa mùsùlùmí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa nígbà tí ó dàbí àwọn lẹ́sìn wa kejì,
tó yẹ pé wọ́n ti kàn pa pé 10% o àwọn náà dẹ̀ take it serious bá wá a máa ń dọ́gbọ́n sí kò sí nǹkan tó máa múyàn àwọn bíi mẹ́sàn-án kan ni wọ́n ní zaka pín sí list yẹn wà mo lè share list yẹn pẹ̀lú ọ tí Quran sọ pé àwọn tí wọ́n ní àwọn ṣàpọ̀ ọkà category wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni then zakatul fitiri ọdún yìí $10 ní orí kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣé ń gbọ́ mi mà.
dáadáa
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni so lápòjúwe ẹni tó ní family ẹ̀ tẹ́ pé àwọn márùn-ún ni wọ́n á san $50 ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn márùn-ún mẹ́fà ni wọ́n á san $60 bẹ́ẹ̀ zakatul fitri yẹn ó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ká san síwájú ọjọ́ ọdún so that àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ní aṣọ ní tí wọ́n lówó tó fẹ́ fi jẹun ní wọ́n á lè pín fún wọn tó yẹ pé ọjọ́ ọdún ọjọ́ ìdùnnú ni so àwọn náà á lè wà nínú ìdùnnú lọ́jọ́ ọdún ìdí tí ṣé mo dáhùn ìbéèrè yẹn.
ẹ dáhùn ẹ jẹ́ wọn á béèrè nǹkan kan sí ní apá abẹ́hùn nígbà táwa wà ní kékeré tí ó bá ti di àsìkò tí a fẹ́ parí Ramadan a máa ra àwọn èèyàn ó ra àgbàdo àbí ẹ̀wà wọ́n mọ̀ lọ gbé lọ sílé àwọn lèmọ́mú àdúgbò ilé lèmọ́mú àdúgbò kún fún àgbàdo àti kinní kí ni yóò wà fún ṣé ara zaka náà ni.
ara zaka náà ni àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n fi lè yọ zaka pọ̀ oúnjẹ wà nínú nǹkan tí wọ́n lè fi yọ zaka inú àwọn tó dẹ̀ lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti gba zaka òun náà làwọn ìmáàmù wà tó yí pé wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run wọ́n fa gbolẹ̀ ní gbogbo oṣù Ramadan àti gbogbo bùkátà míì tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ làwọn náà ṣe wà ní kátígórì àwọn tí wọ́n lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí bọ́tọ́lọ́ máa kẹ́ ìmáàmù yẹn tọ́lọ́ pé òun nítòótọ́ zaka tọ́ sóhun ó lè fún àwọn èèyàn Ọlọ́run kò ṣe wá lẹ́ni tó máa fún yàn ní zaka kó má ṣe wá lẹ́ni tó máa gbà ní.
ẹ ṣeun.
Yes,
so ìbéèrè ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tí ẹ bá fẹ́ béèrè ìbéèrè àìrí ẹ̀fọn ta lẹ́ẹ̀mejì ni kó tó di pé wọ́n tún ka ètò wà nínú ìwé.
àwọn bàbá wa níbèrè.
ṣé wọ́n náwó.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ẹ dákun ẹ má bínú bàbá Mòye ó yá. àwọn ni mò ń wá báyìí.
ẹ mute ara yín sà.
Fíjì bá mi unmute bàbá.
Okay.
Okay.
Mo kí gbogbo ìjókòó pé ẹ kú ìkàlẹ̀.
Yes, sir.
Mo sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àlejò wa tí wọ́n wá fún wa ní ìmọ̀ lórí ẹ̀sìn Islam àti pàápàá lórí Ramadan. Ìbéèrè méjì ni mo ní. Ìtìbàjẹ́ béèrè ní ẹ̀kẹta ó lè jẹ́ mẹ́ta ẹ jẹ́ kí n béèrè níbì kan. Nígbà tí ó jẹ́ pé Ìbàdàn ni wọ́n bí ṣé Ìbàdàn tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ gbọ̀ngàn yẹn ni àbí.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́kọ́ sọ kinní kan fún yín ustaz.
Wọ́n kọ́ ni mo béèrè lọ.
Mo ní kí n ṣàlàyé ni wọ́n lè mọ̀ ṣé rí ní gbogbo ayé yìí kò sí bí ìlú gbọ̀ngàn ṣe kéré tóun kò síbi tó tóbi lójú bàbá Mòye wa tó kí n kọ́kọ́ ṣàlàyé ìlú kẹ́lẹ́ bá àmọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti dáhùn.
Anyway, Yorùbá dá sákásáká lẹ́nu yín tó wúyàn lórí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sì ni èdè Lárúbáwá. Tí mo fẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín ni pé ìwà tí ẹ sọ pé Mùsùlùmí gbọ́dọ̀ máa kù nígbà Ramadan àti lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ kí ni ìyàtọ̀ kí ni àfarawé rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ìwà ọmọlúwàbí.
Gbólóhùn ọmọlúwàbí gbólóhùn tó ó kún kẹ́kẹ́ gan ni lédè Yorùbá tó bá ní ọmọlúwàbí wọ́n ti lóye ọlọ́mọdé ti ní sáà wọ́n ti gbé nìyẹn wò lóríṣiríṣi áńgù lọ́jọ́ kó tó lè kí Yorùbá tó lè pè ọlọ́mọlúwàbí wọ́n á ti dán wò dáadáa pé ẹni yìí lákọ̀ọ̀kan tán ẹni yìí níwà dáadáa ẹni yìí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹni yìí nítẹríba so gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́mi ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ Islam púpọ̀ ni pé Islam wá dá àṣà dùn ẹ gbọ́ gbogbo àṣà tó ní kálukú bá ní Yorùbá ní ẹni Ìgbò ní ẹni Haúsá ṣàgbàṣẹ wa Islam ní kò gbé wa tí ò bá ṣáà ti tí ò bá ti kí ló ń pè tí ò bá ti contradict nǹkan tí Islam gbé dání òfin Islam gbogbo àṣà tó bá wù Islam ní tó bá wù ẹ kó dagbádá bolẹ̀ tó bá wù ẹ kó tó bá ṣáà ti wà níbàámu pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó lọ́hùn sọ máa gbé wá so gbogbo ìtumọ̀ tí ò bá fún ọmọlúwàbí tí ò bá ṣáà ti tako bọ́lọ́hùn àtànábì ẹ̀ ṣe sọ ó ti lọ ó ṣe déédéé ṣé mo dáhùn question yẹn sà.
ẹ dáhùn mo sì fẹ́ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ pé mo ti béèrè irú béèrè bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn.
bóyá tẹ bá máa àwọn àpòjúwe wà mí wà tí wàá gba ṣé Islam lọ ṣé Islam.
no kò tiẹ̀ sí àpèjúwe mo béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn onígbàgbọ́ náà àwọn pé ó pé ìgbà tí Bíbélì sọ pé wà bí Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú ìtẹ́lọ́rùn
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ńlá ni kí ni ìyàtọ̀ láàrin ìyẹn àti ìwà ọmọlúwàbí àwọn náà ò sọ fún mi pé ìyàtọ̀ pọ̀ ń bẹ.
kò sí àtọ̀ ń bẹ tó bá ṣáà ti jẹ.
so ìbéèrè kejì tí wọ́n béèrè.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
mi ò sì fẹ́ kí ọmọ Ìbàdàn kan dá mi lóde yìí lọ. ó ní pé gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa ẹ̀gbọ́n lè jẹ́ mùsùlùmí kábúrò jẹ́ kìrìyó kí ẹnìkẹta wọn jẹ́ abọ̀rìṣà tàbí bàbá tí pè wọ́n ṣùgbọ́n tó bá dìgbà kérésì gbogbo àwọn aráalé onígbàgbọ́ yẹn tí wọ́n jẹ́ mùsùlùmí àwọn ni ó lọ sí ilé àwọn onígbàgbọ́ yẹn tí wọ́n lọ mọ wáńjẹ tí wọ́n lọ mọ pọ̀pọ̀ ẹran tí wọ́n mọ sípò ẹ̀ tó bá sì dìgbà iléyá àwa tá a jọ ọmọ kéékèèké láti ilé onígbàgbọ́ à lọ sí ilé àwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n ń pẹran à jẹun àṣìgbà àṣàwò inú ẹ̀ gbogbo yẹn ṣá dùn wọ́n á fẹ́ táṣìírí ọmọ kan tí mo mọ̀ tí mi ò ní dárúkọ ẹ̀ ìgbà tó bá di àsìkò Ramadan ilé àwọn aráalé rẹ̀ tó jẹ́ mùsùlùmí ọmọ sùn kó lè bá wọn jẹ sààrì tó bá sì ti jẹ sààrì tán yóò padà lọ sílé wọn yóò jẹ àárọ̀ yóò jẹ tọ̀sán yóò jẹ àṣẹ gbogbo ayé ló mọ̀ pé àwọn bíi mẹ́rin ló lẹ́nu yẹn ń gbà lójoojúmọ́.
ó di àdánù tó bá dẹranko lọ́sàn-án yóò dẹyẹ lóru.
ṣé kò sí wàhálà nù yẹn torí ọmọ yẹn mọ̀ dáadáa o.
láti
ọmọdé akọrẹ jáàbù láti rí.
ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá wa béèrè yẹn ó pín sọ́nà méjì má dẹ̀ gbìyànjú láti dáhùn méjèèjì àkọ́kọ́ ńbẹ̀ náà ni pé ẹ̀sìn Islam ẹ̀sìn tó gbà wá láàyè ká máa ṣe dáadáa sí àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe mùsùlùmí ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa tàdé jẹ́ Yorùbá tàjẹ́ mùsùlùmí yìí kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣe nínú ẹbí a máa ní Christian àdèmá láwọn tí ò Christian lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ Christian ni a máa ní bóyá uncle ni bóyá auntie ni Islam lè fẹ́ ká ṣe dáadáa sí wọn dáadáa sí wọn yẹn gbogbo ọkọ tó kú gbogbo wọn dáadáa ní Islam fẹ́ ká ṣe sí wọn wọ́n ní ìdìbò lọ́wọ́ wa ní wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe business ní tábà ní ìkápá lówó ní ẹ ṣe fún wọn ọmọ wọn fẹ́ lọ school ní ẹ ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ nǹkan kan tí Islam ní ká má bá wọn ṣe ni pé tó bá ti di nǹkan ìjọsìn ní pé bóyá wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó máa nídìí pé bóyá ọmọ máa jọ́sìn tó máa fẹ́ máa clash pẹ̀lú ìgbàgbọ́ tiwa ẹ má bá wọn ṣe gbogbo wọn dáadáa táwọn ṣe even nǹkan lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ ṣe Christmas wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kí ni pé bọ̀dá mi o Christmas ń bọ̀ o a fẹ́ ṣọdún o ní sẹ́ẹ̀nì kan dúró sẹ́ẹ̀nì owó sí wọn tó bá ní kápá ẹ̀.
ní òjé
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
bàbá kan wà tó jẹ́ gbọ́n bàbá mi ní àti pẹ́ tí mo sọ yìí o.
Balóṣọlá.
Balóṣọlá ni wọ́n máa ń porúkọ bàbá yẹn a máa wí láwà ní báyìí tó bá ti di pélé yá ń bọ̀ báyìí á wá sí ìlú ńlá tí wọ́n ń pè ní Gbọ̀ngàn àwa bá Adébóyè ẹran iléyá mi ni mo wá gbà o ilé ẹsẹ pé bàbá yẹn lówó lọ́wọ́ yẹn Adébóyè o ṣùgbọ́n tí ò bá tí ì fowó ẹran háràhárà kan ló ń gbàgbà àgbo ni wọ́n fi palẹ̀ yàgbà yẹn tí ò bá tí ì fún bàbá Lóṣòlá ní bàbá jókòó tì iléyá lè ku ọ̀túnla àbíjọ́ mẹ́rin òní kí bàbá tó rówó tí ó gbé fún bàbá ẹ̀ torí bàbá ló máa ń pè wọ́n so bí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe wọnú ara wọn nìyẹn ìgbà táwa sọ pé àyípadà tá à ń fẹ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà tàbí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Pé àyípadà tá a bá ń fẹ́ ká wo ara wa wò.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Káwọn àti yí ara wa padà ní ẹ̀kọ́ kan. Ìgbà tẹ́yìn wà ní kékeré o, ó dàbí ìpà pé adáa tó. Ó sì wá jẹ́ pé bí ọdún ti ń gorí ọdún tó sùn gorí oṣù ní wàhálà ń pọ̀ sí i. Ìwà wa ló yí padà sí bíburú ni àbí yí nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ tàpá wa ò ká.
Ní òye ọlọ́mọdé ìdìbò méjèèjì ní sà, ìwà wa yí padà dẹ̀nà àwọn nǹkan kan míì ṣẹlẹ̀ tá ní control, but tá bá tún bí ìwà yẹn ṣe gbogbo nǹkan á jọjú. Because èmi náà wọ́n ti fi ṣe kéré mọ́ iná táwọn Christian ládùúgbò wa ní Sùúrùlérè tá kọ́kọ́ gbé tó bá jẹ́ Christian ni wọ́n.
Ṣàgárò olùkọ́ nìyẹn.
No, Sùúrùlérè ní ojú ẹlẹ́gba barracks.
Ṣé bí ẹ bá ti
lè ṣàgbá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Mo ṣe bí gbọ̀ngàn nìkan lẹ mọ̀ ni bàbá Adébóyè.
Oko wa lè kó, oko wa ní Ìbàdàn gbogbo ẹni mo mọ̀.
So bí tó bá ń ṣe Christmas àbí wọ́n ń ṣe Easter, wọ́n á ṣe oúnjẹ, wọ́n á pẹ díẹ̀, wọ́n á dẹ̀ gbóúnjẹ wá á jẹ. Táà náà bá ń ṣọdún àpẹran, màmá bàbá àníkan là ha fún gbogbo àwọn ládùúgbò. Muslim wọn Christian gbogbo wọn ló máa gbẹran. Ó wá jẹ́ kí ìfẹ́ wà láàrin wa. Kò sẹ́yìn tó ń báyàn jà nítorí pé èèyàn jẹ́ mùsùlùmí àbí Christian, oníkálukú máa ṣe à ń lọ ṣeré lọ́dọ̀ wọn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn náà wá sọ́dọ̀ wa, but àmọ́ báyé ṣe tún wá dà sí mùsùlùmí ò fẹ́ bá Christian ṣe, Christian ò fẹ́ bá mùsùlùmí ṣe.
Ẹ dákun Imam, ẹ jẹ́ ń sáré wọlé ní àárín torí mo fẹ́ fún yín ní iṣẹ́ pàtàkì kan kó tó di pé ẹ lọ lónìí. Ẹ dákun ẹ foríjì mi. Bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá sọ bó ṣe mú ọgbọ́n wá tó, mo rí wípé nígbà tí èmi kéré tí mò ń dàgbà tí mo kéré tó bá di inú Iléyá, gbogbo àwọn ìyàwó ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi wọ́n á ti jí wá sílé màmá tèmi. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n á wà táwọn ọmọ wọn, wọ́n á dáná, wọ́n á ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀, wọ́n á pọ̀ fún ẹran, wọ́n á ro àmàlà. Àwọn ọkọ wọn tí ò wá tán wà nílé. Ewédú àti gbẹ̀gìrì gbogbo ẹ̀. Wọ́n á ní kán lọ gbé fún àwọn ọkọ wọn nílé. Ìyá Bọ́sẹ̀ ṣó ti gbé oúnjẹ rán àwọn ọmọ lọ fún ọkọ rẹ̀. Ọkọ ìyá Bọ́sẹ̀ ó wà nílé kò wá, ṣùgbọ́n ìyá Bọ́sẹ̀ ti wà ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Bó ṣe bá ṣe ń ṣe nìyẹn. Mo sì tún wá rí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìlú yìí. Ní ìjọ kan wà ní Maryland, Gettysburg, Maryland. In fact, torí pé ó ti pẹ́ tí mo ti dé abala abẹ mo tún sọnù ńbẹ̀ lánàá. Ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àti mọ́ṣáláṣí wọ́n kọ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ara wọn ni.
Allahu Akbar.
Tó bá wá di àsìkò Eid, gbogbo parking space ti church yẹn mọ́ṣáláṣí ó lò ó.
Ẹ wò fẹ́.
Ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá tún wá di ìgbà ààwẹ̀, àwọn ará church wọ́n á wá bá wa ṣínú. Mo ti wà nínú entourage tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní kí n sọ fún àwọn ará church yẹn bá a ṣe máa ń ṣínú nílé.
Wow.
Kí n fún wọn ní.
Ẹ dá wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
Fún wọn ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bá a ṣe ń ṣe nílé. Now, ṣùgbọ́n ní ìsìn ní ìlú wa tá a ti ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, a ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. Mùsùlùmí kò fẹ́ gbóhùn ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi. Ẹlòmíì ti lè máa sọ̀rọ̀ o. Tí ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi bá ti sọ̀rọ̀, mùsùlùmí yẹn ó ti hàn. Ìgbà yẹn ni ìjà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Bí ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi náà bá ń sọ̀rọ̀, tí mùsùlùmí tí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe síra wọn. Ìkan ò gbé kan. Now, ètí ẹ wá lè ṣe ní ìsìn. Mo wá fẹ́ kí ẹ bá mi wo nǹkan kan nínú Quran kí ẹ fi bá mi bá àwọn mùsùlùmí, bóyá ẹnu yín lè ká àwọn mùsùlùmí torí pé Quran lè fi bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀. Kí ni ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà ayé òjíṣẹ́ ńlá láàrin àwọn Christian àti Muslim? Darí àwòkọ́ṣe níbẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí tẹ́ bá ti bá mi ṣe yún ẹ ti parí gbogbo iṣẹ́.
Kò sí nǹkan tó tiẹ̀ kéré lẹ́bìrì yẹn. Ọlọ́run kò ṣe rọrùn. Nígbà ayé Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, eléyìí dẹ̀ ló yẹ kó jẹ́ kan fún gbogbo wa. Àkọ́kọ́, ẹ̀sìn Islam, ẹ̀sìn tó wà tolerant ni, ó dẹ̀ yẹ kó ó nígbà mọ́ra púpọ̀. Islam kọ́ wa ká bá àwọn Christian ni àwọn Jew ni àtàwọn gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ká bá ṣe ẹ wo láti bí tí Islam ò bá jẹ́sìn tí ó gba àwọn ẹ̀sìn yòókù mọ́ra ni Islam ọmọkùnrin mùsùlùmí ó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ká ti fẹ́ Christian ẹ mọ̀ ẹ̀sìn yẹn lé ní ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì mùsùlùmí nígbà aláyé ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam wo ìwà lọ́lọ́run fi ròyìn ànábì ànábì dẹ̀ bá Christian lò ó bá Júù lò even gan ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn nǹkan míì tó ṣe bí kò fowó pamọ́ sí wọn lọ́wọ́ àwọn Christian ló bá tọ́jú owó tí ò bá ní relationship tí ò bá ní tó dáa pẹ̀lú wọn tó wà òkè kò ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó di mùsùlùmí ìwà ànábì ni wọ́n padà fi di mùsùlùmí tó ẹbọ ló ń ṣe nígbà tánábì dé àwọn tó jẹ́ kínní àwọn tó jẹ́ òdì kí wọ́n mú bàbá rẹ̀ jọkàn ànábì Muhammad ó ń rìn jọ kan wá àwọn kan wọ́n láwọn ń gbàwẹ̀ wọ́n ní kí ló tẹ ṣe ń gbàwẹ̀ wọ́n láwọn ń gbàwẹ̀ nítorí pé èní ni àwọn fi ń dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run ní pé èní lọ́lọ́run la ànábì Musa kúrò nínú ìyà Fìràwọn náà tó jẹ́ Fáráò ànábì ni Musa tẹ̀yìn sọ yẹn alayhi salatu wassalam àwa lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí ju ẹ̀yin gan lọ ó wá ní látòní lọ o tó bá ti di ọjọ́ yìí náà àwa náà a máa gbààwẹ̀ láti lè fi dúpẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run la Musa àmọ́ wá tún àdí ọjọ́ kan kù eléyìí kò sínú Islam tẹ́lẹ̀ torí àwọn kí ló ń pè àwọn Yẹ̀húdí tá à ń pè ní àwọn Júù tó ń ṣe ni ẹ̀ máa tún wá mú kan wá fún yín tí máa fi kálẹ̀ ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ẹ̀kọ́ pọ̀ lára ànábì gan alájà ṣe ń gbọ́ mi. Ànábì ti pọ̀ jù nínú wa nítorí ẹ̀ níwà Ọlọ́run fi ìwà àròyìn ẹ̀ ibi tí mo fẹ́ lọ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ni pé àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn kejì wọ́n wá ṣe mítìn pẹ̀lú ànábì níjọ́ kan sàlám àsìkò wá tó wọ́n wá fẹ́ ṣèjọsìn ẹ máa wẹ̀kọ́ o ànábì wá fún wọn láàyè nínú mọ́ṣáláṣí ní pé àkókò ẹ ṣe ìjọsìn tẹ́fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n dẹ̀ parí ẹ̀ oníkálukú dẹ̀ ń lọ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń bẹ́tò lọ eléyìí jẹ́ kó fún ìwọ tó jẹ́ mùsùlùmí àti ìwọ tó jẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn kejì kò sí nǹkan kan mùsùlùmí wá kí ìwọ tó jẹ́ Christian nílé àsìkò òun dẹ̀ ti tó kò sí láì fi ni pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé mo lè ráyè bí kí n kírun kó kírun ìwọ tó jẹ́ Christian ó lọ kí mùsùlùmí ó gbà lálejò ó jẹ́ family yín ó wá ní ọjọ́ Sunday ni ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé church Redeem wà ń bí àbí kìnnìkan mùsùlùmí dáadáa wàá gbé lọ tó bá dẹ̀ lóun fẹ́ ṣe ìjọsìn ẹnu ilé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ lè lo bí ìkẹ́ fi ṣàdúrà kò sí láì fi ń bẹ̀ nǹkan tí Islam kọ́ wa nìyẹn ṣé mo dáhùn ìbéèrè yín mà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ dáhùn ẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n gbọ́ lẹ́nu yín ní ìsìn mo rò pé àwọn èèyàn wa wọn ò dín akatakítí wọn á dínkù amòye Thomas Bankole mo rọ́wọ́ yín lókè sà ẹ béèrè yín ẹ túra yín lẹ́ẹ̀kọ́.
ẹ ṣeun olóòtú inú mi dùn gan pé ẹ pè mí Alhaji wa Abdulrahman Agunbíadé ẹ káàsán ẹ kú ohùn
ẹ káàsán sà
láti àárọ̀ ẹ kú òǹgbẹ inú mi dùn gan lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ẹni ọmọ ọdún 10 lẹ ti wá sílùú yìí
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màsà
Yorùbá ẹnu yín ó dùn ju tèmi gan lọ tó yẹ pé
àfi bí ìgbà tí Adébáyọ̀ Fálétí bá ń sọ Yorùbá
tí mo lọ gbogbo ọdún nílẹ̀ Yorùbá so nǹkan ìwúrí ló jẹ́ fún mi pé ẹ ń sọ Yorùbá tó dán mọ́rán báyìí Ọlọ́run á máa fún yín ṣe o.
Àmín sà.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ mo sì kí gbogbo àwọn tá a jọ wà lórí ètò lénìí bàbá Adeboye láti Gbọ̀ngán mo kí yín o. Alàgbà Ògèdèǹgbé mo kí yín gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá Benjamin mo kí everybody ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ohun tí mo fẹ́ sọ nípa ẹ̀ ni pé à ń béèrè wípé ìbáṣepọ̀ láàrin onígbàgbọ́ àti àwọn mùsùlùmí tó dán mọ́rán láyé ìjọ́sí ìgbà wo ló change.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Ṣé nígbà tí irú àwa báyìí ń dàgbà ìbáṣepọ̀ yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọba Adébóyè ṣe sọ tó pé àwa máa ń tẹ̀lé a máa ń tẹ̀lé mọ́tò lọ sí ìdí àwọn òbí wa ọ̀dẹ̀ ní sọ pé kí lẹ lọ ṣe ń bẹ̀ ṣọ́rọ̀ mi
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà
á lọ jẹran iléyà jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ tó fi di pé ìgbà tá a tiẹ̀ dàgbà gan tá a ń ṣiṣẹ́ àwọn tó ń bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ tán bá ṣe ọdún iléyà wa mẹ́ran wá síbi iṣẹ́ àádẹ́ jẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tó change àwọn olóṣèlú ló change ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí n ṣàlàyé ẹ̀ ṣe ráwọn olóṣèlú wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n fẹ́ pé ká ẹ̀ ń dí ara wọn wọ́n wá ojú rere àwọn ti òkè ọya láti lè ní ipò ibi tí wàhálà wa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tipẹ́ tẹ́ bá rántí kí ló fa iná ní Chapel of Resurrection ní Ìbàdàn jọ́sí tẹ́ bá rántí ìgbà ẹni wàhálà wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ mùsùlùmí àti Christian iná yẹn ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ wàhálà wa ìgbà yẹn làwọn onígbàgbọ́ náà wá ń sọ pé kílẹ̀ ń lọ jẹran léyà fún làwọn mùsùlùmí náà sọ pé ẹ má ṣe báyìí ìgbà yẹn wàhálà wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ta ló dẹ̀ sponsor ẹ̀ àwọn olóṣèlú ni tẹ́ bá rántí mi ò fẹ́ go into torí tí n bá ń sọ lọ á dàbí ẹni pé èèyàn ń ṣe tí ò ṣe bẹ̀ àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn méjì nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ló wà ń di kinní yẹn tó di pé wọ́n ń wá ojú rere àwọn tó wà lókè ọya ó wá di wípé òkè gbogbo ohun tí àwọn Kristẹni àwọn bíi bóyá Christian SU nígbà yẹn ṣe rántí àwọn student union Christian student union gbogbo ohun tí wọ́n bá ń ṣe àwa náà ò ní tiwa so anywhere tí SU bá wà àwa náà ò ní ti Muslim tiwa kí ẹ pàdé ní láti fi pé torí pa fẹ́ sí lọ́bẹ̀ láti fi counter ibi tí wàhálà wa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn tó fi wá di òní tó pé àfẹ́ bára wa ṣe máa fẹ́ gbọ́ síra wa lẹ́nu mọ́ tó wáyé pé ó ṣeé ṣe ni n bá sọ gbogbo àwọn tó wà ń di kìíní wò ṣùgbọ́n mo mọ̀ pé bàbá Adenira ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ gbogbo àwọn alàgbà Ògèdèngbé ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ àwọn politician wa tó wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó lọ dá kìíní ẹ̀ lẹ̀ tó sọ pé ká lọ hú cross tó wà ní àgbélébù tó wà ní iwájú Chapel of Resurrection gbogbo bí nǹkan ẹ lọ wo Google tẹ́ bá Google ẹ rí gbogbo ìtàn yẹn wà ń bẹ ibi tí wàhálà wa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn kọ́lọ̀ ń bá wa ṣe ká lè tún wá papọ̀ ni so tí ì bá ṣe pé ògo Ọlọ́run gbogbo wa la fi lè dàbí tìgbà yẹn mọ́ gbogbo bá ṣe ń bára ṣe ń gbà yẹn kó tó di pé nǹkan wọ̀nyí ṣẹlẹ̀ kò dán mọ́rán mọ́ àfi tó wáyé pé a tún lè padà lọ sẹ́yìn kájọ jókòó ká rí i pé ọmọ ìyá kan náà ni gbogbo wa torí èmi sìn nínú fámìlì mi àwọn tán bí lé mi àtàyà àwọn méjì nù tó jẹ́ obìnrin nínú fámìlì wa ló yẹ pé Muslim náà fẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí jà ń bẹ̀ à ń bá wọn ṣe gbogbo tó bá yẹ kán ṣe mọ̀ bó dẹ̀ ṣe wà káàkiri ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà
yẹn náà ṣe ń sọ pé 50-50 ni wá
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
so kò yẹ ká bára wa jà and àwọn olóṣèlú wa ká má máa gbọ́rọ̀ sí wọn lẹ́nu gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tán bá ń sọ oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ìwà ni wọ́n máa ń hù láti lè jẹ́ pé wọ́n fi ìyapa sáàárín ara wa pàápàá àwọn tó yẹ pé ẹwúrú Bọ́lá Tinubu ń sìn torí pé ó fẹ́ ṣe president ǹjẹ́ gbọ́ kó sọ nǹkan kan tí ò dá nípa àwọn tó ń pa àwọn èèyàn wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kéèyàn ò tó sọ the same thing ni àbúrò ẹ̀ bóyá ọmọ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ni VP Ọ̀ṣínbàjò ǹjẹ́ gbọ́ kí ẹ̀ sọ nǹkan rí wọn àdẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ torí pé ká má lọ ṣe àwọn tó wà lókè ọya ẹ ò fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe tí ò dá sí àwọn ọmọ yín sáwọn èèyàn yín ǹjẹ́ tó bójúmu nìyẹn so ibi tí wàhálà wa wà ní àwọn olóṣèlú àwọn lọ kó wa tà wọ́n gbogbo ìfẹ́ tó wà láàrin wa torí tí àwọn ó jẹ wọ́n da gbogbo ẹ̀rú láti fi hàn fáwọn tó wà lókè ọya wípé mùsùlùmí òdodo ni mí nílé mi o gbogbo àwọn tí mo tó ń tẹ̀lé mi ló ń jẹ́ mùsùlùmí òdodo bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ lọ ẹ̀kọ́ rí so èmi fẹ́ sọ pé ibi tí wàhálà wa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn.
ẹ ṣé sir.
ẹ ṣeun.
yes sir ẹ ṣé gan sir.
ẹ ṣeun tó
ó kù kọ́mẹ̀ntì kan.
bàbá ẹ wà ní.
ẹ má jẹ́ kí á gbàgbé pé bó ṣe wà ní síkì ló wà ní gbàǹjà. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ amòye Thomas Bankole torí wọ́n mú kinní yẹn bọ́ síta. Ìgbésẹ̀ tó kù ó ní pé àti mùsùlùmí ni o àti kìrìyó ni o, ọmọ ìyá ni wọ́n pera wọn. Abraham anabi Ibrahim ni wọ́n sọ pé ó bí Isiaka, ó náà ló bí Ismaila.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ.
So tó wá dé òun ló bí àwọn méjèèjì tó sì jẹ́ pé Ismaila àti ìyá ẹ̀ wá láti Egypt àti Sarah àti Ismail pé tó pa wọ́n pọ̀ tí ẹ̀sìn wọn fi súnmọ́ra wọn tí wọ́n fi ń káràmásìkì níwọ̀nba ó wà ń bẹ̀. Ìgbà tí wọ́n dé ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa nílẹ̀ ènìyàn dúdú nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹnu wọn lè kó ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ń tẹ́ńbẹ́lú nǹkan tí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀. Kò sì sí nǹkan tí èmi kà nínú Bíbélì àti nínú Quran àti nínú Fá tí ó fi jẹ́ pé ìwà tó kálukú ń wá yàtọ̀ síra wọn. Èjì ó gbè, ó ní ká má fi kánjúkánjú jayé, ká má fi wàrà lókun ọ̀rọ̀. Ó ní òun àbá fi ṣàgbà, ká má fi ṣèbínú, tá a bá débi tó tutù ká sinmi. Ká rọjọ́ iwájú lọ títí ká tó padà wàá rọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yìn wò nítorí ọjọ́ àti sùn ẹni ní. Kí nìyẹn fi tako Islam? Kí ló fi tako kìrìyó? Kí ló fi di pé ẹ̀sìn tí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀? Mi ò sọ pé kí èèyàn mọ́ ṣègbàlẹ̀ o, mi ò sọ pé èèyàn mọ́ ṣègbàgbọ́ o. Ṣùgbọ́n ká máa tẹ́ńbẹ́lú ìwà àṣà ìṣe àwọn èèyàn tá a bá ń bẹ̀. Ó dàbí gbà pé ọmọlúàbí culture, nígbà tí mo béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé kí ni ìyàtọ̀ láàrin ìwà ọmọlúàbí àti ìwà tí ká sọ pé kò ewu tó wà bí ìyàtọ̀ tó wà bí òpọ̀. Ìyàtọ̀ òwúrọ̀ kan náà tẹ́mi rí ni pé bí àwọn èèyàn wa, àwọn Yorùbá, ògidì Yorùbá ṣe lè gbàgbà mọ́ra tí wọ́n gba kìrìyó, tí wọ́n gba Islam. Kí ló ṣe táwọn èèyàn náà ò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kí wọ́n gbà nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn ìbílẹ̀ wa ń ṣe? Wọ́n sọ pé kí wọ́n dàbẹ́ o, ṣùgbọ́n kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé tí wọ́n bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ mùsùlùmí bá jẹ́ kí yóò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kí yóò bá mùsùlùmí ṣe, wọ́n á gbàgbé pé wọ́n ní nǹkan tí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀.
Ọlọ́run kò ṣàbọ̀dọ̀ náà.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ dákun, àwọn kan ni wọ́n wọlé tí ó sì yẹ wọ́n wọlé o. Ẹ ń sùn lẹ́ bàbá. Ṣé ẹ ń gbọ́ mi?
À ń gbọ́ yín.
Ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́. Ìbéèrè kan ṣoṣo tí ó kù níbí tí ọjọ́ wa ti lọ náà. Tí mo fẹ́ mú wọ́n ní Miriam láti Maryland. Wọ́n ní ìbéèrè àwọn ni pé pàtàkì ìrìn àjò lọ sí Mecca. Wọ́n ní ǹjẹ́ ó ṣeé ṣe kí obìnrin ó lọ láì gba àṣẹ lọ́dọ̀ ọkọ rẹ̀ nígbà tó jẹ́ pé òpó ẹ̀sìn Islam ni.
Alhamdulillah, ìbéèrè tó dáa ni, kọ́lọ̀ kó bá ṣe dáadáa fún àwọn sísítà wa. Islam ẹ̀sìn tó pé ni. Obìnrin ò lè dá nǹkan, obìnrin ò lè ṣe nǹkan kan tó fẹ́ jọmọ́ ẹ̀sìn àbí nǹkan tí ò ṣọmọ́ ẹ̀sìn láláì má fi tó ọkọ ẹ̀. Nínú àwọn nǹkan tóbìnrin dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe ni kó gbàṣẹ lọ́dọ̀ ọkọ ẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan kan. Tóbìnrin yẹn bá lọ ṣe lẹ́yìn tí ò bá gbàṣẹ lọ́dọ̀ ọkọ ẹ̀, ó ti tàpá sófin Ọlọ́run ni. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi yé, ó ti tàpá sófin Ọlọ́run. Obìnrin fẹ́ lọ jọ́sìn fún Ọlọ́run, ó wá ní mo ní láti gbàṣẹ lọ́dọ̀ ọkọ mi. Ọlọ́run ló fi ọkọ yẹn ṣe olórí ẹ̀, òun ló ṣe adé orí ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ló sọ pé ọkùnrin o, àwọn lòpó múléró fáwọn obìnrin, nítorí pé kí ni wọ́n ná owó fún wọn, wọ́n ń tọ́jú wọn. Ọlọ́run ló tó bẹ́ẹ̀. So tóbìnrin bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan kan, ó gbọ́dọ̀ gbàṣẹ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ pé olórí mi o, mo fẹ́ ṣe báyìí, mo fẹ́ ṣe báyìí, mo fẹ́ ṣe báyìí o. Tó bá jẹ́ pé tòótọ́ ni ó fẹ́ lọ ṣe, tìbí tọ́lọ́run ló fẹ́ lọ ṣe, ọkùnrin dáadáa á fún ní ìyọ̀ǹda. Tóbìnrin bá ṣe wá ń sọ òun máa lọ lẹ́yìn láláìsọ fọ́kàn yẹn, ó possible pé nǹkan kan ti wà ń bẹ̀ ni, tó gbé nǹkan dáadáa ló fẹ́ ṣe. Gbàdé òṣèlú pé tó bá mùsùlùmí ni ọkọ ẹ̀, tó tóun náà bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ mùsùlùmí láti kíyàn lọ sí ilé Ọlọ́run nínú nǹkan tó jẹ́ ọ̀ranyàn ni náà fún gbogbo wa mùsùlùmí lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin tó bá ní kápá ẹ̀.
ẹ dákun kẹ́ tó rìn jìnnà tó bá ṣe wípé ọkọ mọ̀ pé ṣé ìyàwó ló lówó tó fẹ́ lọ ọkọ ò sì tí ì láǹfààní láti lọ.
kò ní lọ kọ́kọ́ àti àwọn ọjọ́ papọ̀.
ṣùgbọ́n ìyàwó lọ́kọ́kọ́ ṣe tán Ọlọ́run tí àwọn dádì wọn ń sanwó ilé Ọlọ́run tí ì pé kí wọ́n rẹ́dì ìyàwó sì ti rẹ́dì. Nígbà tí àwọn dádì ọ̀wá sọ pé èmi ni wọ́n wà máa jẹ́ ọkọ àlàájá bí èmi ọba lọ ìwọ náà lè lọ so lẹ́tọ̀ọ́.
ìyẹn ò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ rárá kò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ rárá ní Islam.
Tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ni kóbìnrin ṣé kó má lọ àbí kó lọ.
Ìbéèrè ńlá nìyẹn. Tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ní òye ọlọ́mọdé tèmi kán gbìyànjú bóyá àfáà ni nítorí pé gbogbo wa kò sí bí èèyàn ṣe lè rí láyé nǹkan méjì kan làwọn àgbàlagbà kọ́ àtọ́ ní èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ ní olùbáwí èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ní alámọ̀ràn gidi. Kò sí bí èèyàn ṣe lè ga tó láyé kò jẹ́ pòfẹ́sọ̀ kò jẹ́ kínní. So ká ní ọkọ yẹn ní olùbáwí ẹni tí wọ́n ń tijú kíyàwó yẹn tó bá ti bá sọ ní kọ̀kọ̀ ló ti bá sọ ń bá ló ti ṣàlàyé fún tó bá ti gbé tẹ́mi ò lè ṣe kínní ẹni tẹ́ni yẹn tijú kan lọ bá sọ̀rọ̀ kọ́ dẹ̀ ṣàlàyé báyìí ni kan bá wa convince ẹ̀ then tó bá láfa àtọ́ tẹ́ni yẹn náà tún tijú tó dẹ̀ tó máa ń gbọ́n sí lẹ́nu ọgbọ́dọ̀ kọ́sìkò ìyẹn ò bá làkà ìmú kọ́sìpá àmọ́jọ́ tó ní kálukú dá tí wọn bá dẹ̀ ti láyè nǹkan kí wọn ṣe bá dẹ̀ pé nǹkan dáadáa ni kò ní láti jẹ́ hajj ó lè jẹ́ nǹkan míì tí wọn bá fẹ́ ṣe tó bá ti jẹ́ nǹkan tó dáa tọ́lọ́run dẹ̀ yọ́nú sí ọkùnrin gidi ọkùnrin kò ní sọ pé wọn ò ní gbà àti tí nǹkan míì bá wà tí ò bá hàn tó bá wà tájọ́ ọmọ kí ó tajà fà yìí tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá di ọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ fẹ́ ṣàtúnṣe láàrin lọ́kọláya lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gbọ̀ngbọ̀n wọn ní sọ fún yín ọmọ máa dà yín ríboríbo ni kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gbọ̀ngbọ̀n sẹ́ẹ̀.
Kò yẹ kó tó báyìí àti nǹkan míì wà ń bẹ̀ ni.
nǹkan míì tó wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn náà bá dẹ̀ ti sọ ẹ̀ lè rọrùn yanjú so tí ò bá sí nǹkan míì bẹ́ẹ̀ mo tẹnu mọ́ ọkùnrin tó lágbọ́yé ọkùnrin tó mọ̀ pé àkókò oníkálukú omi tó oníkálukú máa mu kò ní ṣàn kọjá ẹ̀ so tó bá mọ̀ pé àkókò tiẹ̀ ló dé ìyẹn máa ń dunní sóore olóore kí oore tòun náà bá lè dé ni. Ìyàwó mi lọ́lọ́run tètè ní olówó jù mí lọ alhamdulillah ìyàwó mi lọ́lọ́run ní ó máa lọ síwájú mi ọlọ́run ṣé nírọ̀rùn kó lọ láyọ̀ àtàláfíà ọlọ́run wọn tó ṣe tiẹ̀ náà láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà ṣe tèmi náà bó ṣe yẹ kí mùsùlùmí dáadáa kó ṣe nìyẹn kọ́lọ́run kó ṣàforíjì fún mi wá. ẹ wà mute alájà.
Ìbéèrè eléyìí mo ò fi orúkọ wọn sí lórí màjáwéré màsówàrà ni wọ́n sì pa mí láṣẹ òfin ò fún mi láyè láti sọ màjáwéré màsówàrà wọn ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ní ìgbà mélòó ni èèyàn fi lè dá ààwẹ̀ dúró wọ́n ní fún àpẹẹrẹ wọ́n ní tí èèyàn bá wà off salad ní ọdún ìnú ààwẹ̀ ó dàbí ẹni pé off salad tí wọ́n tiẹ̀ ń sọ ìbóyá ọmọ ni ó bímọ lọ́dún yìí ó tún di ọdún tó ń bọ̀ ó tún ń fún ọmọ lọ́mú ọmọ míì tún wọlé n tó wọ́n ń béèrè ni pé ìgbà mélòó lèèyàn lè dá àwẹ̀ dúró dà tí ò ní san
ní ìbéèrè ńlá lélẹ́yìí tó situation báyìí sì èèyàn ó lóyún àbí ó bímọ lọ́dún yìí ó ń fọmọ lọ́yàn ní kínní gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ti excuse wọn pé kán má gbàwẹ̀ àbí ẹni tó bá dẹ̀ ń ṣe nǹkan oṣù náà fún gbogbo àti tó bá fi ṣe oṣù á dá àwẹ̀ padà wọ́n nítorí pé aláàánú lọ lọ́hùn ṣé ẹni tó ń fọmọ ẹni tó bímọ lọ́dún yìí tó ń fọmọ ó tún lẹ́ẹ̀mí ó tún fọmọ ó tún tọmọ àwẹ̀ 90 nìyẹn àbí wàá fẹ́ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí ṣé 90 ló máa dá padà ní ìkan táwọn àfáà sọ pé èyí tó bá lè gbìyànjú tó bá lè ṣe kò ṣe ọlọ́run ọba ò ṣe kinní tó yẹn torí pé kò possible káà náà wù náà àwẹ̀ 90 kò yí sí o ọlọ́run kò ṣe gbogbo
ẹ tó ṣàwẹ̀ mẹ́rin lójúmọ́ kọ́.
alágbá mo tiẹ̀ dáhùn béèrè yẹn ọlọ́run kó bá a ṣamọ̀nà ẹni náà ni ọlọ́run kó kún wọn tẹ́sí bá yàn dáadáa nítorí ẹ̀ ni ọlọ́run ṣe sọ ni pé àwẹ̀ èmi ni mo máa sọ ẹ̀san aláàwẹ̀. Nítorí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ń ṣe bí nǹkan òun gbà wà tó jẹ́ pé tóun dẹ̀ kọ́ńtà ní Texas táwa wà yìí òun wà ń ta gan á wọlé á mu ice cream á dẹ̀ pẹnu mọ́ tó bá dẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ di ọ̀lẹ́ á lọ sí mọ́ṣáláṣí á ní àwẹ̀ yìí gbò wá gan lé ní o ó dẹ̀ ti jẹun ó ti lọ sí Ìbàdàn ó ti ro àmàlà ewédú àti gbẹ̀gìrì àti kùndí ó ti jẹ ó ti mú ó ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ so kọ́lọ́run kó ṣàánú gbogbo wa ṣé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ dáhùn ẹ ti dá ìbéèrè ẹnìkan kọ̀ọ̀kan kan sórí afárán a sì ní ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá ká tó kú ní abalẹ̀ oṣù àbíyí so n ó kà ṣùgbọ́n ètò ẹ sọ mo fẹ́ sọ ìrírí mi nígbà tí mo wà ní kékeré ní Nálẹ́ndé màmá mi Alájà Húmúàní Adékúnbí wọ́n fẹ́ràn kí a máa ṣe sàárì ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ langba ni wọ́n ń gbélé wa ń gbà yẹn tí wọ́n gba yàrá ojúlé kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n fẹ́ràn láti máa wá jẹ sàárì lóru wọn aláwọ̀ gbáwẹ̀ tó bá sì tún di ìrọ̀lẹ́ wọn á tún ṣínú ó wá dijọ́ kan mo wà níbi ojú wíńdò ọ̀dájẹ́ míìsì tó jẹ iyán lóru mo rọra yọjú ojú wíńdò mo rí i pé ó mu gààrí bí màmá mi ṣe ń bọ̀ nírọ̀lẹ́ báyìí mo sáré lọ bá mo ní ìlọ́bì Alájà bọ̀dájẹ́ míìsì ọgbà àwẹ̀ mo rí tí wọ́n mu gààrí ṣe rí gbà tí wọ́n gbá mi ní ẹnu gbogbo eyín mi fẹ́ yọ̀bọ èwo ti ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ ìwọ Ọlọ́run tó ní ọgbà àwẹ̀ ni láti lọ náà
sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́
mi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ tí bá rẹ̀ tó jọ tó tún jòrú mọ́ màá yá fílẹ̀ torí pé èmi kọ́ ni Ọlọ́run ẹnìkan béèrè ìbéèrè láti fi kásẹ̀ rẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ wọ́n ní does the source of money that you are using for Sakatu matters regardless of the source is it acceptable to God? N tí wọ́n sọ pé ṣó yẹ iṣẹ́ kí n tú àbí mo mọ̀ pé ó ti yé yín báwọn.
Ó yé mi. Ọlọ́run tá à ń sìn Ọlọ́run bá tó lágbára ni.
30 minutes ago.
Mo dẹ̀ máa ṣé làǹgbọ́n kan sọ.
Ẹ dákun ẹnjíníà Fiji bá mi yọ ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kúrò ó ṣe.
Ọlọ́run tá à ń sìn Ọlọ́run tó lágbára púpọ̀ ni. Èèyàn lè dìdìkudì Ọlọ́run ń gbàgbàkúgbà. Ẹ gbọ́ mi yé ó lè dìdìkudì Ọlọ́run ń gbàgbàkúgbà. Ọlọ́run ní òun ò ní gbà nǹkan kan lọ́wọ́ òyàn àfi nǹkan tó bá mọ́. Source of income ibi tíyàn ti lè ó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni tí ò bá ti jẹ́ ti halal Ọlọ́run ò ní gbà o. Lápèjúwe àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tí gbogbo wa mọ̀ bóyá kí n dà pé tó ń ṣe àtíkè kí wọ́n ń lo orí olórí tó ń lo àwọn oríṣiríṣi credit card tó ṣà ń ṣe jìbìtì kápẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n wá ní mọ́ṣáláṣí kan wà àwọn nídòwò afẹ́ fún wọn 200,000 a ní mọ́nì bó ṣe ẹ̀ka ní ká là mọ ìpínlẹ̀ wọn pé iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe nìyẹn o kò yẹ ká gbowó yẹn mélòó èèyàn ló lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ pé kí ló kàn àárín wọn àtọlọ́hun ni o ṣùgbọ́n
bámọ bí wọ́n ti rówó
tábàámọ̀ àmọ̀ yẹn àárín wọn àtọlọ́hun ni
ẹ dákun ẹ lè máa sọ̀rọ̀ mo mute yín ẹ tún unmute.
No, mo rò pé unmute mi lẹ
mi ò unmute yín mo mute yín ni ẹ tún unmute yín ara yín padà etí ògbéjì ni Yorùbá ń wí ẹ ń so
bí ibẹ̀ yẹn ṣe rí ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ẹ mọ̀ pé mo sọ wá kíyàn láyọ̀ ọkàn lẹ́ẹ̀kan àìmá tábà dúró tọ́lọ́ mo ṣe ká dúró tì sẹ́ even tí lápèjúwe ẹ kì í má pèjúwe kan wá èèyàn ń wáṣẹ́ ń sìn ó parí ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ bí accounting ló ṣe bí engineering ni ẹ ká lọ accounting for example ó wá ríṣẹ́ èṣù dẹ̀ burú gan ó ríṣẹ́ méjì ó ríṣẹ́ kan ó rí sí Budweiser iṣẹ́ kejì ó rí sí fáàmù kan fáàmù yẹn làwọn máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ fún 70,000 per year Budweiser tí wọ́n ń tọ́tí ọlọ́run máa fún ní 100,000 per year. Tí a máa fi làákàyè gbé báwo pé ṣe 100,000 ni ó yẹ kẹ́ni yẹn lọ fún because yẹn 30,000 difference ẹ̀ tó ṣe jáde school owó yẹn ló yẹ kó lọ fún un. Ṣùgbọ́n kí ni Budweiser? Ọtí ni àbí? Kí lọ tí kí ni ìhà tí Islam kọ sọ́tí? Haram ni, èèwọ̀ ni. Iṣẹ́ kejì farm lásán ni gbogbo nǹkan tá a mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀ nǹkan tó tọ́ ni. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa ní 100,000 yẹn ni. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi? Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi mà?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, mò ń gbọ́ àwọn kan tí wọn ò lè ráyè wọlé ni wọ́n ń béèrè. Ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ, gbogbo èèyàn ló ń gbọ́ yín.
Ibi tí mò ń lọ ni pé ẹni tí lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ inú èèyàn ìtàbá pé èèyàn mẹ́wàá sílẹ̀ 9 náà yàn ni iṣẹ́ 100,000 yẹn ni kò mú o. Tẹ́bí máa fi èèyàn kan tó ní kẹ́ mú ṣẹ́ 70,000. Ẹni yẹn ìmọ̀ ni ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ti dé ibì kan. Kí la wá fẹ́ lò ń bẹ̀? Nítòótọ́ 30,000 difference owó yẹn pọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àlùbáríkà ńkọ́? Àlùbáríkà dẹ̀ lójú. Lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọgbà tí wọ́n bá ṣe nǹkan lẹ́nu ẹ̀tọ́ eléyìí máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tí gbogbo wa dẹ̀ mọ̀. Ọ̀wá tó bí lànà yìí mọ̀. Èèyàn lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ ń sìn kó máa gba $15 an hour. Èèyàn máa ṣiṣẹ́ kó máa gba $100 an hour. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tó ń ṣe $15 an hour yẹn sí $100 an hour ẹ̀rọ pé distance yẹn ó pọ̀ gan. Ẹ máa wò pé ẹni tó ń ṣe $15 an hour yìí ó ṣe wọ́n rí nǹkan gbé ṣe ju ẹni tó ń ṣe $100. Instances àwọn àtẹgbẹ́ ẹni tó ṣe $100 an hour ló ń pa o. Àwọn olè tún fẹ́ máa yáwó lọ́wọ́ ẹni tó ṣe $15 an hour. Ẹ máa wà wò pé ṣé iná àpá ni kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa àlùbáríkà ni. Tálùbáríkà bá ti wọ̀ nǹkan kìíní yẹn máa dàbí nǹkan pọ̀ ju bó ṣe rí lọ ni. Ẹni tó bá ń ṣe wáàsí tó ń ṣe wàásù mùsùlùmí ni àbí ẹlẹ́sìn kejì tálùbáríkà bọ̀ àwọ̀ even kó má nímọ̀ kó má tó nǹkan ayé máa wò kó ló mọ gbogbo nǹkan ni o. So gbogbo nǹkan tá a máa ṣe ká máa ṣe pẹ̀lú bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì tí ò bá ti mọ́ Ọlọ́run ò ní gbà o. Ọlọ́run ló mọ̀ jù o. Gbogbo wa tí ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹ́ situation ló ka mọ́ tó fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó òun náà dẹ̀ mọ̀ lọ́kùnrin rẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí tàpá òfin Ọlọ́run abẹ Ọlọ́run nínú agbára tó gbọ́ ẹ pé gbogbo àwọn tó bá wà ní inú situation bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́lọ́n kó bá wà yọ wọn kó pèsè ilé tó dáa ju ilé tó ń ṣe lọ kó jẹ́ kí àlámọ̀rí gbogbo wa kó ọ náà. Lájà wa.
tó ẹ ṣeun o ẹ dákun ẹ̀yin.
Lájà gbọ́ yín o.
So ẹ dákun àmọ́ nǹkan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ni wọ́n ń gbìyànjú láti wọlé tí wọn ò ráyè wọlé. Mo wò náà pé èrò wa kò kí ń rí báyìí. Fíjì ẹ dákun bá wa wo nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tí apá ẹ bá ka. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn tẹ́ ń gbìyànjú láti wọlé tí ẹ ráyè wọlé ẹ tún kíní yín palẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ tún gbìyànjú láti wọlé. Ètò ń lọ lọ́wọ́ kò sì sí díẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ fi lè wọlé. Ètò wa ó yẹ ká gbà ju 1000 lọ. tó ẹ ṣeun o, mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa. Adúpẹ́ àti rí ọgbọ́n kọ́ àti rí ìmọ̀. Ọlọ́run ọba kò ní jẹ́ kí ìmọ̀ yín ó jọba ní àṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Kó tó di wípé wọn ó pè ní pé ká ẹ fún wa ní àdúrà tí a fi kásẹ̀ rẹ̀ ńlẹ̀. Mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìjọ NMO ìjọ alápọ̀nlé ni tó jẹ́ pé láti nǹkan tó ti súnmọ́ ọdún 10 ni wọ́n ti máa ń ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ oṣù Àbíyì. Èmi máa ń rí ọgbọ́n kọ́ ní ọdọọdún. Kékeré ni mo máa ń mú wá, púpọ̀ ni mo máa ń mú lọ sílé. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sì ni ó rí fún gbogbo àwọn mùsùlùmí. Torí náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ kódà àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe ẹlẹ́sìn mùsùlùmí àwọn náà wọ́n rí nǹkan mú wọlé. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ wọn fún ìnáwó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látorí àṣúrà àti gbogbo àwọn lèmọ́ọ́mù tí ń bẹ ń bẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn bá ní ìmọ̀ọ́mù lèmọ́ọ́mù ni màmá mi máa ń wí nígbà tí wọ́n á ní lèmọ́ọ́mù ni níjọ́ kan ni wọ́n pè yín ustaz dẹ́bà mi tú bí tí wọ́n ti rí lè mọ̀ọ́mù ìmáàmù ni a rí ìmáàmù di lè mọ̀ọ́mù. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn lè mọ̀ọ́mù tí ń bẹ nínú ìjọ Nigeria Muslim Council àpapọ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ ní ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan tí wọ́n jẹ́ kí ètò ọ̀hún tí wọ́n jẹ́ kí ó máa rọrùn fún wa ní ọdọọdún. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látorí brother Tajudeen, wọ́n wà lára ìjọ Imam Kudus, gbogbo wọn bámbám àti ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tí n ò lè máa sọ nínú ìjọ Nigeria Muslim Council. Ní ọdọọdún èmi ìgbàgbé àwọn ìyá mi, pàápàá àwọn ìyá méjèèjì tí wọ́n dúró dáadáa, torí pé tí ò bá ṣe ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ wọn, àwa obìnrin ọmọ mùsùlùmí àbá tí ní àǹfààní sí ẹ̀kọ́ òde òní. Nígbà yẹn, nígbà táwa kékeré, wọ́n máa ń kọrin, àwọn ìjọba ń délé ní àdúgbò wa ń gbà náà, wọ́n máa ń kọrin pé ọmọ tó yẹ kó kéwú iléèwé ò jẹ, ọmọ tó yẹ kó kírun iléèwé ò jẹ, bíwé bá wé mọ̀mọ́lẹ̀ Kúránì ló lè tú, bíwé bá wé mọ̀mọ́lẹ̀ Kúránì ló lè tú. Nígbà náà wọ́n bí pé kí ká mọ̀ tiẹ̀ lọ sí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ òde òní ni. Àwọn ọkùnrin ni wọ́n rán ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà. Àwọn òbí mi ó tiẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹ́ fílẹ̀, ibi tó bá kàdé aláwòkun gbogbo obìnrin ọkọ rẹ̀ ní owó yòókù tán. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìyá dáadáa bíi Alájà Húmà ní Alága àti ìyá tèmi náà Alájà Húmà ní Adékúnbí Yusuf, wọ́n parapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn ìyá Ìsábátùdín míì, àwọn ìyá olóríire. Àwọn ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ dá ilé ẹ̀kọ́ àwọn obìnrin sílẹ̀, Ìsábátùdín Girls Grammar School. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n ti dá ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀hún sílẹ̀, ó wá ṣe kóríyá fún gbogbo àwọn abiyamọ yòókù pé òkè, ìwọ lè lọ sí Mayflower School ní tí wọn tó bá ráyè níbẹ̀ yẹn. Gbogbo wa náà wá fọ́n káàkiri, aláǹfààní láti ní ẹ̀kọ́. Wọn ò fojú tẹ́ńbẹ́lẹ́ obìnrin mọ́ lórí ẹ̀kọ́. Torí náà inú mi dùn. Ọdọọdún ni mo máa ń ṣe àdúrà fún wọn, pàápàá lórí ètò oṣù Abíyì. Àwọn ìyá náà Alájà Húmà ní Adékúnbí Yusuf, Alájà Húmà ní Alága, tí wọ́n mọ̀ wọ́n káàkiri ayé. Ọlọ́run ọba kó bá wa máa tanná ìmọ́lẹ̀ sí kábàrí wọn, kó ṣe wọ́n èrò àlùjánnà. Ibi tí a wá dé dúró, ẹ dákun, ẹ fún wa ní àdúrà bí a ṣe máa ń ṣe tí a fi káàdì rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ lórí ètò oṣù Abíyì. Ẹ sì bá wa bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run pé ní ọdún tó ń bọ̀, kó má ṣe gbogbo wa ní òkú.
Àmín.
Tí ó bá ṣe é ṣe, Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ bàbá Lámìdí, ẹ bá wa pa gbogbo ẹ̀ pọ̀, kí ẹ bá tètè ṣe kí kúlú aláwọ̀ kọ́mọ̀ bá pọ̀ púpọ̀ ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run, a dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa, ìyá wa tí wọ́n wà lórí ètò yìí. Ọlọ́run kó dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo yín, Ọlọ́run kó bá sọ yín lẹ́san rẹ̀. Ẹ̀rí àwọn ọmọ yín náà ni wọ́n pàjọ́ ọmọ yín ẹ̀dùn ní pé kí a bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run kó bá pín in náà lè, Ọlọ́run kó bá wà pẹ̀lú yín. Iṣẹ́ oníkálukú wa k'Ọlọ́run má sọ di ìṣẹ́ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Lílọ bíbọ̀ wa Ọlọ́run má yẹ kí a rí wàhálà, àkóbá àdábá Ọlọ́run má yẹ ká rí. Àlẹ́ ìbá àfàtó Ọlọ́run má fi sọ̀rọ̀ wa. Wọ́n bá ṣe ń kàn báyìí, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó máa dùn. Ọlọ́run má yẹ ká ṣàṣe tì, Ọlọ́run má yẹ ká ṣàṣe dànù. Ọlọ́run má yẹ ká rí wàhálà. Ẹni tí ẹ ti jóná, Ọlọ́run má yẹ kó kóná mọ́ tiwa. Ọlọ́run kó wà pẹ̀lú wa, kó dúró tì wá. Ọlọ́run kó gbàdúrà alápapọ̀, Ọlọ́run kó gbà lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀. Gbogbo tí bàtà ti ń tó ní kálukú lẹ́sẹ̀ k'Ọlọ́run jọ̀ọ́ kó bá wa tún bẹ̀ ṣe. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń dùn wá nú k'Ọlọ́run má fọwọ́ bàjẹ́ kàn. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń bà wọ́n jẹ́ k'Ọlọ́run kó bá wa sọ di ìdùnnú. Ẹ̀mí gígùn àlàáfíà k'Ọlọ́run kó ṣe fún oníkálukú. Ilé oníkálukú Ọlọ́run má yẹ kó dà o. Èèyàn bí èṣèṣù bí èèyàn tó ń dá àrin lọ́kọláya Ọlọ́run má yẹ kó dà oníkálukú wa o. K'Ọlọ́run fún ẹlẹ́mìí gígùn àtàlàáfíà àti àrísìkí tó pọ̀ tí a lè máa fi rí ìgbésí tá máa fi ráyè ṣe. Àwọn tó ń wọ́ ọmọ Ọlọ́run kó fún ọlọ́mọ lálùbáríkà. Gbọ́ tá ti bí náà Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kán yọ̀ kán yọjú. Ọlọ́run kó ṣe wọ́n ní tutù ojú fún wa. Ọlọ́run ló ṣe wọ́n ní ọmọ àgbẹ̀yìntẹ́yìn ṣe. Ọlọ́run má ṣe wọ́n ní ọmọ ìbànújẹ́. Ọlọ́run má ṣe wọ́n lọ́mọ àrípòṣe. Ọlọ́run má ṣe wọ́n lọ́mọ àríbanújẹ́. ọmọ làwọn náà jẹ́ fáwọn òbí wa kọ́lọ́run jọ má yẹ kó mọ sàárè wa má yẹ kí wọn kàn mọ sàárè ọmọ àwọn òbí wa pátápátá àwọn òbí oníkálukú wa àwọn tí wọ́n wà láyé kọ́lọ́run kó dúró tí wọn kó ṣamọ̀nà wọn kọ́lọ́run kó jẹ́ kó bá àánú ẹ̀ pàdé mọ́ àwọn tó ti lọ kọ́lọ́run kó fọ̀rí jì wọn wá tí tọ́jú ojú kọ má yẹ kó bàjẹ́ yìí tọ́fílẹ̀ náà wọn lọ má yẹ kó dà o àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá wa Abdulhamid Aláàfin tí wọ́n ṣaláìsí kọ́lọ́run kó gbà wọn lẹ́wọ́ àṣìṣe wọn àmọ̀ṣe wọn kọ́lọ́run kó fi yáfẹ́ ànábì wájú tó dojú kọ lọ́nà kò dẹ̀yìn tó filẹ̀ lọ́mọ ẹ̀kọ́ bàjẹ́ àwa náà kọ́lọ́kọ́ fún alẹ́mú gbogbo àtàláfíà o Ramadan ọdún tó ń bọ̀ ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀kọ́ ṣe lẹ́yìn wa o ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká gbà á nínú ìdùnnú nínú àlàáfíà nínú àrísìkí kọ́lọ́run kó gbàdúrà gbogbo wa Fatiha kulu Allah bismillahir rahmanir rahim alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد لهم أكبر الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín
Ọlọ́run ló lọ́pẹ́ mà
a tún máa bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ àwa àti ní ẹ̀mí
àmín Allah
jẹ́ kí ìmọ̀ yín ó jọba
àmín
Ọlọ́run ó túbọ̀ máa jogún àlàáfíà àti ara yín ní àtẹ̀mí yín salamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh ẹ ṣé so ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa thank you so much everybody that has participated in this Oshuabi that makes Oshuabi to be what it's supposed to be. We are still not getting people to come in. I don't know what is going on with our things. Even I have to search and search to see that people are at the gate waiting to be let in. I'm very sorry. The conversation is going to happen right here. The person who asked me a question, the next thing that we are going to go to is, yes, yeah, you joined the platform 5 minutes ago. Thank you so much.
Over 15 minutes that I've been here. I was part of this platform over 15 minutes ago. I thought
who is this?
My name is Dr. Adesanya. Adesanya is my name.
Okay, yes. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry. What happened is we announced that today, like we did last week and week before, we were having the sponsor program, the Oshuabi, for the month of Ramadan. Usually we started, we used to start Yoruba Gbode at 3, but since the Ramadan, we changed, and this is reflected on the flyer that we sent out, that we won't be able to start until after Oshuabi. So,
okay. So it's not happening today anymore?
It's happening now. We are starting now.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much.
I'm grateful.
So, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have a couple of announcements. We have our guest is already here, and I'm grateful that she has been so patient to make sure that she is with us now. I'm very, very grateful, and I'm happy that our people are coming. Please, if you know anybody who said he's been trying and he can't come in, what you need to tell that person is just to refresh. We don't usually have this problem, but for some reason we are having the problem today. That is technology. Please, Engineer Fiji, please, I want you to stay on top of it by letting people in. Sometimes you have to click before you know that people are waiting, and this didn't happen before. I guess it's because we have a very, very special guest. We have a very, very special guest. Before I go to that, I have a couple of announcements. One of the announcements is I'm still calling on people who want to help us on Yoruba Gbode. Please do not relent on your effort to help us on Yoruba Gbode. My people will say, "Owo ni keke ìhìnrere." Also, I like to let you know that the last semester ended with a Yoruba language class. Another semester is going to start on the 10th of May. Please, you need to call Yoruba Gbode number so you can register. The space is limited because we are trying to graduate the students who are here already, but we still have room for about 10 more students, 10 more new student. So I like to make that announcement. Also, we had the passing of Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́, Ikú Bàbá Yèyé. We are going to make a special announcement when we are on the day that we are going to do a special program for him. Baba came on Yoruba Gbode, and we have sent the broadcast to people the people that we have their contact. We've been sending the, even from a broadcasting station in Nigeria, they called us to let us know that Yoruba Gbode had the most effective interview, that on Yoruba Gbode, Baba said things that they have never heard him saying. And I'm very happy that Baba Muyi Adenira Adeboye was there to give him a very, very good interview. The result is something that we are going to benefit, because there were so many stories that was told there. I'm grateful for that. So we are going to announce when we are going to do a special program on implications of Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́'s death to Yoruba and to Nigeria as a whole. We are moving now. I'm very happy to introduce today's political program. We have somebody who is very, very qualified. She's so much qualified that I don't even know where I can start, where to start our introduction. She is Professor Mojuba Olu Okome. Mojuba Olufunke Okome. She's going to talk to us, and we are going to be able to, I'm trying to get you to spotlight. Please, ma, can you start your video? Okay. Thank you, ma. So our guest today.
My pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Our guest today, like I said, is Professor Mrs. Mojuba Olufunke Okome. She is an international political economist, and she has worked so much on regional specialization about African continent. Professor Olufunke Mojuba Okome was educated at the University of Ibadan. Great Ibadan, Baba Adeboye. You see that? Baba Adeboye is a product of University of Ibadan. And as far as Baba Adeboye is concerned, there is no university on earth that can equal University of Ibadan.
It's absolutely right.
Then Professor Olufunke Mojuba Okome was also educated at Long Island University, New York, and Columbia University, New York. She's a political science professor at Brooklyn College. She has done so much work. She did Women's Studies Program Director and Deputy Chair for Graduate Studies in the Department of Political Science. Born in Nigeria, Professor Mojuba Olu has worked on international development issues as a consultant for clients, including the United Nations and Commonwealth Secretariat in London. Our teaching interests include a focus on the meaning of inclusive, equitable citizenship in the context of the interplay between globalization, democratization, and economic development. Our research interests include youth empowerment, gender, democracy, and citizenship in Africa. If I want to give all the credentials that this our special guest have today, is going to take half of the program. because she is really loaded. And like you know, Yoruba Gbode doesn't do things halfway. Today we have the honor to have her with us. I don't want to forget the great job that Professor Mojuba Olu did when we were working on bring our guests back. That was the first time that I met her, and I was amazed at the dynamics of this, our great professor. She did so much on bring back our girls New York. She's also the founder and editor of Kerindo, a journal of African migration. She is currently working on a book titled Gender Power and Leadership in the African Initiated Church in Nigeria and our diaspora. I have the honor to introduce our special guest, Professor Mrs. Mojuba Olufunke Okome. You are welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you have been everywhere, and then you have done so much that we have something to point to. My first question that I want us to enlighten us on is this Ukrainian war. A lot of us don't know why it starts, how it starts. We just wake up one day, we find out that some big brother is beating up the people under them. So can you enlighten us how this war started and what is really the bone of contention in this serious war that is going on? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, my pleasure. I think only Putin, Vladimir Putin, can tell people why the war started. But I think if I'm looking at this war as somebody who is doing international relations, you know, international relations scholars see international politics as existing in an arena of anarchy. And that means the absence of the state or an institution that is governing that space. So because there's no universal state, the state members of the international system engage in a system that is described as a self-help system. And, you know, depending on whom you ask, one of the major ways of looking at this is from a realist perspective. And they say that states in international relations, they want to dominate. And well, we know that not all states are dominant. So I think we can see what Putin is doing as an attempt to dominate the region that Russia is in. And then there's a history that ties Ukraine and Russia together. They were part of the Soviet Union. And then, you know, so if you look at what Putin is saying, Ukraine has never been an independent nation. And it is part of Russia because there are Russian-speaking people there. Let's also be clear that states, because, okay, if we take the realist perspective, states, because they want to win this battle of wills and enhance their power, they will say just about anything that they need to say in order to get what they want done. You will find that it's not all states that can do this. It is the powerful states that can. So the resources that a state has at its disposal helps it or hinders it from to get its objectives done. Russia is a powerful state. Ukraine is a weak state. Russia wants to exercise dominion over Ukraine, and Ukraine is unable to match Russia in terms of the military force at its disposal and also even economic power. And then Russia also is able to kind of put in check some of the states that might have opposed it. The European states are dependent on Russia for their energy resources. So they need petroleum, they need gas, they need a whole lot of the things that Russia has. So many states, seeing what Russia is doing as a violation of international law, are saying, well, the Western states and the US, we are going to stop Russia, but can they? Since we all know there are sanctions, right? But these sanctions can only be effective if all the states putting sanctions on Russia are able to hold firm and do the same thing. Because the European states need the resources from Russia, they can't do this. So Russia, in the way that the realists see it, Russia is doing what it's doing because it can get away with it. Ukraine is is in the position that it is in because it's a weak state, and weak states, they have no option but to start appealing to morality, to international law, asking people to help them, saying that this is illegitimate. But as you can see, all the appeals that Ukraine is making, although these appeals are eliciting help, you know, the US has given so much in terms of weapons. The Europeans are, and the US are imposing sanctions. There's a lot of condemnation from the United Nations. In spite of all of this, Ukrainians are dying, and Russia has been able to take over some of the territory, although the Ukrainians are fighting in a very courageous way. So this is also, I think, part of the long-term effects of the Cold War. During the Cold War, the US and the Soviet Union were superpowers. Both of them, well, the US first started with this idea of spheres of influence. And it became the order of the day that there was a sphere of influence that belonged to the Soviet Union and a sphere that belonged to the US. The end of the Cold War was occasioned by the kind of collapse of the Soviet Union. Then, you know, you had a breakup of the Soviet states. Russia is the most powerful of those states. And I think Russia, what Ukraine means to Russia is that this is our sphere of influence. There's a fear by Russia that Ukraine might join the European Union, and even more fear that Ukraine might join NATO. If Ukraine joins NATO, then the NATO countries are going to be right on Russia's border. In any case, I also think that, well, many scholars agree that Putin wants to ensure that whatever happens in its sphere of influence is controlled by Russia. And now I want us to kind of take a step back and imagine if Mexico says that it's going to join an alliance, a military alliance that is headed by the Russians. What would the United States do? So this is what the fight is between the US and NATO and Russia. And then, in order to justify what it is doing, you find Russia under Putin saying that Ukraine has never been an independent country. The people in Ukraine are predominantly Russian. Well, they're Russian speaking because they were part of the Soviet Union. But this kind of revisionism is not a reflection of the reality, at least as understood and argued by the Ukrainians. So a powerful country sees a weak country as part of its sphere of influence, and it is not going to allow it. to have the autonomy to join an alliance that it sees as against its national interest.
Let me ask a question. So the real reason that we can see is because Ukraine wants to join the NATO?
Well, you know, the funny thing is Ukraine has not said that it's going to join NATO. Okay. But there are many, okay, so I think if you're looking at this from the perspective of Ukraine, it's actually advantageous for Ukraine to be part of an alliance that is not headed by Russia, because Russia is interested in incorporating the territory of Ukraine into Greater Russia. And, you know, we are hearing of this war now. There's been war ongoing in the eastern part of Ukraine since 2014.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask whether this is the first time the aggression.
No. So Ukraine has experienced a lot of, has experienced invasion, has been in a state of war. And then there's a lot of also Russian attempt to influence people within Ukraine to work against the interest of Ukraine and for the interest of Russia.
So whatever a body does, people always, you know, relate it to the head. So what kind of person is this Putin man? We have had so many different things. We don't know who is Putin? What kind of man is he?
Okay, so I have to confess, I am not a Russia expert. I have colleagues who focus on Russia. And so they can tell you who Putin is. I mean, I can say that Putin is a nationalist. Putin, I think from what I've been able to garner, he was a member of the KGB, the Russian Secret Service. He rose through the ranks. He eventually became, I think he was mayor of Moscow or something, before he became president. So he's somebody who is also this very macho type person. And many people now are saying, you know, just in the same way as they would see any aggressive head of state, that he's not, some people are arguing that he's not rational. But you know, from the realist perspective, the way rationality is measured is very different from whether you have common sense or not. It is strategically, is what you're doing advantageous for your country or your state to get power. So I think maybe from the assessment that Putin is making, what Russia is doing is advantageous for the enlargement of territory under Russian control. Now, let's be clear. This kind of taking over of territory as a colonial effort or imperialistic effort is something that belongs in the 20th century more than in the 21st century. And that's why I'm saying this is like a long-term Cold War effect, because now many countries that want to take over, they do it economically. You know, globalization, economy is more important, and you can't even identify who the enemy is. So this is an old style, like imperialistic effort by Russia to establish its dominion over Ukraine. And I can't tell you what kind of a person Putin is, except that it seems as if there is no concern on Putin's part about whether he has become notorious, whether people are saying that what he's doing is illegitimate. He's determined to do it.
Unfortunately. So now, from our experience, you know, especially with United States, you know, this our Putin man has never had any good name in the past. But how are the people from his country looking at all these things? I mean, what do you think? Is it because of the, let me put it this way, is it because of the kind of policy that he has? So what effect is that having on the way people from Russia are taking the whole thing?
Well, you know, so we're depending on the news reports of journalists from countries where Putin is seen as the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
For them to tell us what's happening within Russia. So from what my colleagues who are Russia experts are saying, and from some of the news reports that I have read myself, there's no united front on this matter of invading Ukraine. You know, there are protests by Russians, but then they're also reporting that the people in Russia are not getting the full story about exactly what is happening. So if you don't have the full story, it's impossible for you to have anything other than the perspective that the government wants you to have. And in many situations, you know, governments also use propaganda, their own spin on what is happening, their own presentation of what they see as the facts, to influence their citizens to act in supportive ways to the agenda of a particular regime. So if of course, you know, people say that is more common under authoritarian regimes than under democratic regimes, you know. But let's be clear, all states engage in propaganda to put what they are doing in good light and put what the enemy is doing as outrageous and unacceptable. But there are reports, you know, that there are protests in Russia. There are reports that, and you know, before this, Putin has also cracked down against some of his perceived enemies. There have been reports of people being assassinated, not just in Russia, but in foreign countries, in the UK, in, you know, different places. And most of these people who have been assassinated are people who have been critical of Putin. So there's significant evidence that he's very authoritarian and he's not tolerant of opposition. So I don't think one could say that Russia under Putin is a democratic state. It's authoritarian.
Now, thank you so much. Let's look at America. America being what they are, a lot of people are expecting that America should have done something, that this war shouldn't have even gone, you know, as much as it did before. America should be able to curb it. So what is holding America? Why it's like they are performing below people's expectation as far as this war is concerned? What do you think?
Okay, so I think actually America is damned if it does and damned if it doesn't. Let's say America responded with overwhelming force against Russia. How many people are going to be celebrating and saying that this is the right thing to do? One of the issues that's important to consider is that Russia is a nuclear state. So how far do we want to go with this? You know, knowing that Russia has nuclear warheads that can reach all those European countries that are opposed to its presence in Ukraine, and probably some that could also reach North America. So are we willing, when we are saying America should go and fight, are we willing to undergo a nuclear war? I think that's one of the considerations. Another consideration is that I talked about the way the realists see the world. By the way, it's not the only way, okay, that political scientists look at what's going on. But the realist perspective is that every state has a national interest. Is it in America's national interest to go all out in a war that protects Ukraine against Russia? Does America have nothing to lose? You know, is this going to enhance American power? These are the calculations that states go into when they decide they're going to war. Are Americans also going to line up behind President Biden and say, this is the right thing to do? If they come and take your child or my child, are we going to say, okay, go and fight? We're ready. So all these considerations contribute to states saying, well, this is not the time, or we're not going to do this. And then, so because, the fear that that there'll be escalation, that the cost will be unbearable, that the public is not going to go for it. And then when states are calculating national interest, they also calculate the interests of corporations. Actually, the interest of corporations are more important than the interests of ordinary people, the way things usually break down. So many corporations are probably not interested in fighting an all-out war. But I think the biggest constraint is that Russia has nuclear weapons, and there is fear that Putin is the kind of person that will not be averse from using these weapons. And that's also what made it possible for Russia to invade Ukraine so easily, because Ukraine used to be where the biggest nuclear, weapons locations were when the Soviet Union was an entity. And Ukraine was encouraged to demobilize, these nuclear weapons and turn them to, nuclear power stations. So now Ukraine has, I think if Ukraine had nuclear weapons, maybe Russia would be more careful about whether it invades or not. And, I'm not this is not original, also from some realist analysts of international relations.
Yes, all this makes a lot of sense, actually. So if you are just coming in on Yoruba Gbode, if you are just coming in, especially those of our people who are on Reef Note website, people on YouTube, and people on Radio Yoruba Gbode, our guest today is Professor Mojuba Olufunke Okome. She's a professor of political science, and she is talking to us. We are asking questions on the war between Russia and Ukraine. Before we go forward, because we usually have question session from our people, that is going to be another part entirely. But before we go to that, I would like to introduce Baba Adeboye. Ore Baba Dieleni. Okay. I would like to introduce our team, our wise men. They're going to be the first person to be asking questions. They are the life wire of Yoruba Gbode, especially when we have a timber and caliber guests like you. They take it over pretty much. So the first person that I'm going to introduce to you is Baba Muye, Professor Adenira. Adeboye. Professor Adenira Adeboye has been the leading for our wise men team since the inception of Yoruba Gbode. Professor Adeboye has been the father to many of Yoruba around here. He's a professor of mathematics, but sometimes people call him a professor of everything, including political science. So I'm very happy to introduce Baba Moye, Professor Adenira Adeboye to you. Baba Adeboye.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Now also,
I'm
happy to be here.
It is not alone. Another member of the Moye team is Dr. Olukayode. I like to call Olukayode first before I call his English name. Professor Dr. Olukayode Akimbola. Dr. Olukayode Akimbola is one of the life wire of Yoruba Gbode. Is involved in so many activities that involve Yoruba nation. And he makes sure that Yoruba Gbode is on its toe to do everything that is necessary. It doesn't sleep when it comes to Yoruba affairs. So I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Oluwakayode Patrick Akimbola to you, man.
Thank you very much, Ma. Professor Komen, we are definitely honored to have you join us this afternoon, and I'm looking forward to a very enriching dialogue with the rest of the Yoruba Gbode family. Thank you.
Glad to be here. Where are the women, though?
Oh, they're here. Yeah, we have Professor Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka. She is the only woman that we have in among the wise men. So we always say 3 wise men and a woman, but unfortunately she can't be here today. Okay, Alagba Thomas Bankole, where are you? Okay, Alagba.
Yeah.
Alagba Thomas Bankole is one of the leaders of our Yoruba group from Canada. He is one of the life wires of Yoruba Gbode because he brings so much experience, intelligence, wisdom, and everything to Yoruba Gbode. So I'm very, very happy to introduce Alagba Thomas Bankole to you.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Okome, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
We are waiting for more. You've given us we have a taste already, so we know there's a lot more behind coming.
Thank you. So, Professor Okome, I want us to go to the other part. This war, what does it mean for many countries of the world? You know, sometimes you can just be an onlooker, okay? You can be an onlooker, and sometimes you can be somebody who will be in the position of arbitrator. And my people will say, oh, that is when you are trying to separate people from fighting, you better be careful so that you don't get it. So what is the need for other countries, whether they are looking or whether they are part of it? How do you think this is going to affect other countries?
Well, I think what I cannot give you like a breakdown of who supports Russia, but I think that there are some countries that support Russia. Why they support Russia, again, would have to be in a blanket way explained by them looking at their national interest and whether or not supporting Russia is going to be advantageous to them. I think majority of countries are opposed to Russia's invasion. And you could see that from the Security Council meeting by the United Nations, that there was condemnation, you know. But there were some states that said that, you know, they really don't, some of them might say they don't want to take sides. Some of them might say, well, you know, they're not willing to support sanctions. So it depends on their national interest. And for many states that are dependent, that are on the borders of Russia, you know, you also see some states like the Scandinavian countries that were sitting on the fence about joining NATO and EU, now saying that they want to join because they are afraid that Russia would mete out the same treatment that it's meting out to Ukraine to them. And they, you know, so I think that we can easily say that majority of countries are condemning Russia. In terms of going through with serious sanctions that would hurt Russia enough to make it stop this invasion, the fact that there's energy dependence on the part of the European states is stopping them from going to the extreme. But they are opposed, you know, to Russia. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's like on the one hand and on the other hand. But, you know, you find some people are saying that Russia is right to be opposed to Ukraine joining NATO. But let's be clear, Ukraine never said that it was going to join NATO. You know, it may have said it wanted to join the EU, but it didn't say it was going to join NATO. The EU is an economic organization. NATO is a military organization.
Okay.
And then, you know, okay, so let me also quickly say that the whole essence of the United Nations is that it's a collective security organization. And one of the principles that it espouses, that it says it's about, is that any attack on any member state is an attack on all. So it's supposed to then come to the defense of whichever country is unjustly attacked. But let's also be clear, the United Nations does not have a military force, you know. So if the UN is going to do anything, the Security Council would have to make a decision on giving, on first of all, saying that the UN should take action. Secondly, it would have to, states would then have to contribute forces that would go in. So the UN doesn't have its own armed forces. And so it cannot say, Russia, get out of there, we're going to come after you, without the major states agreeing. And then Russia, which is the aggressor here, is one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. They have veto power over whatever the UN Security Council decides to do. So Russia has veto power, and you can say, no, the Security Council is not going to do anything, and that's what will happen. So, you know, we are living in a very, in a system where some of us are more equal than others. And within the United Nations itself, that is what happens in a practical way, in spite of all the laudable principles and ideals that the institution says it has. You know, the practical politics of things is that the people who won the Second World War, and Russia is one of them, they have way more power in the United Nations than the other states put together.
Thank you. The first person that I'm going to throw on for question is Baba Moye, Professor Adenira Adeboye. You are on, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hostess. And welcome to everybody, including the Amoyes and the usual audience. I'm sorry that I conked out for a few minutes there out of fatigue, but forgive me. Okay. And our guests, you are welcome once more.
I'm glad it's not because I'm boring.
No, absolutely not. If I blame myself for being unable to learn as much as I would if I was awake. But let's see whether I'm going to keep awake. I'm going to strengthen myself. Now, this is Yoruba Gbode. So if we don't go too far before we take a situation that is going on in the world and ask ourselves, if this were what happened to us, what can we do? How protected are we? So the Yoruba say, in other words, you should start studying a problem from the most elementary part of it. If Russia invades Kiev and the whole world goes agog, and they are saying we should do this, we should do that, we should not do this, we should not do that. What has the world been looking at with all the killings that are going on in Africa, especially in Nigeria in recent times? Where is there any moral guideposts to the functions of world bodies? You've been an expert in international relations. If there is any moral dimension, why have they been silent, extremely silent, on the disaster that bedevils Africa, in particular, Yoruba land in recent times? Whereas within 2 or 3 days of Russian invasion of Kiev, we were getting all kinds of loud noises about it shouldn't happen, we should punish them, we should do this, we should do that. Are certain human beings more valuable than others?
Okay, I think respectfully, what is happening between Russia and Ukraine is international. What is happening in Nigeria is domestic. There's a principle, sovereignty. And I did say that the United Nations is not immune to political decisions, okay? Sovereignty means that states have autonomy within the boundaries of that state, recognized states, that is. So when you have things that are happening domestically, oftentimes you have a sort of hands-off approach to what's going on. And then I also said, when states make decisions, they make those decisions based on their calculations, very cold, calm, collected calculations of what their national interests are. And that's why it often amazes me that Africans expect people to jump to our defense. You know, if you look at international relations, look at Latin America, a whole lot of atrocities happen. And the same countries that say that they're for democracy and human rights and whatever, they support dictators. You know, I think you can also look at some of the other, some of the European states where there have been accusations of genocide and counter accusations. The states decide what they're going to do based on their national interest. Now, when it comes to international relations in general, I think we also have to understand that we're in a system that is white dominated. and that the roots of the international system, they're racist, you know. So decisions that are taken on whose life is valuable and whose is not, they tend to kind of follow these understandings that are at the foundations of international relations, okay? Now, the issue about the Yorubas and what is happening, I don't think it's only Yorubas that are being slaughtered in Nigeria. You know, and what you also find is that there are appeals made by all kinds of ethnicities for this state to intervene, that state to intervene. Like I said, even in the case of Ukraine, the reason why the United States would not jump in foot first and say we are going to fight a war to the finish is that they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. So when a state is looking, I mean, the US also has commercial interests with Nigeria, so does the UK, which is out of the European Union as a result of Brexit, and it wants to have trade relations with African states that are big markets like Nigeria, you know, so they're not going to take decisions that are contrary to their national interest. And if they do come in, I think Nigerians would regret it, because whatever they put in, they're going to extract multiples, you know, and you may not be able to get rid of them. And if we're asking for come and intervene and whatever, look at Afghanistan. Is Afghanistan better off now than before the invasion? Look at Iraq. Is Iraq better off? So I don't know why we always think that other people are going to come and help us, or that if they come and invade and attack, it is going to be advantageous to us in the final analysis. So I don't know, I think if people need to realize that if Nigeria's problems are to be solved, it is Nigerians that would solve it. Actually, the way I think about it, this is also what national autonomy means. Are we independent, or are we still dependent countries? You know, and what we are essentially asking for is come and colonize us. When that colonization comes, are we ready for the consequences? And like I said, just look at Afghanistan today and look at Iraq. And let me hear from people, is that what we want? You know?
Okay. First of all, thank you very, very much, because what you have said in more way than one show that we really have challenges because of who has the power of definition. In other words, if you call the problems in Nigeria local and the problem in Kiev international, are we saying that the same people, the Russians, who are no more or less Slavic than the Kiev, that their problem is international, even though the people that are fighting each other there are of the same ethnic nationality? Are we saying that Nigeria is not international, even though we have very many nations in there? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the word nation cannot apply to Nigeria, except for wishful thinking. It is an amalgamation put there by a foreign power that has never left. So the question is, who is defining what? And if we are at the stage where every aspect of our life is subject to definition and redefinition by other people than ourselves, how do we get together to solve a problem? If the Fulani says, for example, that they own the land from Sahara Desert to the Atlantic, and the Yoruba say no, and the Igbo say no, and what have you, those are nations, as far as I'm concerned, trying to protect their ancestral homes. Yet the international community has decided that Nigeria is one sovereign entity, as opposed to very many nations forced together by Lord Lugard.
Okay, now the United Kingdom, right, is composed of the Scots, right?
The
Welsh, some Irish, and the British. And the British actually have some Vikings who had come a long time ago and settled there. So what we're saying about Nigeria, you can say about a whole lot of countries, you know. I think Nigerians need to kind of take a step back. You know, this is my opinion. And decide whether or not being negotiating to live amicably together is not more advantageous than, you know, these separatist arguments that are being made. Now, when I even think about the Yoruba people, I'm Yoruba. My father is Ijebu, and my mother is Oyo. Yeah, wait. I'm my mother is Oyo.
Are we speaking English then? Morogo.
Mi ò lè sọ Yorùbá tó dán tó gbogbo yẹn. So my mother is Oyo. They don't the two groups do not like one another deeply. Because, you know, I grew up with my mother's people always insulting the Ijebu, you know, with a lot of arrogance, especially because they're Oyo Alaafin. They are related to the royal family. So they saw themselves as superior to the Ijebu people and saw my mother as marrying down. You know, I think if you also look in our history, we had the Yoruba Wars. What was that about? So let us be clear. There is no pristine history of a united Yoruba nation that we are then recalling into the present. So even the Yorubas need to work on unity among themselves. And you cannot find any country, including the United States, where you have no arguments against exclusion by some sector of the population. The Native Americans in the US are oppressed. African Americans are oppressed. Puerto Rico, some people in Puerto Rico are arguing that Puerto Rico is an internal colony within the United States. And the way in which the policing is done in Black communities in the United States is so much more brutal than how it is done in white communities. Now, so what is happening in Nigeria?
For safe evacuation.
Okay, Engineer Fiji. Can you take control? We shouldn't be having that.
So my point is that, you know, nation built, yes, Blue Guard and the British came and put all kinds of people together. Now, let us think very deeply about whether or not this separatism is going to be what is advantageous to us. And like I said, before the Yorubas decide whatever it is to do, they need internal unity.
They have it.
Which I don't see yet. You know, so you see it, I don't see it.
Okay.
You know, I also want to say that me, personally, I am not for any kind of division of Nigeria. I think we should find a way of working together because also, economically, Nigeria as it is a huge market. What we need to do is work out the terms under which we all coexist peacefully, instead of saying that, you know, one is going away here, there, and the other. Look at South Sudan. They broke up. Has it brought peace?
Okay, I hope you allow me one or two more questions. First of all, we should be very careful. As you are hinting, there is not absolute parallelism between what is happening in any one or two countries. In the emphasis for Nigeria the emphasis for Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, is that whereas the Europeans put their countries together and they've not always been together, they negotiated it. They negotiated their union. The Act of Settlement 1701 is what was the basis for creating the British Union. Well, the Act of Union 1707 is what created the so-called Great Britain, United Kingdom of Great Britain. And that United Kingdom, part of the reason that it was able to survive for 300 years before you started talking about Irish this and that, is because they had established fiefdoms and empire in which they were bringing resources from the rest of the world to make everybody at home happy, so that there was not nearly as much of a conflict between the Irish, between the Welsh and the British, and the English and the Scots. But in our own situation, we were also trading among ourselves, Hausa, Yoruba, even all the way out to Mali. But we did not create Nigeria. You see, the other people created their own country. Now they are telling us we don't have anything to create. It is forced on us, and they want it to remain so. And in the process of remaining so, we have no voice. People are being killed like chicken, and we have nothing to say. Are you saying we should be hoping to negotiate when the dominant, I'm not talking of numerically dominant, I'm talking about politically dominant, the man with the gun is the majority. When the man with the gun says no negotiation possible, we are going to rule you forever. I'm not sure that the international relations, I'm not sure which aspect of international relations can give us hope about any manner of peace when people have decided that they are going to dominate, no matter what the rest of us think. Of course, help me out.
Well, I don't know that I can help out. I think that Nigerians collectively would have to decide.
We don't have an avenue for doing it.
Excuse me, sir. The Nigerians collectively would have to decide how far they want to go with pushing this thing of we need to be whatever. I always ask people, let's say there is a war. Are your own children going to be in the forefront? Because let me just quickly say I'm a pacifist.
Mm-hmm.
Let me also say, like I said before, I believe that Nigerians should work together to make that country a better nation. I don't see as clear-cut a line as you are drawing. And then when you were talking, you said that the British were able to go and bring resources from other places mm-hmm. to assuage the Welsh and the Scots.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you going to go and colonize to bring resources?
No, I'm not asking us to colonize anyone.
No, I mean, because that's one of the conditions that you laid down.
No, I didn't lay it as a condition. I laid it as a description of why they are able to stay together as a sovereign nation as a sovereign country, because they are not really a nation.
I don't think that's all that it takes. I think, what you have is a hegemony that was established by the English mm-hmm. over the other nationalities. And that hegemony was established by force. There were wars, people were killed, there was resistance, people were driven to the ground, So there is no country, very few countries that you see where it is as a result of people sitting around and saying, come by here, that they organized themselves. But I don't think it is impossible to have peaceful solutions to human problems. And that's what I want Nigerians to find.
Okay, I hear you, and I know that wars were fought all over the whole place, but we cannot have it both ways. We cannot say that
the attendees want to know if they can participate. So, attendees want to know if they can participate.
Is there enough time for those who are attending to also contribute?
And I thought I was coming to talk about students in Ukraine too.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something, please?
Let me be quiet.
Okay. It's not about students. The war in Ukraine. That's what we plan. But maybe I didn't mention it, and I'm sorry. When we bring somebody to talk on a topic, if there is any other thing that is in your line, we encourage people to ask questions because we may not have the opportunity,
Well, some of the most immediate effect of this war is on students, many of them from Nigeria, who are in Ukraine and have suffered and are being treated badly. And I think so, if we want to kind of focus on how the war is affecting us as a people, those students I see as our children, even though I didn't birth them. I don't want my children to be in the kind of situation where there's conflict in a place and then they are suffering, they're being treated as second-class citizens. They're going through all kinds of horror. Some of them are still stuck there. They had to stop their education. Of course, stopping their education is not something that is not experienced in Nigeria. ASU is on strike. The children are at home. But there are at least 16,000 African students in Ukraine. 4,000 of them are said to be Nigerians. Many of them, if you looked on the internet, you see them suffering, being pushed back, being not allowed to enter rescue vehicles and so forth. I think we should be concerned about that. I don't know how.
Okay, we are going to.
I'm a professor, that concerns me a lot. And I think that, that should be a very serious focus in terms of the Yoruba nation. I think I have said all that I need to say in terms of my position, what I think, and how people should really think very carefully when they are considering non-peaceful solutions to political problems.
Okay, so all right, okay, let's thank you. Let's go to Baba Adeboye. Are you okay? So we're going to move to another question. Is that okay?
I think we should. I think we should move to another question, but I must emphasize that I wasn't advocating any one particular solution. I was asking questions about direction to bring relief to people, and what does seem to have been closed. But in fairness to all the other people who want to raise issues, please go ahead and let our guest answer.
Okay. All right. Dr. Oh my God, Dr. Akimbola.
Oh, thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, Professor Kome. I had two questions for you, but as I was listening to some of the responses, there were 2 points that I felt I wanted to, first of all, at least emphasize, make my own point of view regarding, and then I'll go on to the questions. The first is with regards to Nigeria. Very often when people are talking about Nigeria and things that can happen and so on, the question I usually ask them is, they should start by defining a Nigerian for me. I'm still searching. And I guess with that premise, my own view is that there's nothing to work out in Nigeria based on the lies that it was built on. I grew up in the northern part of Nigeria in the 60s, and I have very vivid experiences with regards to some of the differences between the North and the South. I ended up even in undergrad doing it all in the North and traveling all around. And very often when I speak with Southern elites and intellectuals about the national question, I find out that those who have had the opportunity of actually living in the North are more in tune with some of the power dynamics and how they manifest themselves. So I just wanted to clarify, we were Pan-Africanists to the core in the 70s when we were in school. thinking that that big Nigeria would evolve. But suffice it to say anyway that I'm still looking for somebody who would define a Nigerian for me within the context of a Brit or an American. The second was with regards to intolerance among sub-ethnic groups in Yoruba land that you mentioned. The Egbas not working with some other group. I find this also a very common argument among many as part of what I call muddying the waters with regards to what a self-determination struggle really involves and the kind of clarity one needs to have. That point of view really suffers from two main flaws, and they are very common flaws. Those two flaws are psychic determinism and historical presentism. What does that mean in a layman's terms? We are using activities that took place in the past and some specific, the specific psychological or whatever tied to it to attempt to make projections about a future event. And very often what people will say is that's probably not going to be a very good way of really kind of making the kind of argument one would want to make against that point of view. So I just wanted to clarify those. Now I have two questions. The first question really has to do with the level of dissonance among the African or our elite with regards to Ukraine and how it affects us or why it is important, what should be our point of view. I want to know, I would really want you to share as a political scientist, why you think there is such level of ignorance, dissonance, and just people who seem, even though they have all the degrees, are just not in tune with the global environment and what this means for us as Black people, Africans in particular. And I consider this very important because three major global activities have taken place already where we now have projections of famine in most parts of the sub-region. And so a lot of us are very worried that Nigeria is going to become a true crisis land. Those three activities, we have the pandemic, we have this Ukraine war, and overall climate change. All of these had created a lot of the turmoil we see. And so with Ukraine now being in such trouble and being the breadbasket of Europe, what they are saying is that things are going to really, really get bad for us. And when I hear us talking, I don't see enough of our own thinkers and our intellectuals asking, what does this mean for us? Which then ties to the second question with regards to we. Are we non-aligned? Or if we are not non-aligned, are we US aligned? With this $1 billion military deal that just went through, the contents of that deal seem to suggest that we are tied to the US at the hip. And I guess I was thinking that as a professor in political science, and when you look at a lot of the big investment with Google and some of these folks, what does that mean for us? Shouldn't we be opening our eyes to be asking ourselves, are we going to be just pawns in a game where the bigger folks are doing all of it and we are just the subjects, or are there things we can do at this point to really begin to position ourselves? I appreciate any way you can react to any of those.
All right. So since you have imputed ignorance and dissonance, I think you'll have to answer some of the questions yourself, because I'm probably one of the ignorant and dissonant people. What does this mean
that was not what that was about.
It seems like it.
Go ahead.
What does it mean for Black people? I don't think it is the war in Ukraine that is causing famine for us. We have global warming, we have climate change. We have the drying up of Lake Chad as a result of the climate change that has been underway way longer before any conflict in Ukraine. We also have desertification that's been affecting the whole of West Africa for a good long time. All those things are creating impetus for people to move away from places where their livelihoods cannot be accessed anymore. And it's putting pressures that people are calling the herdsmen and farmer crisis. It's all over West Africa. I think also if you are looking for proximate causes for some of the conflicts that's happening, the fall of Gaddafi as a result of a regime change done by Western countries put a lot of arms and ammunitions into the market for many African countries. And the level of weaponization, actual weapons, not just kind of mechanistic weaponization. It made it cheaper to acquire weapons, and it made conflicts escalate. Nigeria, it's not what's happening in Ukraine and whatever. We have had this crisis. Many Nigerians hardly express any kind of concern. And if they're expressing concern, they want somebody to come and rescue us from the outside, And this is not a new thing, because the way we approach international relations is to see it as this magnanimous space where people are going to come and extend charity to us without taking anything in return. And there's nothing like free lunch in international relations. Now, if you have a crisis in any part of the world, because we're a global system, it's going to have spill-off effects on other regions of the world. So in terms of this crisis, Nigeria has benefited somewhat because the price of petroleum has increased, but we're going to have worldwide inflation. And that's going to affect Nigeria. We're very import dependent. One of the conundrums that I see is I'm so puzzled as to why Nigeria, that has all the potential so that it could produce its own food, we can harness our collective energies and manufacture some of the things we need. We have become import dependent. We're very comfortable with it. And I don't see how we're going to correct that problem, like in a flash. You're talking about Google and all these other companies. No company wants to go to a place where they're going to face the level of insecurity that you have in Nigeria. And then the cost of doing business in Nigeria in terms of having to bribe, how many regulations you have to endure. And those regulations are sometimes not, I don't know, they don't make any logical sense. So it seems like Nigeria is not interested in attracting international business. And then if we're going to attract international business, again, we're going to have to do it with a calm and calculated sense of what is in our national interest. You were asking for a definition of who is a Nigerian. I can say the same about America. Who is American? So the problems that we are experiencing are not unique to Nigeria. They're problems that, well, in the past, they used to say these are problems of nation building and is the problem of new states. Now we are seeing that they're problems that even more established, maturer countries are having. And the only way, so there are options before people. Do you want peaceful solutions or do you want to have contentious solutions? I mean, that's up to people to decide. Just one person. And are we non-aligned? Nigeria used to say it was non-aligned. And it was a part of the group of 77. It went to Bandung conference. They formed the group of, even then, the non-alignment was kind of very superficial, because I think Nigeria was more in the Western camp than in the camp of the Soviet Union. Today, okay, without any kind of power capabilities, it is actually very difficult for countries to be fully non-aligned. So is Nigeria interested in becoming a powerful country? I don't know, because Nigerians are still talking about pulling apart and whatever, So it's up to Nigerians to decide. Is Nigeria aligned with the US? I think one could say so. The Nigeria trades with the US more than it trades with Russia, But I think Nigeria needs to decide, what does it want to be? Does it want to be autonomous? Does it want to be, but there are all kinds of Nigerians saying that they don't want to be part of Nigeria. So, until that is settled, whatever external posture the country has would depend on Nigerians saying we want to be together and this is the agenda for the future. And I don't see that. And I see also many people thinking that somebody is going to come and help us. Nobody is going to help. We'll have to help ourselves. In terms of living in, I grew up in Lagos. I lived in the South. So maybe that's why I'm tunnel visioned. But when I look at countries and political arrangements, I don't think when countries go into conflict that they come out winning at the end. I think it's more difficult to negotiate peaceful solutions, but for me, that's my comfort zone, So, and for other people, it's different.
Thank you very much, Prof. By the way, my comments were not directed at you regarding the dissonance or ignorance, but I do say that with all sense of responsibility and seriousness, because our elite intellectuals really have a challenge at this time of effectively circling the wagons to assure a proper discussion of some of these types of issues. And I don't see that occurring in any very systematic way. So if you allow me, that was what informed that comment rather than anything you have said so far. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Akimbola. I'm going to call Amoye Alagba Thomas. Please, let's make it brief. I still have, our time is going so fast. I still have many people. Baba Amoye Thomas Bankole, please make it brief so we can give other people that are not Amoye opportunity to ask their questions. All right. Okay, unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. I'll make it brief. Thank you for calling me. Professor Okome, I welcome you one more time. I just want to ask you this question. Looking at the event of the Cuba Missile Crisis and what's happening now in Ukraine, would you agree that US is being hypocritical in some way? That's one question. Another question is this. I'm glad you mentioned the treatment of the Nigerian students, which I don't hear much about. When this thing happened in my own locality here, I called so many Ukrainian Canadian societies and congresses and things like that. And I let them know that what they are doing is called racist here in North America. I know most of those ones I was able to talk to, they apologized. But then they apologize. I don't see any public figure in Europe or anywhere that has come to the aid of this that has maybe tendered any apology or said something about the way these people were treated at the border. I think that's something we need to put at the back of our minds. And because of that, honestly, when this conflict started, I was much against Putin. But when I saw the racial tendencies of the Ukrainians themselves to Africans, it changed my disposition. I didn't like what they did to my brothers and sisters or my children, not my biological children, but to Africans who are international students. And this is what I told many of their people here. I think we need to look at it again, where I don't say we should support war, but the way the Ukrainians are built up, I don't think there's anything for anybody to gain.
Okay,
a black person.
Okay, let's give her the opportunity to.
I have one more question, Ma, please, if you allow me. Professor Komi talked about staying in Nigeria, trying to dialogue, trying to do things peacefully, but you are working with people who have already told us that restructuring has hit a brick wall, that there is no way they will let power go.
So what is your question about that?
My question is, how do you survive? You are saying we don't want war. We are already in a state of war.
Okay,
let her respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, when I kind of made the blanket statement about remnants of Cold War politics, I talked about spheres of influence. And what the US was objecting to in the Cuban Missile Crisis was that the Soviet Union was invading its sphere of influence and it was not going to stand for it. And the world almost came to a nuclear war over that standoff. I also made the example when I was speaking about, let's just imagine that Russia comes to Mexico and Mexico says, well, we want to form a military alliance with Russia, with the US, go for it. So, this kind, when the realists say that the powerful countries do what they do because they can get away with it, it kind of tells you that many of these countries, number one, they're very expedient. Number two, they're very focused on their own, whatever it is that at any point in time they define as their interest. And they are not interested in kind of magnanimously helping anybody. I think we're still a bit confused about that because I see a lot of Africans appealing to these countries to come and help us. What historically shows us that they're willing to help? What examples of other places they have helped do we see? And there's positive outcomes. So nobody is going to help. There's no free lunch. Now, when it comes to justifying one's position, many of these countries do not want you to remember their record, their historical record. They know that also many of us have very short attention spans and we forget. So what the US does in one place, it would condemn another country of doing elsewhere. This is routine international politics. And that's the way it goes. And the weak countries are not really able to change anything in any kind of significant way. Not only because they're weak, but also because the powerful countries have a lot of resources where they can do divide and conquer, So there's a lot of bribery, there's a lot of inducement, there's a lot of carrot and stick strategies that powerful countries use to diffuse the potential of weak countries to unite and kind of fight for justice. And the examples of these weak countries trying, I mentioned the group of 77 that was formed. They said they were non-aligned. There was the attempt to create a new international economic order. And those talks went on in the 1980s and came to a stop because the powerful countries were not going to give up any kind of economic power or subscribe to anything that would weaken them or impoverish them or equalize the world. So yes, the US is hypocritical. Powerful countries are always hypocritical. They look out for their interests. And it is weak countries that invoke international law and morality and ethics and human rights and so forth. When powerful countries talk about human rights, They're very selective. So for example, also, the US is not a member of the International Criminal Court. Why? Because the US does not want the International Criminal Court to impose International Criminal Court justice on the US in terms of its activities internationally, okay? So the racist treatment that Nigerian students received, it's atrocious, it's horrible. And you know, it breaks my heart because a lot of us do not even speak out in a collective way, in a vehement way, in a way that insists that our people have to be treated with justice. It took it was very young people who pursued the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the diaspora person to make sure that they go and give some help to the people, to our students in Ukraine. And the help they did was patch and suboptimal. So we also need to speak up and push our government to do the right thing, whoever is there. You know, many of us, we sit on the fence, we just argue among ourselves. We need to do better.
Let me just ask one quick question. Do you think all these things that are happening to the children, to the students in Ukraine, could it be as a result of the type of government that we have in Nigeria?
No. Nigerian governments, well, you know, I think there are examples of some administrations that have been more progressive, but I am not, in general, impressed with the way in which Nigerian governments over time have treated Nigerian citizens, especially internationally. We allow our citizens to be rubbished. We allow them to undergo all kinds of racist, bad treatment. You know, if you're carrying a Nigerian passport, and it's not just during this administration, you get a lot of stress and flack in all borders. And our government doesn't do a government-to-government intervention that says you must respect our people. Because the governments of Nigeria have conventionally acted as if they're colonizers over Nigerians, not just this administration. So, and the citizens of Nigeria, they take it. We don't demand in a consistent way that we need respect, especially now that we have democratic governments, not just with this one. Everybody sits at home. Some people say they're praying. Some people say they're fasting. And some people are just, we're not going to go and make trouble so that they won't shoot us. I don't know. You know, so us citizens need to show these people that we are valuable through peaceful and consistent protests about injustices that are happening. And part of what is disappointing is that we have Nigerians in diaspora, not the people who are comfortable and who have jobs and stuff, Nigerians who are irregular migrants, Nigerians who are refugees, Nigerians who say they are refugees and they don't have papers. They get a lot of bad treatment. You know, if you look at the what do you call them? The Middle East countries, Lebanon, and many of these Gulf states, our women are treated, you know, who go there as domestic servants, are treated so badly. We have Nigerians among the people who are held as slaves in Libya. What is it that any Nigerian government does about it? And the problem of Nigerian women being trafficked as sex workers did not begin today. So we have so much of a mess, and we refuse to address it in any kind of way that shows that we ourselves value our fellow citizens, you know. So I don't know. And then the governments, they're just there running amok, you know, because nobody is calling them seriously to order in a democratic way, because there are democratic ways of also ensuring that you get accountability from government. So I don't think we are all doing democracy well, because we don't think it's possible in the first place.
Thank you. Thank you. If you are just coming in, this is Yoruba Gbode. Our special guest today is Professor Mojuba Olufunke Okome. She's a professor of political science. So I'm going to call a lady, Aderonke Adesanya. You are on. Please ask your question. Let's make it brief.
Okay,
so
thank you so much. I didn't even know I was going to get this slot. Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you so much, Professor Kwame, for your talk. I have some comments and then 2 questions, I guess. My comment is about the profile of the war. I'm looking at it from the conflict perspective, conflict resolution, conflict analysis perspective. When major powers collide, there are multiple factors that trigger, the actions. You have a tripod, you have reasons, you have resources, and you have a resolve. But this tripod, they hang on 4 factors: political reasons, economic reasons, military reasons, diplomatic reasons. Between Russia and Ukraine, only one of them actually has that enormous resources. But when you're comparing US and Ukraine, they fit into this profile of, these major powers that have all these variables. One may be, have
US and Russia.
Yeah, US and Russia. And in that kind of scenario too, you have stakeholders. In the case of US, you've already alluded to, there are corporations, there are billionaires who are looking behind, the shoulders of government to see that they do them right and ensure that their, monies do not, wither away. In the case of Russia, they have the oligarchs who, by way of, reasoning now, these foreign nations are going after them and imposing sanctions. Then there are shadow parties. Whether US, whether Russia, whether Ukraine, there are shadow parties. And I want to point attention to the shadow parties of Russia. Those are China. Those are North Korea. China, is looking forward, at some point to annex Taiwan or to go after Taiwan. North Korea may, fall over South Korea and all that. But they also have a bigger agenda in terms of, territorial expansion. The kind of sanctions that the US and other European nations have imposed on Russia is actually backfiring in a way. And that leads me to the hidden agenda, because in every war there are covert and overt reasons why people go to war. Now, the covert reasons, for Russia is, for decades, US has actually been controlling the global market. Everything is sold in US dollars, oil, just name it. So by imposing sanction, actually they have given Russia a birthday gift, a gift such that the idea of trading in US dollar is, becoming, a thing of the past for them, because they have now imposed that people must buy their oil and gas in ruble. So the hidden agenda is actually being pursued now for them. Other hidden agenda you've alluded to in terms of, protecting their territorial integrity, and an extended one is they want to expand. It's not just protection, they want to expand and become, and possibly dislodge the US as the main voice in, making the global authority of the global union, the UN and all, other important institutions, to just listen quote, to their own demands and all that. So how do we solve the issue of sacred cows? Because we've already alluded to it. US does not subscribe to anything that will not, fit into their own framework. How do we address, this issue of sacred cows? Can block voting, can having kind of alliances sort of work in a way? And I want to close my question and comments, with, looking at the profile of these major powers and how Nigeria, what's the implication for us? Nigeria is a minor power in this, and only in the African sub-region. That's what Nigeria is. And for us to have a voice at all, we would actually need many other,
we give her the opportunity to respond, because you posted a question and she has not been able to respond to the question.
Yeah, I'm not asking another question. I'm just, closing my own comments, so I don't have to come back to it. But that's okay. I've already posed that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see somebody wants me to go and live in Nigeria, so I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, because I study Nigeria, and I've studied Nigeria since my undergraduate days in the 1970s, until now, I go to Nigeria several times a year. And I have lived there. All my sisters are still living in Nigeria, and my extended family, majority of them are in Nigeria. And when I retire, I'm going back to Nigeria, unlike most people. I love Nigeria.
I do.
And that's why I want peace.
I go there.
Okay. So one thing, somebody said, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. One thing about this whole business of how do we build peace. You build peace when they're willing parties to peace building, okay? And the way countries have been, the way the system is designed, it's designed to be beneficial to the powerful countries. And they're not going to give up that power in order to have some kind of negotiated solution by blocks of weaker countries who come together. Like I said, also the weak countries, they are buyable, they're bribable. There's divide and conquer, so it's not, I alluded to the fact that in the 1980s, there were these very serious talks where the developing countries got together and insisted that because this is an imperialistic system and we were raped and plundered, that there is a need for reparations and we need a new international economic order. Those talks were very serious. Nothing came of it because the powerful countries are not going to give up their power. And unfortunately, one of the ways in which the system changes is through war. So that's why countries amass a lot of weapons. And actually, from what people say, the US has more weapons than the next 10 states that are powerful in terms of weapons, So just realize that it's not going to be easy. And many of these countries are not going to give up anything if they still have as much power as they do. The reasons why, my computer is going to die. The reason why countries fight, yes, there are hidden reasons. Russia wants power. Maybe you remember the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They were trying to form a bloc that was a counter force to the power of the United States. And, it seemed like things were going well, but now I don't know. I don't know where they are exactly. And I haven't even taken the pains to see if the other countries are supporting Russia in this war. So, I'll try to find that out. Dialogue and peaceful solutions. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's interested. The stakeholders, we have oligarchs on both sides. They just call them oligarchs on that side. Yeah. What are Bezos and the Tesla guy and all these people who have made more money during the pandemic when poor people are suffering than ever before? So we have oligarchs on both sides. And those oligarchs also, because they have overwhelming power, they tend to look out for their interest. And it is not necessarily what one would think of as always ethical, as always moral, as always just. So the day we move away from power politics, which is like talking about perpetual peace and beating swords into plowshares, is when you'll have a transformation. But the world is not ready for that, is not willing to do what it takes. Russia wants to challenge US dominance. Well, you know, it wants to, but I don't, I think as long as you don't have more countries going to the Russia side, it's going to be difficult for this to happen. Now, Russia with China are a force to be reckoned with. And I think everybody has said that China has its eye on Taiwan. China has always said that it believes that all of China, the way it existed before the Western countries came and broke it up, is, you know, what they want to come together again. And I don't think China is going to give up on that, because China has accumulated military and economic power. It is a force to be reckoned with. And I think the US was making overtures towards China, but China is more on the Russian side as it is now. So will the poor countries form a bloc? I don't see any serious moves that way. Other counter alliances possible, anything is possible. But realize that whoever is powerful is going to do their best to subvert it. So there's a huge power play. The countries that have more military and more economic power are the ones calling the shots. And I never liked the realist perspective of the world. I'm critical of that perspective that might makes right, but it seems like that is what really happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to call another person. Please make it brief because time is moving so fast. Adedayo, Bello, Ade. I can't see the rest. Okay. Adeboye, please, one question. We are limited to one question now, please. Let's make it fast.
Oh, all protocol observed. I want to ask the prof, why is too skeptical about the Yoruba nation movement, one, and the treatment of the Nigerian students over there. When we have a government that is irresponsive, who does not care about the treatment of his citizens, do you know that a country like Ghana went in, got his students, and got them enrolled in another country, especially, let me know, specifically Canada? Our own government decided they are more busy about 2023, and they don't want power shift. So why is the prof equating the what you call it, the struggle for Yoruba nation into the what's called it, the government of Nigeria, that the government that we have, the blame should go to the government, not
okay, let her answer the question. Thank you, sir. Yes, Prof.
I have blamed the Nigerian government for not immediately springing to the rescue of the students in Ukraine. You know, I said that very clearly. But I can criticize the Nigerian, and I also said, I am looking back and I have not seen evidence of Nigeria consistently protecting and rescuing its people when they face either discrimination or, you know, bad treatment in other countries. Nigerian governments don't do that. And I'm also saying that Nigerian citizens do not consistently, in a very determined way, insist on what is constitutionally guaranteed as in terms of government responsibility to the people. And that for me, it seems as if we're not really interested in pursuing our democratic rights in a consistent, concerted way, not just with this administration, but with past administrations. And so when you have a situation where people in government feel that this is how you treat citizens and it's legitimate and we all keep quiet, then it's going to go on forever. In terms of the Yoruba national movement, I've stated my position, and I know that there are people who differ, and so we'll have to agree to disagree.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to call somebody else. Quick question, but I personally, I am thinking that the Nigerian citizens have been inconsistent with their demonstration, protesting, and everything because they are hungry. When poverty goes into the door, dignity goes out through the window. They are hungry. If they go out today, by the time the police chase them around and some politicians give them money, they can't go back the next day. That is my personal opinion. Let me call somebody else. Toba building something. Odomodela Crown. Is that you? You are on.
Yes, thank you.
Quick question, not too much comment.
I don't have a question, I have a comment, so I'll make it brief. I'm actually in Nigeria, so if you're talking about being late, it's late here, but I stayed up to be part of this comment. And what I realized from what the prof is saying, personally, I realized it mixed up in her expression, because I don't think, as we say, you cannot eat a cake and still have it. One, my comment first was on the issue of the Nigerian students. Some of us are happy that they were meted out with such embarrassment and stuff like that, because you have people that are in Nigeria and universities were closed down, students were not in school, parents having their children not knowing what to do with them. And now you have certain set of individuals sending their children to abroad. Because imagine another country having so much number of population of students just from one country. That tells you about a system that collapsed wherever they came from. So somebody like me and some of my own cohort were happy that those individuals faced those challenges. They happen to be individuals of circumstances, but as a nation, hearing that name, we're happy that it happened that way. That is one point. The second thing is, if we are happy that it is happening that way, there is no way you expect people like us to now come out openly and begin to condemn what Ukrainians are doing to those individuals, because we felt that those are opportunist children. And from whatever commonwealth that we have, I don't know who their parents were, but if we have a country in Nigeria as a Nigerian and universities were under lock and key, and certain individuals are going abroad to study, people like us at home were happy that it happened. So if you also go into what you're trying to explain to us, I've never seen any administration in Nigeria when they are campaigning that talk about foreign policy. If you look at the campaign that we have ever had, there is nothing about foreign policy for this country. It's all about innuendos, bickering, hatred, or maybe insult and all those things. So if you don't have those things in place and those individuals came to power, then I wonder why you want to see where they are aligned to in the international scene. So that is just my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Very unfortunate.
I disagree. I think if you are looking at which students we should be saying have been able to escape from the chaos of trying to get university education in Nigeria. It is those people whose parents are able to afford to send them to the US, to the UK, to the wealthy countries. Ukraine is a poor country. The reason why those students were able to go to Ukraine is that Ukrainian education is actually very affordable. You know, I don't think, for me, I'm going to say, don't let anybody go anywhere. Actually, if we're thinking about the numbers, the largest number of African students are from Morocco, 8,000. Nigerians, 4,000. So if you see that proportion, Morocco has a smaller population. And then Egyptians, 3,500, they said. So smaller countries have proportionally a higher population. I think it's okay for students to be able to go anywhere in the world and study. That being said, the educational system in Nigeria is so broken, and the infrastructure is crumbling. There's a lot of contention between the academic staff and the government over these conditions. The libraries in many of these institutions, including Great UI, if you go there, if you remember how it was in the 1970s when I was there, and you go there today, one would weep tears. So, you know, the fact that people are going abroad should not preclude there being a worthwhile educational system in Nigeria. The budget that we have for education is atrocious. Any country that wants to develop must make sure, and then if you want to run a well-functioning democracy, you have to make sure. And then we're also in an international system where it's very competitive. Educate your population. Make sure that the institutions of learning from primary to the tertiary, that they're spaces where excellence is guaranteed. And I think my education in UI prepared me to engage anywhere. I got a sound education. It is heartbreaking that we're going backwards when it comes to the soundness of our education institutions and systems, instead of going forward. So I think I want Nigeria to clean up its act on education. It is not acceptable, the state of many of our universities, our secondary schools that are government-owned, and our elementary schools. And many of the fly-by-night institutions that also set up where all kinds of atrocities are happening, you know, when you read the news, you know, there needs to be more quality control across the board when it comes to education. And if we're going to say some people are benefiting from the confusion, it is the children of the people in government, and they're not going to Ukraine. It is poor people's children that are going there. And many of those students, you know, if they go back to Nigeria, actually, they said majority of them are in medical school because it's cheaper there than to go to the Western countries. Trust me, the children of the filthy rich people in Nigeria are not in Ukraine. And I don't think, and also, you know, when something bad happens, I kind of want to put myself in the shoes of the people that it's happening to. Not say, well, they deserve it, because one day that stuff might happen to me. So should people treat me likewise? In terms of also not eating one's cake and having it, I don't see how I am doing that. Now, the non-existence of foreign policy in campaigns, in Nigerian campaigns, I think one could say that. But even if they had that, you know, what I am saying is that even things that are promised, Nigerians are not in the habit of asking for accountability. And there is nowhere in the world where you are going to have any government that is responsive to citizens' needs when there is no demand. And that demand is not organized and tenacious. And you know, there's no place also where you wave a magic wand and things happen. As good as people think America is, it has so many terrible problems. And if it wasn't for people who are organized and pushing, you would have no kind of response. Even when there are responses, like let's say the Black Lives Matter movement, are Black people still not being killed? Are the police who's killing them not being exonerated in law courts? You know, a Black woman was put up for Supreme Court justice, and they put her through hell. The kind of hell that they didn't put the white woman who was less qualified through, you know, and all the white men. So there are problems, you know, whether you're looking at the US or you're looking at Nigeria. The reason why in the US you don't have such a significant upheaval is that there's been a hegemonic struggle in the past. White people are dominant, and they are not giving any opportunity for anybody to challenge them in any kind of meaningful way. So the challenges that are being made are chipping at the borders of the systemic oppression that exists. And in Nigeria, like I said, Nigerians would have to decide how it is that we want to go forward with our collective or disparate situation. It's not for me to say, but like I said, I'm a pacifist. When I think about conflict, I think, am I going to put my own children forward? Because I can't fight, and I don't want my children to experience war. So finding a way of making peace for me is the better solution.
Thank you. Lawyer Tayo Ogedengbe, you are on. Please, let's go to question because we have only 5 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Mine is now a question. Moki Gbogbo. Thank you very much, Professor Okome.
Hello.
Eshe Goma, Eshe, and you've spoken based on your experience and your preference, and nobody in any civilized dispensation should oppose what you understand to be your choice. But there's a message I want to pass across to all Yoruba across the world, which for me is a keynote that people should pay attention to in everything you've said tonight. And that is, nobody is coming to help us. Nobody is coming to help the Yoruba nation. And it goes to say that the Fulani understand this very well. And the only time the international community will come to our aid will be when we turn to a situation like Rwanda or Sierra Leone. That's when the peacekeeping force will come. So Yoruba people, wake up, smell the coffee,
Thank you.
Yourself.
Thank you. Let me call people who want to ask questions. Thanks for your comment.
Thank you.
Anthony, thank you. Baba Benjamin Esan, quick question. We are wrapping up. Baba Benjamin Esan, what's your question, sir? Baba? Okay. I'm going somewhere else. Alhaji Sule, what is your question, sir? Let's make it quick.
All right. Eshegan, all the speakers. Question me to the prof ni pé mo mean Professor Okome. Pẹ̀lú situation tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nigeria yẹn. We've been reading it, we've been knowing it pé àwọn tán rule wa, they don't want to leave powers. How do you think justice is going to be made of pé peaceful, harmonious solution can be resolved? Because these people are saying we won't get you to be there. We are not going to lose the power. We want to continue being the rulers. What then create the environment where we are seeing it, and our people that are elite, they can't react to this, killing people, and they're turning their faces away.
Okay, let that respond, sir.
Please, thank you.
I think I've been clear about what I need to say. So I think I would ask, I'm throwing the question back at you. Like I said, Nigerians collectively need to decide what they want to do, how they want to do it. For me, and I haven't changed my mind since I've been speaking, pacifism is better, you know. But if people decide that they have other solutions, I think, you know, there's no, it's a free world.
Please, one quick one.
Okay.
What's the condition to Yoruba nation existing from Nigeria.
She said it already.
Maybe I didn't get it.
I'm done, sir.
She said, in a nutshell, she said she doesn't believe that the country should split. Okay. So let's okay. I'm going to
I'm actually done. You know, I thank you very much. Because you had told me I could leave anytime I want, right?
Yes. Yeah, we are wrapping up.
You know, I've been talking for a better part of 2 hours. So I want to thank you for the invitation.
We are wrapping up.
My husband is one of the people with his hand up, you know.
Okay, okay.
So he can ask me to call him.
You don't want to answer his question?
Well, so I'll answer his question and that's it.
Okay, all right. That's what we are doing too. Okay. Mr. Moyo Kome, you are on, sir. You can unmute yourself.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni o, mo dúpẹ́. Nǹkan tí n fẹ́ sọ ni mo ti fi sí inú chat. Mo ní ìgbà tí ń kẹ́ṣọ̀ ròde, ọwọ́ ẹni la dẹ̀ fi ń túra ẹni ṣe. Mi ní sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ, Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ tọ́jú gbogbo wa. Àmín.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, looking at the time, we have spent a lot of time, and I'm very, very appreciative that our professor has been able to answer all these questions. The last thing that I don't know whether she will want to talk about or not, if she doesn't want to talk about it, it's still okay. It's about the what can we do about education? You mentioned that the education is very, very bad now. But what people are thinking is because that we don't have the same policy. The Hausa, they have their different policy about education. The Yoruba have different policy. And when they are the one ruling us, we can expect anything. So maybe that is the reason why people think we should separate.
I actually don't believe that. I don't think that. I'm not impressed with the way in which any of the public universities and many of the private ones are functioning. And like I said, it's not even just a tertiary problem. In the secondary schools that are public, in the primary schools that are public, you know, the situation is often very atrocious. I said that one of the issues is the tiny budgetary allocation to education. And then even that tiny amount, because of the way in which corruption is so prevalent in Nigeria, and it is not just among the Hausas, you know, because, you know, look at Lagos, look at the other states. Like I said, I go to Nigeria quite a bit, and I'm familiar with the universities, you know, and most of the universities I go to are actually in the West, in the Western states. So it is heartbreaking that we started off making progress and that we have become comfortable and complacent with mediocrity. That the physical plant in terms of the buildings and the, you know, facilities are so broken down in so many of the universities. The facilities are nothing to write home about, you know. Now, when COVID struck, how many of the universities were able to do online education in any kind of consistent way? You know, if you want to do research in many of the university libraries, you don't have enough facilities, and there's no way. I think I feel heartbroken for the children who are getting their education in our institutions today, because the education that I got was much better, and it was actually free. I got a stipend, you know, we had a bursary for books. We had good conditions, and now we're kind of just determined to run the system to the ground. So a country that wants to develop will not run its educational system the way it's been run. But I don't think it's something that began with the Hausa. I am not impressed by any of the administrations that we have had. They don't take education seriously. And because, like Mr. Toba said, many of their children are not in this institution, so they don't have anything, at stake to make sure that the system functions well. So we need higher budget. We need for the money not to be stolen. And then we need for the National University Commission to get its act together and realize that, the job that it is assigned to do is to ensure academic excellence. And, there's no way that all these things are going to happen if people leave it up to the people in power. So being capable of organizing to put their feet to the fire is something that Nigerians would have to learn to do. But, if people believe that it's impossible, there's nothing anybody can do. In this country, there was a time when people thought that Black people should not be able to vote. Did they struggle and get the right to vote? There was a time when people thought you couldn't have a Black president. Did somebody not break that barrier? So if we believe that things are not possible, they won't happen,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. On behalf of the whole team of Yoruba Gbode, I'd like to thank our guest for today. Thank you so much for your patience. That is Yoruba Gbode for you. This is the way it's always. So I thank you for your patience. I thank you for your wisdom. And I thank Almighty God for the knowledge that you have been blessed with. I'm very, very happy that we are able to utilize all that you are able to give to us today. So, and I know that I am going to call you again. By the grace of God, you are going to be there and we are going to be here. I'm very, very grateful. So I thank everybody for being here. The Yoruba Gbode Amoye. I'm also so grateful to my engineer from Canada, Kamilu Balogun of Google Divine Studios, Oriaku in Nigeria, and engineer Fiji Olayinka here. We are going to meet again next week by the grace of God. And like I always say, ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kí ebi ó pa ni, ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ kárìn lókun ẹnímọ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o, Egbinọlá Adékúnbí àtúnwá ẹ̀dú tó kọ́ mi láṣà àmújèrè àṣà. Ire ní mògùn ará àlágbẹ̀dẹ ibi tó bá wà ilẹ̀ ire ni. Until next week, ire o.
Ó dìgbà kan náà.